Hello everyone and welcome back to the best region in RLCS, baby. The Thunder Down Under, the best team, what are we called? The best desk in esports as well right here. The boys are back. RLCS Open 4. The Paris split has begun. We had a fantastic playoff Saturday as well. Yummy Cheese, man. Give me a rating out of 10 for yesterday.
5.
Okay. He's honest. That's why we love him. He's honest.
We need some game 7s in there. We need some spice. The matches that we thought might be close in the upper bracket just didn't go the distance, but we still delivered. The 5 points is for the own goals that we got. First match of the day. There were some brilliant moments and actually some good plays as well, which has sometimes eluded us.
I want to bump that rating up to a 6, maybe an 8.
He started his
No, because, well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, the games may have been one-sided, but I think there was something refreshing, though, about your wild card looking back on form and the bounce back and what we saw from Power as well. Yes, they were 4-0s. Yes, they might not have been the most exciting, Monty, but when you look at internationally in our expectations, that's the wild card look and the Power look we want to see.
I mean, yeah, they do want to be 4-0ing at this point. I do feel like another thing that's been eluding us in OCE is Game 7s for the most part. We've seen a couple of Game 7 Grand Finals. We didn't see any yesterday. I would like to see some more spicy matchups earlier on in the weekend. Because at the moment, Max is kind of actually telling the truth when he says, you want to be here for the last one, don't tune in for the rest.
We're waiting on a Game 7, that's for sure. But I'm glad the formal has bumped it up to a 6 after Saturday. Let's see if we can hit 10 for Championship Sunday. There's the bracket, as you can see. We had a lot of, the upper bracket was just 4-0 Central. The Bulldogs didn't show up. Flyte trying to take off away from OCE again and just leave the split in Regional 1. We'll see if they can bounce back. Maybe a little bit closer in that lower bracket, as you can see, 4-1 and 4-2 for Nerve and Heartless. But they're all competing for a bit of a wad of cash as well, Yummy Cheese, man, and some points on the board as well.
Yeah, all in the US dollars, so quite a lot of dosh up for grabs. Already secured in the top 6, so teams have secured 4,200 US, so, what is that, $1,400 each?
It's nice. It's getting worse. The conversion, the US dollar. I don't know what's going on over there, but we'll leave the politics out of this stream. There's the prize pool though, 12k for first place. So that's what you want to be at. But 18 points as well. So if it's not Power if Power don't win the event, a team can get 6 points back on them, who are currently 8 points ahead, I believe, as we take a look at the points here. Formal. It's close, but Power making that Boston major got a little jump on everyone.
Yeah, definitely Power should be feeling good about their position as long as they keep winning. Wildcard and the Bulldogs are the two teams we're really expecting to be looking to chase them down, but Bulldogs have a lot to prove, I feel, after yesterday, and even bragging rights for the rest of the teams as well. You want to be in a top 4, Monty. I feel like that's always been kind of a point to be at, and with Flyte missing a couple events, that 4th spot's up for grabs.
Yeah, not only that, but also for the Bulldogs, they've lost to Flyte in this event and Wildcard in this event. So they've lost to 2 of the big teams in this bracket, which is not a great look for them. But I think, maybe Heartless in a position here that we weren't really expecting early on as well. Getting into that top 6 is absolutely fantastic for them, and I cannot wait to see them play later today.
I just want to ask you, CJ, in a competition where only one team gets to go to the major, what's the point of only giving out 1 point to some of these teams? You should give them 0.
You just think if you're not first, you're last, sort of thing. Is that what, maybe it's if you win an event, you get 1 point, and then so you have to win the most events. We've got to change the system for 1C, but it's certainly the race to the major is a lot tougher now and a lot tighter as well. Speaking of how great this region is, which is all we talk about down here in OCE, we do like to highlight some of the best moments, and we had, although it was a 5 out of 10 day, or a 6 out of 10 if you're formal and you're just so optimistic, it's ridiculous. We did have some great plays from yesterday, so let's get into the top 5 plays of the playoffs.
First one is going to be maybe not the best play of the day, but I think it was my favorite play of the day. Chubb shining in this moment. The fence clueless on what's going on. He completely bamboozled one, gets it around, and look at the backflip. The delayed shot completely wins it.
Yeah, but we can't have a top 5 plays without at least one Laxon highlight, I feel like. And this was absolutely sick from their own backboard. Resets, not over 1, not over 2, but gets past all 3 defenders. Doesn't score the goal, though, so it's not going to be our number 1 play. Is still a team player when it's all said and done. However, again, he makes it look so easy to get past everybody on that defensive side, Monty.
Yeah, and I mean, you expect that from Laxon, but what we did see yesterday was Max Formal hyping up Hawk, the mechanical prodigy of OCE. Look at that double tap, getting there so quickly from the play down here. Didn't have any time for the defense to react. Just gets the first touch so strong, the second down into the net, easy as you like from the prodigy.
Ooh, but it was time for the big dogs to step up. The Boston Major representatives, Team Power and Super Lockie, just cooking this Team Flyte team. Have a look at this. The pop-up off the ceiling, the triple tap backboard double beats all 3. That is what we want to see if they want to make Paris as well. Wildcard are looking fantastic, but this Team Power team are the OCE reps for a reason internationally. They nearly made the top 8. They might have choked Yummy and got reverse swept, but they might be able to make a top 8 in Paris.
And we go back to back over to Power once again. And it was one player. Look at this. Gus the Bus had this day of his life yesterday. Pre-jump off the roof. Gets the flip reset. The defenders never saw this one coming. Have a look at Amphis on the back wall. He's thinking, okay, I got this one. But no, the extra touch. Wow.
It's fantastic to see some great gameplay from OCE, but I think a lot of the people watching right now are a bit confused because this isn't us. We don't highlight great moments. We highlight lowlights, which is what we're doing right now. Let's pull up the top 5 fails of the playoffs, Yummy.
This is what we're all here for. We had so many own goals yesterday that we had to figure out which one would be the best. Well, coming in 5th place, Amphis, you got to do better than this, mate. That's a brilliant top left corner. It was almost too good.
I feel like Amphis, he didn't get on the top 5 goals. He does get there. Rooster, though, this looked like a pass to Rooster. Had to beat out the attack to get over the top, right over Mock, boom, into the own net. Couldn't draw it up any better, Monty.
I feel like I've been stitched up with the Bulldogs' own goal here. This is very unfortunate. Hunter dropping down a redirect. I think there was a bump in the way as well. But he gets the perfect angle on this. I'd love to see this on offense, not defense. Please, Bulldogs, today.
Yeah, let's keep the Bulldogs party rolling then, because I always say in Game 1, you need to set the tone as we take one more look at this Hunter goal. Game 1 of a series, Yummy. You want to set the tone, come out strong as the reigning regional champs, and that's what Kaka did, just in the wrong net. Have a look at this. He's trying to clear it across. He's popped it off the crossbar and double tapped it off his bonnet. He's just doinked it into the net, and then they get 4-0. It probably said a lot about how that series was going to go after that in Game 1.
Finishes it off with the Hatsune Miku anime girl, but there can only be one winner, one champion, one person who's truly put in the work. Dougie comes out with the best own goal of Saturday. He was confused. Everybody was. He's got the pancake. He's got the shot.
It's just zero nonsense about that own goal as well. He just completely... I think a fair way out from that, he said, you know what? It is what it is. I'm just going to drive it. If the ball hits me, it hits me. And he has slammed that thing in the back of the net. 5 fails, 5 top plays. I tell you what, the fails are always my favourite here in OCE. We could have had a top 10 own goals alone, I think, just from yesterday. So maybe that's what tanked the rating a little bit, or depending on which way you look at it, it could increase the rating of the day. But we're trying to hit 10 out of 10. We want to see more incredible plays and more incredible fails as well here on Champ Sunday. Yummy, here is your schedule. We have 5 best of 7s on a beautiful day of OCE action.
Yeah, this is a perfect 6 out of 10 day. Like, so crazy for this day. The first 2 series should be fantastic. We got the Bulldogs and Take Flyte, who are expected teams to going through, but Heartless and Nerve been having a good run.
always difficult though, because we had come into these Sundays with the team in the lower brackets. They won, they look great, and the teams that fell, oh, are they vulnerable? I don't know. But normally we expect those upper bracket teams to have taken a game or two, Monty. But I think the fact that both of the upper bracket losses were so decisive, it feels now more than ever we could be seeing a mix-up in that top four.
Yeah, well, we saw Bulldogs just dominate against Wildcard last split in that final Open 3, and it didn't really feel anything like that again yesterday. Take Flyte, they also dropped off a couple of times they dropped off entirely one time, and they didn't return after that last split rather. So these two teams, Nerve and Heartless, they'll be feeling pretty confident about maybe being able to make an upset and find a way into the semifinals.
Wouldn't mind seeing a day of upsets, but we do have to get into our first quarterfinal. The top of the list you see on the schedule, it is going to be the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, our reigning OCE champs from Open 4, taking on Nerve, who are coming through, not looking too shabby. Taking a look at these rosters, can't see any coaches right here for either side, so the timeouts might be interesting coming into this best of 7, but Laxon, Keckles and Nerve trying to upset the reigning champs.
Looks like something that is possible. Keckles, who CJ knows very well, loves.
Now I do.
He's been having a fantastic time in his, not rookie, but in early stages of his career. Laxon, obviously, he's the sort of player who can just win a series by himself. And Nerve has been solid too.
I feel, again, Keckles made a semi-final last split. I still don't get where this is coming from. But you know who hasn't made a semi-final yet? Is Nerve. He's actually playing for his first top 4 in this matchup. And I think, Keckles and Laxon done it before. This could be the time when he finally punches through. The team's named after him, after all.
Yeah, I think we didn't see potentially enough from Laxon going mechanical like we expect from him last split, and I think potentially Nerve could unlock that factor for this Nerve team. Again, Nerve on a team called Nerve is a little bit confusing, but it is what it is.
It's a bit of an ego thing, isn't it, when you're coming up with a team name and you go, what if we just call it me? And then I guess the team said, let's go with it, but it's going to have to be, they're the underdogs coming into this. We saw Laxon in the past, that Scrims World upset regional where they came out of nowhere and dominated everyone. That's when he absolutely, looked like he could be the number 1 player in the region. So he's going to have to put in a similar performance, I'd feel, here against the Bulldogs if they're a chance.
Yeah, he definitely needs somebody like Luna, behind him, somebody solid as a rock, and I think, as Monty mentioned, that could be Nerve in this series. But he just needs to be given space at times and not feel like he has to do too much, because sometimes he has the tendency to go overboard as well and try and take too much possession.
Who are you taking, Yummy?
I can't go past the Bulldogs. I still got them. They're the favourites. They're the winners of the last split. And we'll just chalk up yesterday to a bit of a bad day.
It'd be so easy to do that. However, it feels like once a split, Laxon's going to do something and make a deep run and turn some heads. And with the Bulldogs looking as they did, I think this is the time it happens. So give me Nerve for this one. Keckles has done it before. Laxon has won events before. Nerve is due. I think Nerve wins the series.
Last time I predicted against the Bulldogs on a championship Sunday, they ended up winning. That was the grand final. So I think I'm going to have to go back on the Bulldogs train. They get the job done here and move to the semis.
Wait, hang on. Wouldn't have predicting against them
didn't
work?
You say you
Monty
against
hates
them?
the Bulldogs now.
What do you have against the Bulldogs? What was there a fallout in the team streams or something, Monty? What happened there?
The consistent lack of having their third player. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but they had Finn sub in for, I think, the double elim stage of this event. So again, Caleb missing in action a couple of times across the 2 splits so far. I think that's knocked my confidence down.
Yeah, Caleb seems to really enjoy his vacations, but hopefully he can lock in for this Champ Sunday. They haven't won a game yet here in the playoffs. They got 4-0'd yesterday by Wildcard, who just completely wiped them off the pitch. We saw the own goals coming through as well. Formal will always go the upset, though. This man is so consistent at just going for the team that no one's expecting to make it through. I'm going to go the Bulldogs as well. They should win this. I like the fact that we do have 3 contending teams at the moment. Hopefully, Bulldogs can bring some form that we saw from Open 3, but I'd say the Bulldogs are going to be too good. Is it just the Laxon factor, Yummy? Is that the only thing we're kind of looking for as the win con for Nerve?
Yeah, I think Laxon can just absolutely overtake a series against any team. He's going to be the player that needs to do that if we get a big upset. But you know, you never know. We saw yesterday Power play well as a team, and we can hope that Canterbury... Is that a possible outcome, Monty, that they play well all three as a team?
This guy, no, listen, Monty's a hater. I'm gonna take that. Monty just hates this team. He was a team stream. He's completely off them. He's trying to curse the Bulldogs as well, but the game is ready. It's time to get into our first best of 7 Champ Sunday. We have 5 huge matches ahead of us. This first quarterfinal, please give us a Game 7. Formal, Monty, do all you can.
Here we go. Our first championship Sunday for our second split. And yeah, Monty, your new least favorite team. I feel as if you got to defend yourself a bit here.
Well, yeah, I feel like, mainly the point here is I think CJ's trying to get some early shots in because our 2 NA teams are going head-to-head tomorrow morning. So I think potentially that's in his mind. Trying to trip me out here.
You're ditching OCE to run to NA and you're burning the bridge on the way out. It makes sense.
I just think that everyone's taking some shots at me, and it's not what I mean whatsoever. I think the Bulldogs, last time I predicted against them, they did the job, and I went, hold up, I'm never predicting against them again. And I haven't predicted them against them here.
Make sure they never win again. Of course, superstition doesn't mean anything on the field itself. It's all about what you can do. And Kaka will lead the initial charge. Nice air dribble down center. This is live. Best of 7s, eliminations, a chance to go to the semifinals, a chance to take on a very scary looking Power team if you win this one. And early days so far, looks pretty good for the Bulldogs. They haven't scored on their own net just yet.
Yeah, this should be an absolute shootout, this series with Keckles on the field. The amount of goals he's scored across this split, across last split and so far in this one, he will open the scoring. I was going to say the Bulldogs scoring a lot of goals last split as well, but this time around they open the scoring and it's just so awkward in goal from Kaka.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Kaka wasn't able to read that. Good strike, powerful strike, well positioned from Keckles. Exactly kind of what we want to see coming through if you are looking for a nerve victory. Laxon with the pass, but every time you see a goal kind of capitalized on by somebody who isn't Laxon, that's going to be a good sign because I do agree with the desk there. Laxon is going to be the focal point, you would have to think, on this team, is the mechanical player, is kind of that star. If you look at their win yesterday, was the one who created a lot of the attacking pressure. So whenever the others can step up as well, that's just a cherry on top. But then Laxon does this and nearly gets a second.
I think potentially we're underestimating the impact that Nerve needs to have on this roster as well. Keckles was scoring goals last split. Laxon has that mechanical ability that we always know from him. Flip reset there. Couldn't find anything. But Nerve, I think coming into this roster, filling in the shoes of Luna, trying to make something happen, trying to allow these players to continue doing what they were doing last split and potentially unlock an even further ability here for Laxon and Keckles is the key point to this Nerve side taking a win. That's a tight angle shot. Kaka couldn't make the save on one end, but he gets the goal going the other way.
That was a delicious angle for Kaka right there. Watch this one again. Able to slice that through center of the net. Gets the Bulldogs back on board. But to briefly go back to Nerve and kind of the impact too. Another reason why I'm kind of hoping this is the time he gets through. If you go back to last split, Nerve made this round, 5th, 6th, all 3 regionals.
Yep.
And was never able to kind of get the monkey off the back, never able to punch their ticket through. I feel like this lineup is better. I feel like this goal is terrible, however. Doesn't matter. It still counts.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very similar to what we saw in the first series yesterday with players just sending themselves forward for no reason whatsoever. 3 players on the opposite side, the goal open, and Nerve not going to make any mistakes from that one.
I feel like at no point in a top 6 should a 54-kilometer-per-hour shot taken from behind the midfield line make its way into the net, Monty. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it too black and white right there, but that just should not be allowed to happen.
No, it's, again, even more concerning when all 3 defenders are even further forward than the ball that's in the opposition half with an open net ahead of them. It is concerning looks for the Bulldogs. That being said, we saw this a lot from the Bulldogs last split. That's a good shot from Kaka, where they just so ego offense that they sometimes forget about the defense behind them.
Yeah, and I mean, how can you not realistically be a bit more ego on the offense? Oh no. Again, it's happening again. Are we sure this isn't Power playing right now? We didn't just change the name tags. They're doing the exact, I'm sorry, it was Wildcard who was doing this to them last time. I don't know, man. It's brutal.
I'm starting to realize that we shouldn't be put on the first series of the day together. it always seems to end up in very similar circumstances here where, goals just fly in when they probably shouldn't have. And that's a goal for the team across for Nerve. Everyone on the score sheet. We're talking about individuals having to step up. The whole team has got something going here in game one, which they'll love. But again, I think Bulldogs, at times they play this kind of gameplay. It got out of hand yesterday, but they play that ego offense. They leave some gaps on defense early into a series. Later on, it's a little tidied up. It's not as, as rough as it has been so far. That's another one going wide of the net. But hopefully, it might just be, Bulldogs copium here, but potentially I think we'll see them step up later into the series. At the very least, I hope so.
Look, if we even go back to yesterday, though, it's not as if, you win the first game, you win it out. As the Prodigy Hawk may have won and carried that first game, but wasn't able to get past this Nerve team itself. So this first game might not be going their way. Keckle's trying to get on the low light package for next week, is going to have the ball saved by a teammate this time around. As we watch to see what Nerve is going to be able to do. Air dribble over the top. Ball bounces down. Nearly falls in. Hunter there, though, to clear it. Somewhat safety. The pressure's still going to come until Hunter gets possession and looks to push it out.
And double commit from the Bulldogs. That's a demo as well. Laxon had a chance. Didn't go quick enough. Kaka took over. Nerve back wall. Gave away possession again. A couple demos. The physicality coming from the Bulldogs now. We like to see that from them. That's a typical sign of when the form's starting to flow back in their favor. Haven't really seen a goal go in for a while for them, though, as Caleb tries to dunk that one. Great demo again. Open net for Hunter.
There you go. That's some of that ego offense that the Bulldogs want to see. Everyone sent forward, but the demo from Kaka really is what opened that up. Nerve, it was a good job saving the first shot, and I was a little worried the demo came late, but when Hunter is there, nothing for the Bulldogs to worry about. Less than a minute to go, however, and they still are yearning for one.
And they're able to slow down the plays for those demos to come through, but they won't want to slow anything down here, as that's a good play from Nerve. Forces Kaka to clear out wide. Hunter takes over. 30 in the tank. Might be able to get a reset here. Does so. Cackles cuts that out. Wants to stop that before it progresses any further. Caleb, great touch in field. Laxon with the save. Kaka denied again, but Bulldogs in the final 30 here starting to build some possession, unless the break can come through from Keckles, which it shouldn't, as Hunter finds the back ball.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually Keckles was allowed to do that right there. There was no boost sitting on the Nerve side, and yet Keckles was still able to drive it all the way. That gives the defense time to recover. That allows them to reset. Again, they use all their boosts on defense, but they find that clear, and now it's time for that 0-second play. Perhaps Hunter going to lead the charge up. Laxon gets beat by Caleb. Hunter not there in time. Nerve around the corner, pops it up. Caleb should get underneath. Kaka doesn't get a midfield boost. Caleb has to go to his own backboard, and immediately Laxon puts the pressure on. Shot down, not in. Kaka keeps it up, and Hunter just didn't want the ball.
Yeah, the turning circle wasn't tight enough to turn around and get there in time from Hunter. I have to say, that touch from Caleb to keep it alive off his back wall was impeccable, but the follow-up didn't quite come through. That's a good start for Nerve, though. I don't think out of their series yesterday, they ever looked that good in terms of the way that they were playing. Yes, they got wins. Yes, they got the win, but I don't think it ever looked as solid as it did there. Of course, they conceded 2 goals, which isn't a great thing for them, but it's against the reigning champions. You do allow that, but I'm liking the look early from Nerve here.
It's easy to look good when you're able to hit 54-km/h shots from behind the midfield line uncontested. Yes, Nerve took what was given to them, and they capitalized on it. They got the win. I don't want to take anything from them, but something has to change with this Bulldogs defense. This is now 5 games in a row where they're just giving away free points for this unnecessary aggression. And I feel like players like Hunter and Caleb are skilled enough on the attack that they don't need that third man. They don't need to be pushing as hard as they do. They should be able to win out based on their mechanics and game sense alone. So I just want the Bulldogs to... I'm like that meme of the dad screaming back at the kid, just be normal. That's all I want from the Bulldogs right now, and it's a successful follow.
It's just not something we've seen from the Bulldogs. They often aren't normal, and that's what they played like in Split 1. At times, yes, you can get upset with them. I get cranky with them at times too. I'm sometimes let down by what they do. But I think there is still that sort of capacity to move forward and use that ego offense, and also just, maybe leave someone behind every once in a while. Just have 2. You're good enough to send 2. Leave someone back every once in a while. And I think Kaka, I've said previously, has the ability to play that third man role so well. I don't think we've seen it all too often, but I really like when he plays that role for the Bulldogs. I think it looks really good. Hunter looks to open the scoring here. Controlled play up high, and he does score.
There you go. Hunter gets something on the board, but I think a lot of that has to do with Kaka stealing the boost away, putting the bump pressure on Lax, and just disabling arguably the best player on the opposite side from being able to make the play, and that came from Kaka being the thorn in the side. And I mean, so far in the first 30 seconds, make of it what you will, Caleb has kind of become the one who's sitting a little bit further back. I know you want it to be Kaka in this situation, but at least somebody was there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the way it works. I also like to see those bumps and the aggressive plays that we saw from that opening goal. Hunter drops that one down. It's good when we see that more. I think even when you're looking at third man in OCE, you look at players like Fever who can get forward, get those bumps as well. That's the role that Kaka can play so well. And he gets forward, at times, defensively, does his job, and he gets forward and gets the save there, Kaka. But it's the physicality going forward from the Bulldogs that when they get that going, it looks very good for the Bulldogs. We haven't seen that so far aside from that one opening goal, which is great. We want to see more of that. Nerve haven't really found an answer, though. It's been very good so far for the Bulldogs, and Nerve haven't really gotten out of their half with anything too aggressive.
Not just yet. Ball across midfield. Nerve's going to be the first one there, and oh no. It was open again, but the shots aren't connecting, and the Bulldogs get away with one.
Yeah, there's still a chance here. Laxton taking the strike. Hunter holds a double commit in net. Still a chance. Keckles will drop that one down. Hunter again, tearing the blushes of the Bulldogs for now. Nerve trying to play that one across. Keckles is waiting. Double commit from the Bulldogs once more, and it's going to be an open net for Laxton. And these are the moments we don't need from the Bulldogs, where they're sending two to situations where they only need to send one.
I mean, at that same token, I'm going to give more credit to Nerve for that goal right there. They were peppering the net with dangerous shot after dangerous shot after dangerous shot, and you could see the Bulldogs, they were making a lot of last-second saves, but they were just not given any respite to get their own boost, to get the power for that deeper clear, just well-controlled by Nerve throughout. So that, I would argue, is the best-looking goal from the Nerve side. Kaka to Hunter, though, and that's going to be 2-1.
It's a 1-2 passing play from the Bulldogs. It works out. As that pass from Hunter finds Kaka in so much space, and then Keckles on the back wall has absolutely no idea where that shot's going to be placed, and they've turned the game back in their favor, the Bulldogs. They look much more stronger in this game than they did, at least at the start of game one.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing from both teams, though, in this second game, too, because while Nerve is behind, they've kind of nearly matched, I should say, the Bulldogs, as the Bulldogs start to look a bit more in form right now. Nerve, that pass. He was trying to avoid Caleb. It didn't look like Keckles was ready for it. Laxton now is going to have to work some magic on the defense side. Demo across the middle, though, might give Laxton the space he needs. Late reset. Oh, my gosh.
We need to see the replay on this one again. It's the player we speak about so often. The mechanical ability. And he just drops on down onto that one. I don't know how he makes it work, but Laxton has the ability just to make anything special, and he's done it so there.
I'm like drawing a diagram in my head of the angles and the math and how that shot works, and it doesn't make sense to me, Monty. The physics don't add up. Yet Laxton finds a way. We're now tied 2-2. Here comes Caleb. Shot on. Easy collect around the corner. And again, I'm just impressed with how Nerve is looking against a Bulldogs finally starting to come to form.
That's a massive dive from Keckles. Nerve going to have to do something on defense here. Hunter reset. Great save in the end. Nerve held his nerve, able to make that stop. Laxton fly into the midfield, might be able to get another touch here, just trying to drop it towards a teammate perhaps. It's Keckles out wide, had to avoid his own teammate, who's looking to get a bump onto the wrong team. Still dangerous, the Bulldogs send two to that play, find the clearance down the line. Laxton alone on defense momentarily, finds a demo, but possession given away. The Bulldogs again just building up here. Slower build up to their offensive pressure at the moment, which isn't what we expect from them. Keckles allowed to break free. Double reset. Not going to find anything there. Kaka off his back wall plays that one out smoothly.
Oh, Hunter. I mean, you saw it lined up, right, Monty? You see Kaka coming down, Hunter ready underneath, and even if Nerve knows it's coming, the placement of that shot, Nerve just left a little bit too much behind him. And that was a snipe to end all snipes. 3-2 lead. Things looking very good for the Bulldogs here.
And we've seen that play from the Bulldogs so often across the Boston split as well, where they play off their own back wall, and it's not the solo play. We see players like Laxon go for the solo play off his own back wall. For the Bulldogs, it's always a team pass that they're looking for when they make those solo attempts. It's always, hey, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take it all the way into their own, almost into the goal, and then someone else get a touch on it. They did it a few times against Wildcard in that semi-final in Open 3, and they're doing it here at the moment. I think that's a sign of when this side is in form. Those are the plays they go for, and it might be a reset for Caleb. Drop down, Nerve with a good stop, but still the pressure, still there. Cackles finds the reprieve.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they can't get it past that midfield line. Now Caleb looking for Kaka on the opposite wall. Backboard, second touch. Oh, a bit too far out in front. Not enough boost yet. Hunter keeps the pressure on Nerve, though. We'll get the ball to the opposite side. One, maybe two more shots. And with that demo, they've got to connect. They do eventually. We're tied with 28 to spare.
I couldn't believe for a moment that that wasn't going to be a goal. Laxon finds the demo, and the shot just never quite meeting the angle. Keckles, he had to slow down. He had to hit the side flip on that to just contort himself to find the shot and again tie it up. This game, I said it could be a shootout. It's exactly what we're seeing here, as Keckles will take another one easy enough for Hunter.
A good save from Hunter, but the pressure is still going to come from the orange side, at least initially. Laxon's challenge winds up in the arms of Kaka. Keckles up to try and get in the way. Kaka can't get underneath. Laxon will get the free touch, tries to find Nerve, gets it around Hunter, but in the end, I don't think they can commit on this tack yet. Hesitation on the defense might allow the last shot to come from the Bulldog side. They flip it late. Here we go. Kaka forward. Ball's allowed to drop, and we go to OT.
Yeah, just couldn't keep it close enough there. Had low boost in the tank. Couldn't make anything happen. But from the kickoff strategy, what can Hunter provide? He scored something similar at the start of this game. He goes for the reset, goes for the dunk! And Hunter ties the series up.
Oh, Hunter looking buttery smooth with this one right here. The reset past one, the dunk underneath the second. Well played, Hunter. And we're seeing, hints of that Hunter maybe. When the Bulldogs won Regional 3, it's starting to come back out now here in the second game, Monty.
Yeah, I don't think we often look... I mean, Hunter does have mechanical ability. We, of course, know that. But I don't think it's something we see all too often from the Bulldogs Hunter. I don't think it's something he always goes for. But on occasion, he pulls it out of his locker and he scores goals like that. And we saw the first goal in this game as well was Hunter slowing it down in the air. The last one's him slowing it down and then immediately speeding it back up. It's so good to see when he's doing these plays. It shows that he's in form. And the Bulldogs, I mean, if I'm Nerve here, I'm going to be a little concerned about the fact that they are finding these mechanical plays. Also, just a note, Hunter, 3 saves, 4 goals, 900 score.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 goals came from Hunter that game, and we talk about, Laxon being a carry type player, Caleb being that player we're looking for as well on the Bulldogs side. Hunter, maybe a little less pronounced on this all, but so far what we've seen from Hunter outside of the game yesterday, he is looking a lot more comfortable on this Bulldogs lineup than he did on let's say the Chiefs last season, where there was some awkward moments, especially towards that tail end. And I think winning that 3rd regional was big for the young player. And we're seeing moments again like this coming through right now. Rough game 1, able to bounce back. I'm loving this growing resolve that we're seeing from Hunter, and it's a trend that I hope continues.
Yeah, I think we probably haven't seen the best from Hunter for a little while now, even when the Chiefs were doing well last season. I don't think he was the predominant factor in that.
That was the Razier's show, really.
There you go. Yeah. You, of course, had a close POV on that one. But yeah, I think we have probably missed Hunter being at the peak of his form for a couple of seasons now, perhaps. Starting to find his feet here, and he's got another one. When he scores in a series, it's not ever just 1 or 2. He seems to score so many for this Bulldog side.
That just well placed, and so many times as well these shots are being scored because of his accuracy, more so than anything else. Understanding where the defender is and where the ball needs to go. It feels like 3 of the past 5, and yes, he has scored 5 in a row now for that Bulldog side, have just been placement. Keckle set up a bit too high, and it will leave Nerve left for wanting there.
Yeah, it felt like Caleb for me was the player to look out for Open 1 and 2 for this Bulldogs side. Hasn't really had his standout at the moment in this Open, but it's been the whole Hunter show, and it's awesome when you can see a team sort of trade that main player role every once in a while. When someone else can have a shining role, in critical moments. It's always nice to see. Of course, we want to see all three pop off at moments, and that's what we see later in a playoff Sunday. In the grand final sort of stages, late stage of the semifinals, we start to see that. But at the moment, these are the series that you want to see individuals pop off. It's exactly what Hunter's doing, and it's exactly what Laxon's trying to do here. As Nerve shot denied, again Hunter doing some defensive duties.
Yeah, this has been a great performance again from Hunter. Nice save on the line. Thought for sure that one was going in, and now let's move the magnifying glass back over to that orange side. Again, this Nerve team, they had a great start. They even had some leads in that last game, but now back in that equal moment. Normally when the underdog starts to lose momentum, it's a lot more difficult for them to bring it back. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a way right now. I mean, they need to tie this game before that 2-goal deficit starts to strike against them. I just haven't seen that offensive prowess so far in the first 2 minutes.
That's a layoff from Caleb. We saw that 1-2 pass earlier. Kaka and Hunter combining, not quite able to do it there. Hunter reset towards the ceiling, now goes for a bump. Kaka trying to drop down the double. Laxon got a piece of it. Open-ish net for Caleb. It is open. No one getting back. I don't know where the rest of the defense went for Nerve.
Yeah, that was... I feel like we swapped name tags. Almost right there. Yeah, just no one able to rotate back. Faith in the team to find the clear. Fair enough. Bulldogs, they send everybody forward. They get the goal. Man's advantage. And now that's that 2-goal deficit that if Nerve is going to win these games, I don't know if they can afford to fall this far behind. I mean, yes, the Bulldogs have struggled a bit so far this regional, but you cannot deny the talent on that roster. And once they have a lead like this, you don't expect them to give it up.
Yeah, I think you probably want to make sure for the younger side of Keckles here as well, just trying to keep the confidence high. Laxon has ice in later stages of series. We, of course, saw that in Open 2 last season, but it's still something that for the rest of the team, Nerve, not typically in the... Well, when he is in this situation, that's a good save from Kaka. Hasn't been able to make that breakthrough yet. So I think Nerve, they want to hold that lead. They want to get a lead and hold it in the series rather than letting Bulldogs get any advantages. Caleb will take the shot. Keckles with the save. I think confidence could be such a key factor for this Nerve roster. They really need to start moving forward here in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, it is. It's a roughie, Monty, right now for that Nerve side. Credit where it's due, though. This is the best-looking Bulldogs we've seen so far this event. They have just been suffocating in that midfield. The attacks have been relentless, and Hunter cannot be stopped.
Yeah, well, he didn't score all in this game, at the very least. Kaka getting on the score sheet, but he's scored, 8 now in the last 3 games. He's in some fantastic form in this quarterfinal. And this is starting to get out of hand for Nerve. I mean, there's still a long way to go in this series, but to find a way back in Game 3, it's looking very much not possible.
It is a very rough game. And now I wonder if we will see the timeout coming from the Nerve side. I know yesterday we only had 1 timeout in 4 series. I'm hoping that trend changes today. I think Nerve needs it right now. They need to refine their edge, really that midfield control, the willingness to kind of challenge these midfield touches, because they've been playing so far back. They've been giving up so much space, and Hunter has been cooking them in a lot of ways. Some shots have come on target, though, and they're it's tough. It's just tough, and the Bulldogs play well, but 3 shots to 10, still a minute to go. You're not winning any games with that kind of ratio.
At the moment, though, Hunter, it's just his world, and everyone else is living in it. He's just having fun out there. It looks at times like he's in free play, which is something we usually mention about Laxon, just the mechanical ability to take over a lobby. At the moment, it's Hunter. Every time he gets the ball, it's seemingly into a reset. I'd like to see something back for Nerve here, just to get a goal on target, just something to give them some momentum, some confidence moving forward. Keckles, that's a nice turn, but again, given away to Hunter. He's just having an absolute ball out on the field at the moment.
Yeah, he looks like he's having fun, and that is the most dangerous thing for your opponents to be experiencing. Fun in the video game. You hate to see it when it's happening to your opponents, but you love to see it when it's on your side, and I'm with you. Nerve needs that goal. They need something to remind themselves how to score points in this game, because we're 12 seconds away from the shutout. There it is. Nothing like a wide open net to get momentum back on your side.
Yeah, it feels like it's game one again with an open net like that on the Bulldogs half. I did mention that, we're not going to get... I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself with all the open nets with the Bulldogs. The ego offense can turn into some defense at times. That time, they pushed too far forward, which is, a possibility every once in a while for this side. But that is nice for Nerve, just to, excuse the pun, just, calm the nerves a little bit. It's such an obvious pun, isn't it? It's not great when your player is Nerve, your team is Nerve. It's going to be so hard to avoid saying something like that.
Yeah, you got it out of your system, Monty. It's okay. Everyone gets one, all right? And you
get about 7 every series.
Well, no, everyone gets given one. I like to take.
Okay.
All right? I'm greedy. But look, I think some good news for the Bulldogs right now is it was just a relaxing trip to the farm yesterday, and they've been brought back. They're doing well, looking alive and healthy, and with 2 wins in a row, 12 shots to 5. Hunter playing the best we've seen in a little while. This is the type of series that can start to turn around your momentum, and hey, who knows? Maybe we get to see them against Power looking back in that Regional 3 Final Form.
Yeah, I mean, you may have sent them off to the farm a little too early. I think that potentially the upper bracket when they have those extra lives.
You missed that series, Monty. It was bad.
I did miss that series, and I'm glad I did, to be honest, because I'm liking the look of the Bulldogs right now. And I feel like maybe if I did get to see that series in some more depth, I might have predicted against them for this series. I'm glad I haven't, because they look so good. In particular, just Hunter. It has been the Hunter show in this series. Yes, Kaka is there, Caleb is there, but it seems like almost every single time the Bulldogs are doing something on offense, Hunter is the pinpoint of it.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter has been the spearhead, and that's been great to see. And the fact that Caleb hasn't been that star performer, that has been a bit more subdued maybe in his performance, gives me more confidence in the team, because we know Caleb. I think it was said yesterday, and I still agree with it, when Caleb is on, arguments can be made they're the best player in the region. A hot Caleb is pretty unbeatable, and we still haven't hit that form yet. So the Bulldogs, they're looking strong, and they still have more to give, and that's why I go back to the point I made before. If Nerve falls behind, if Nerve loses that momentum, to be the underdog and come back against a team as talented as the Bulldogs can be, it's always going to be a tough ask.
I'm seeing these demos come through from everyone on the field at the moment. Hunter's opened up this game with a couple of demos himself. That does bring back to mind, in the Swiss stage, I can't remember the opposition for the Bulldogs, but he got 18 demos across 3 games. Caleb will open the scoring here. He thought maybe that's a RLCS record. I think 21 is actually the record, but he got very close. And the physicality coming through the Bulldogs now, I think potentially they trialed it out in the early stages of this event.
I'm sorry, but how does Kaka get that bump and continue the dribble as if nothing happened? That was so clean from Kaka right there, and I feel bad for Nerve. They just got yeeted. Now Nerve wants revenge. Whoa. The second touch is good enough to get past Caleb, and we're tied as finally they get back on the board.
Yeah, it was just a moment here for Caleb. He pushed a little too quickly to the front post and then had to retreat, and then realized, hang on, I've got to get a save here, and by that point in time, it was too late. And point on Nerve as well, I think he's, maybe not been an absolute shining light in this series, but he's doing the job that he needs to do at times. And hopefully with that goal there, that brings them level in this game and might be able to bring the team of Nerve back into this one.
Here we go, Laxon dribble across the middle. Still caught by Caleb. Laxon's going to try to rotate back right now, as they still try to create something right here. Kekel's going to be the next one forward. Wants to stay underneath the ball. Kaka keeps it centered, but that works out in Nerve's favor. 2 players midfield with boost. Nerves wants to set him up, but off that challenge, the ball goes far away to the opposite side, and the attack gets quelled for now.
Now Laxon clearance off the back ball. Too close to Caleb. He'll find the back again. It's going to be Keckles on the counter. Great touch from Kaka. Oh, I said great. I thought he was finding a teammate. Instead, it was Nerve on the follow-up, not quite scoring that attempt.
I like the opportunity there, but Hunter, middle of the net, ready for it, and very fortunately so. Here's a good pass down. No one there to collect. Keckles was rotating around. Nerve looked too far back, and that pass was exactly where it needed to be. I'm surprised that the team wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, it's just not been good enough at times. Those are the moments that you look back on in a series and go, well, could we have done better there? What a pass down from Laxon. Just not quite reaching the way he needed to. Nerve, Caleb goes early, and Keckles, well, he put a hand up very early. I was concerned if he lost that race, which he didn't. Kaka cooks a pinch, didn't work out for him. Caleb will get a chance from the sidewall now. Alpha Tank used to get there, but that's an own assist as it's dropped down in front. And Hunter's shooting has been impeccable throughout this series. That time sent wide.
Yeah, that was scary close, though. And I feel like a 2-1 lead with the way how this game has been, probably enough to take it. Caleb has Kaka, who has the boost over the top, off the backboard. Save made again. Pressure, though, is going to be starting to set up. Kaka full boost, opposite side, has to burn it to try to wrap around. No, they saved it this time, which means the threat is still in the middle of the field. A second attempt gets demoed, and a Nerve gets there in time, but a miss from Keckles leaves the door open. Caleb back passes it right past Kaka and all the way to the backboard.
Yeah, plenty of time for the Bulldogs to build back from the back line here. Caleb gets pumped from Keckles. Hunter has to get back in time. Still dangerous for Laxon. Hunter does ever so well with low boost. And this sets up a counter. Nerve nothing in the tank, but has the read on the play there. And Keckles will slow this one back down.
Nerve is looking nervy, and I'm talking about the team, not the player. Nerve included, though. But yeah, we're seeing, awkward challenges, half-hearted attacks where the setup is there. That bump you mentioned before was great, but there's been no follow-up, and that's been a reoccurring theme, it feels like, with a lot of Nerve's attacks right now. They're just not quite in the right position on the regular, and it's hurting their opportunities. It feels like now it's just going to be a matter of time before the Bulldogs punish. 1:05 to go, though. Nerve can still get that golden touch, find that goal, but they need to do something different. They need to be more prepared.
Good slow down. Kaka takes over reset. Drags a couple out of defense and almost works out. Caleb will take his time here. The Bulldogs not fully sending everything here. The pace is slowed right on down for them. They're not rushing any of these plays, but Kaka missed the boost. I think he just wanted to grab it up to the back wall and couldn't work it out. Still Nerve. Keckles looking for a bump. Opens up the door for Laxon. Double towards the center. Nerve!
Finally, Nerve is where he needs to be. After getting bumped too, the recovery right there, well done. Willing to send it, saw all the defenders grouped up in the corner, and that was the follow-up that had been lacking with the last couple chances. They finally converted. 35 seconds, though. What can the Bulldogs bring? Looking good for Hunter around the corner. Okay, Laxon's touch, a little bit spooky.
Yeah, but they'll eventually make it work out. It was potentially a heart-and-mouth moment momentarily. Caleb towards Hunter. Kaka. 15 to work with here in the remaining few moments, and that's in front of net without any real danger. No one following it up. Still Caleb towards the back wall, trying to find a bump. Doesn't do so. Laxon steps by a couple and buys heaps of time for his team to stay behind the play. It has to be a full field play for the Bulldogs. They are capable. They are good at doing so. Caleb towards Kaka. Back wall drop down in front, and it's dropped for Nerve. They've tied us up.
And yeah, camera angle made things look a little bit more suspenseful than they were. Laxon would have known nobody was coming at that moment. So a nervy win for the underdogs. A bit of a comeback as well after giving up that first goal. And yeah, it's well done to the Nerve side. I still can't help but feel like the Bulldogs were the better team that game, though. I know they didn't win, Monty, but if you look at sort of the attacking pressure, if you look at how that was played, Nerve came alive that final minute, but until then, they were playing scared.
Scared if I don't agree with you here, I'll be called out.
That's fine
for not liking the Bulldogs.
Oh, you can not agree. Go for it.
Well, I just feel like you're laying a trap out there for me, and I'm not going to step into it.
All right, fine. It's confirmed that Monty thinks that the Bulldogs look best when they lose.
I didn't agree with that. That's what you said. I never said this.
No. That's all I heard.
I think Nerve are looking very good here, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think that, I'm liking this show. Probably want to see more goal involvements from Keckles. We expect that from him, but Nerve stepping up 2 goals there, Laxon a couple of assists, exactly what we want from him. But Nerve getting these goals in these moments is exactly what I asked for. I wanted him to have some moments just to settle it down a little bit for himself, being able to make a run towards this top 4 placement, which he hasn't been able to achieve, at least in recent history. I can't remember even going way back if he's potentially been there or not. I don't think so. But at the moment, they're controlling this one down.
It's never made a top 4.
There you go.
Keckles has 1.
Yeah.
Nerve has none. Laxon obviously has won regionals in the past,
Yes.
so or a regional, but still, it was a pretty epic one when it happened. And yeah, it would be massive for Nerve to get that monkey off the back, especially again to reiterate, Split 1 got to this round 3 out of 3 times and was never able to punch that ticket through. And this is the best team that Nerve has been on, like best roster, I dare say right now. And while being, that guy who's always 5th, 6th is pretty good, you can have a, decent Rocket League career off that. Yeah, you want to take it to that next step.
Yeah, you won't be satisfied without being able to move on. And once you get to a potential top 4, you won't be satisfied until you get a top 2. And onwards and upwards, of course, moving into the potential, finding a way to majors, etc. But Nerve is stepping up in this series. It's exactly what I wanted to see from him. I'm really enjoying the gameplay at the moment. He looks carefree out there at times, and that's good for this side. Is Hunter will find an infield. Good demo from Laxon. Just buys them time on defense. Better pressure from the Bulldogs now. Starting just to put the pressure on. Hunter, what a touch. Can he get back to it? Wants to leave it for a bump, but it's a shot from Kaka.
There you go. The power of that strike, seemingly out of nowhere. A 147. Kaka, just from that angle, boom, saves the flick for the sweet spot, and Laxon not able to get there in time. Well stricken by the Bulldogs. Retake the lead both in this game, and if you want to, even though it's a tied series right now, it's where they want to be. That extra match point would mean a lot for both of these teams. Maybe a little bit more for Nerve. Wait, see, will they set something up around the corner? Not this time. Caleb has to clear.
I'm just thinking back. Well, hold that thought. Hunter, double, triple, almost even. Kaka on the follow-up will find the goal, and that's 2. I'm thinking right now, last time I saw the Bulldogs on this map, they won, and then they called the timeout. Do we see something similar from the Bulldogs here?
Oh, look. We're still 3:17 to go. We're still have a lot of time left in this one. I don't want to start thinking timeouts just yet. Although every time we see that Eiffel Tower, I still can't help but think that Paris Major and think that, with everybody looking at Power and at Wildcard, Bulldogs were the team that won that 3rd regional. We crowned them at the time. Shogun said, we're now a 3-team region.
Yep.
They need to prove it in this event. That's what they're playing for. And now they've got a 2-goal lead to get to that top 4.
I think anything less than making top 4 is a failure from what we saw from them. I feel like they'll be expecting a top 2, and potentially it's a believable factor. But Wildcard and Power have looked pretty good so far from the small views that we've had from them so far in this event. Deckles controlling this into the midfield. Will take a challenge on Caleb. He's got nothing to work with from the side. Also opts to leave it for Kaka. Good comms from the Bulldogs, and Kaka slips that one by. Good save from Laxon.
And this is looking very similar to that last game where the Bulldogs are just, suffocating out. And really, the last couple games, when that attack starts to click and it just feels like nothing the defense can do, it's great. When that offense breaks down, goals happen the other way.
That is a massive challenge from Keckles, by the way. I don't know how he's managed to get that to the back wall for Nerve to follow up, but he's got another one here, Nerve. And I wanted to see more goal involvements as well from Keckles. He's got an assist now. That's good from them, and I'm liking that from Nerve. Still that 2-1, so still have to find their way back in. It might even be more awkward. Laxon, that's very dangerous. Makes it work out.
Yeah, trusting the team to get there in time, perhaps, or maybe it was a missed pinch. Either way, the ball is safe for now. 2 minutes to go. Well within striking distance for the team in orange, but they've got to get out of their own half. Hunter not trying to allow that. Puts one near target. Laxon, late flick, is able to get in front of Caleb, but now without boost, really has to work some magic here. Comes off the wall. Does get it past Hunter. Does not get it past Caleb, but still Keckles is there. Bump on the driver. Nerve finds the ball, but that leaves the net open as Kaka finds it next. Laxon rotates back. Gets set up by Keckles. 90 seconds to go, and the ball is still on the wrong side for Nerve.
And that's a challenge from Nerve. Gets Keckles possession, but he's got nothing in the tank. So Hunter pushes on forward, gets a pass off towards Kaka. Laxon just gets enough on it just to send it far downfield, but keeps the pressure on here. Kaka through the corner, wants to find the assist as well, trying to dunk that one towards the net. He'll stay in the play here now. It's Caleb's turn. Just to slow this down in the corner. Good touches. Didn't really lead to too much, but it's just so good from the Bulldogs. It's good from Kaka, and a 2-goal extension now. I think the Bulldogs will probably take the advantage in the series.
Yeah, and this has got to be so frustrating for that defense. You see it's coming, you know where it's going to be, but nobody has the boost or the time to get there. It's just slow motion as it falls into the net. The Bulldogs, 2-goal lead, 1 minute to go, looking to get themselves to match point going into Neo Tokyo. As we see another shot come from Lax in that one. It was a strong strike. Nerve recognizing they need to get the point fast if they want to come back in this game. Feel like they got to get it in the next 20 seconds or so.
It just feels like the offense of Nerve is sort of slowed down. We're not seeing what we want from them. Keckles hasn't been shooting too often. Laxton hasn't been going for the mechanical plays. He's just trying to get it clear at the moment. It's more so a worry about, let's make sure we're not conceding goals, then let's get forward. And well, you're 2 goals down at the moment. You need to start moving forward. 30 seconds remaining. Hunter off the back wall. Kaka slow to that play. He was far back in the midfield. Laxton up high here. Wants to play that towards Keckles. They need to score soon. Keckles around the corner. Has half a tank to work with, but Caleb will guide that into the corner once more, and the time keeps on going down. I think the Bulldogs are going to set themselves up onto series point.
Yeah, that they are. We'll be headed to Neo Tokyo with a good position for the Bulldogs here. Timer does hit 0 ball. Will eventually hit the ground, I'd have to imagine. And now the pressure is doubly on for this Nerve side. 2 games they're going to have to win. Bulldogs 2 chances to get themselves a Regional 3 final rematch against Power.
I want to see a timeout called here as well. I really hope we do from this Nerve side. It is perfect. That's exactly what we want. Because they're in this position now. They need to just consider what's going on. A couple of losses that probably just slip away from them at times. And this one in particular, that extra goal, it didn't really feel like they had any sort of pressure throughout that game. They get one from Nerve, the challenge from Keckles up high on the 50. That worked out in their favor. But aside from that, it's been so hard to find shots. It was 7-3. Nerve losing out shooting percentages at the moment. And I don't really know what the answer is. We need Laxton on the ball more, I think, to get the mechanical plays. But how do you allow that to happen? Because at the moment, the Bulldogs are just shutting it down every time Laxton's near the ball.
Well, yeah, it feels like, really, for the past 3 games, I want to say the Bulldogs have just controlled that middle of the pitch. All the touches from Nerve have been coming off their own backboard or just sort of like these defensive touches to keep themselves alive. And the few opportunities that they've gotten to be on the attack, they have capitalized on it, but the Bulldogs have started to play normal. All right,
yep.
The screaming kid has calmed down, and they're playing a bit more normal. Are they still aggressive? Absolutely. They were a screaming kid. Kids can be aggressive. All right, they were a little too sugared up at first, but they're starting to come down. We gotta hope they don't crash entirely. Perhaps come semifinal time. What I'm getting at though is, when they play more disciplined, they just look so strong against teams that can't handle losing that midfield control, that can't handle having to fight for that space, and that's the problem Nerve has been having. You said it yourself, Laxton just hasn't been able to get the space, hasn't been able to get those free touches that he is so strong at when he gets those opportunities. Credit to the Bulldogs for fighting that. And how do you get around it? Got to be a little bit more tricky, I suppose. Got to, maybe risk it a bit more to get that mid boost. Muscle your way back to that center of the pitch. Find that space. Force that space. You got to do something now, Nerve. This is it. Back against the wall.
We're talking about Laxton, a player who doesn't need all that much space to have those pop-off moments. He's just not being afforded any space whatsoever from the Bulldogs. A matter of, can this timeout make some impact for Nerve? Can they force a Game 7? Bulldogs, they've got ice. We know they've got ice when it gets to these late stages in these rounds, but are we going to see a 7 or not? Caleb trying to get a clearance here, and Hunter gone a little quiet from those early 7 goals or 8 goals, I think it was, in the first 3 games. But still, it's just overall the Bulldogs are firing at the moment. We need something to find a response from Nerve.
And here's the thing, too. We're not just playing for that top 4. We are playing to keep Monty in OCE if you are on the Bulldogs right now, because he will leave for NA if he loses faith entirely in this team.
This is not happening.
It will all be gone if they can't finish it here. This is to keep our region strong. Bulldogs feel like they have to win this. Here comes Caleb. Shot on the second touch. No boost to get there in time.
Yeah, well, I have no idea what you're talking about whatsoever. The Bulldogs, they're looking good at the moment. And then in the storyline that you fabricated, I suppose I'll be staying in OCE, I guess. I don't know how this works, because apparently I hate the Bulldogs, but I'm only staying in OCE if they happen to win this series. I don't know how this all works.
Back is what's happening. Have you not seen the end of Airbud?
I've not.
Shot on, open goal, 1-0 lead.
And that's better. I mean, it's interesting how the space is formed here as Keckles dropped that one down nicely. But still, that's better. Laxon through the midfield, Keckles through the midfield, trying to find a shot. Bulldogs, that's more like what we saw earlier on, where, you know, maybe sending a challenge that was never really on there. Ends up conceding a goal from it. Kaka looks for an instant response to it, but this is better. If Nerve can keep capitalizing on those moments, I think that's really where they need to strike on this Bulldogs side. Sometimes they do get aggressive. Sometimes you need to make use of that. Otherwise, it's been so difficult to find chances as they shut the door way too quickly. Laxon wants to pinch out to the sidewall. Will grab the 100 and pass go here. Has a chance to play this one central towards Keckles, who's made a car change as well. He's, I think, he started off in an Octane, right? He's now in the Fennec. Maybe just not quite feeling what he needs to feel in that car at the moment. So making a change on the counter-attack, though. Kaka denied.
Uh-oh. A little awkward on the defense right there. Keckles now going to have to try to play off that backboard to get that ball across that midfield line. I did enjoy seeing Keckles on the backboard there, actually, briefly. Did you notice how there wasn't a bunch of mini micro movements and reversing? Real players here. Real players make real saves there as well. Looking good, Keckles, as they musty it across that midfield position.
And trying to find some inspiration from Chubb yesterday with that sort of musty. Couldn't quite find the power, couldn't find the misdirection that he managed to do with the full backflip, but still, I'm liking the ability to pull out plays like that from Nerve in this situation. Game 6, if you're still able to be creative, you're still pulling out moments like that, then potentially you can force that Game 7. Kaka, good speed. He won't find a double, but he'll leave it for Hunter.
No!
Well, he left it for absolutely no one.
Oh no, that looked like it was there for the equalizing touch. Now 2 minutes to go. Bulldogs, an interesting game. It's almost like they've been a little bit too passive in this one. Here we go, though. Kaka, oh, that flick was gross. The follow-up touch, not on target. Hunter is going to try to keep it in the corner, but Nerve is there. No boost, no matter. Still finds up their way with the ball all the way to the opposite end. Someone's got to do something. Finally, Kaka gets in the way.
Just not quite able to get a second touch there. Gives away possession to Laxon. Trying to turn creativity on again here, and he makes it work out. Keckles on the follow-up. The clearance straight into his path. They've got a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and I mean, Laxon, obviously, phenomenal mechanical stuff, but I really feel like up until the pass and the shot, Nerve was allowed to do so much on no boost to set up, to get down the field, to get themselves there.
Yeah.
Great turnaround off the timeout from the team in orange, and that was nearly a very spooky moment. Still might be for the Bulldogs. They will clear it out. Minute and a half to go. Only 3 shots aside from each team here, Monty.
Yeah, it doesn't feel it's probably that low. We've seen a lot of counter-attacking plays that I guess haven't ended in too many shots, I suppose. More so in that final third where it breaks down. Caleb towards the corner. Keckles, good first touch. 40 in the tank, wants to work this one towards Laxon. He was waiting for the opposite boost, and Nerve will have to pull out a save there. Minute 8 remaining at the moment, and hey, we might be getting a Game 7 early into the day here, which would be absolutely fantastic. Hunter leaving that one not to find a teammate. Minute remaining now, and the Bulldogs struggling, now turning to potential some physical plays. Caleb resets to the ceiling, drops down, Nerve clearance.
Nerve clear for now, still 50 seconds to go. Bulldogs, they've got to score on this attack, you feel. They're not going to be given the immediate chance. Hunter does what he can, but I'm seeing 2 blue cars deep in orange territory without boost.
Yep.
Not ideal. They're going to have to rotate all the way back. That means a loss of attacking pressure. Half a minute to go, and Laxon's trying to do Laxon things. Doesn't get the goal on that attempt. Still 28 seconds remaining, but the damage may have been done.
Yeah, the Bulldogs not able to find an answer right now. Hunter slowed down in the midfield. Good touch from Nerve forward. Caleb will beat that one out, has something to work with. Kaka sidewall, Caleb trying to take an angle shot. It's on target.
Ooh.
And within 12 seconds remaining, it's 2-1.
What do you have in the bag of tricks, Bulldogs? What kickoff strats are you willing to pull off here with 12 seconds to go? It's time to take your best shot. Caleb would be potentially in the position to force something, but they don't get to the ball. And Kaka committed as well. They've lost possession of it, not the kickoff the Bulldogs needed. Now they're going to have to make something happen on 0.
And not only the ball that was lost, but also the boost. They missed the midfield one as now Bulldogs can't keep it alive, drops down. And in our first series on Championship Sunday, we go the entire way to Champions Field.
So many complaints overnight sent to the script writers. Why no Game 7? Where Game 7? Was promised Game 7. 5 out of 10. Well, no more. You wanted your Game 7s. We're giving it to you on the first match today. Nerve versus Bulldogs. And again, Bulldogs, the defending regional champions. They won Regional 3. They could get knocked out in 5th, 6th. On the opposite side, Nerve playing for his first semifinal, now 1 game away after 3 attempts last split. Monty, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen any grand final winners back it up into the next Open so far this season. Bulldogs, though, they wouldn't like to drop out at this point in time. I mean, we saw Wildcard go out in 4th. We saw Power go to a grand final again and just not getting across the line. This is potentially the earliest stage that a current reigning champion in OCE drops out in this season. The Bulldogs do not want that bit of history attached to their name.
Yeah, I like how you have to clarify in this season. Shout out to Laxon on that other team. Don't want to really repeat of those results. But let's see what happens here. We'll see if they can keep it together right now. A very important match on Champions Field for the Bulldogs as well. After winning that regional, you know, majors, worlds potentially on the line if they're able to keep that up. Nerve off the kickoff nearly scores. This would be such a blow for their momentum if they can't even get back to the semifinal.
Yeah, and I mean, no timeout either. Seems like the Bulldogs only call them to disrespect the opposition, not when they should actually be calling them for themselves. Can they find something? Does that show the confidence they have, or is it just the lack of, hey, we don't have a coach, we don't need to call a timeout?
It's
just sent back the other way.
It's just Kaka things. I think that timeout was the first time he had ever called a timeout in his career. I'm not going to go so far as to claim that as a fact, but it certainly feels that way. Here we go, though. Kaka trying to lead the charge, just unable to get there this time. Laxon will get the boost, will get challenged, but wins it out, pushing it all the way towards the backboard. Hunter there, waiting, willing, keeping it up high. Has Kaka underneath. They connect. Shot to the backboard. Double commit by the defense, yet they find a way to clear it the other way.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced by this Bulldog start to this game. Demo from Nerve might just open things up for Cackles. Another demo from Laxon. Physicality from this Nerve roster as Laxon sends that one high. But a couple of times now we've seen the Bulldogs run into each other and take up each other's space. It's not what we want to see. That touch again from Hunter. This giving too much opportunity for someone to push on from Nerve. And it's not the Hunter form that we saw early in this series. It's completely gone away at the moment. Can they ice up in Game 7? Kaka looks to take over. Just taking an early shot there. Lost the possession, and Laxon makes the save.
Outside of that third regional, historically, Champions Field has not been Hunter's friend. And again, I thought the monkey got off the back. I thought he had finally recovered from some of those demons in Regional 3 when they got that win, but so far in this one, you're right, it's just been a little bit lackluster from the Bulldog side. That said, Nerve hasn't really been able to capitalize yet either. 2 minutes into this game, still no score. Laxon, sidewall, stalking the ball. Actually goes for the pump on Kaka instead. Now from behind, steals it away from Hunter to turn it into a challenge. Crazy stuff. It won't result in attacking pressure, but just another example of how dangerous Laxon can be.
Good control from Caleb. Pass off to Hunter. Laxon control on the sidewall here. We alluded to potentially today having some upsets. You alluded to the fact that maybe Laxon could cause some upsets as he's done throughout his career. And half the game gone on Champions Field, it looks like it could be the case. Tied up as things stand. Kaka looking to change that now. In front of the net, the dive is awkward. Everyone's awkward. And it might still be a chance for Caleb, but Nerve gets that into the midfield.
More bumps, more demos, but nobody really playing on the ball, so more demos from Caleb. My goodness.
What a pass.
He's going crazy. And then what? He just demoed his own chances for the goal right there. Ball off the post. A second attempt, this time from Kaka, but it's saved by Laxon.
A mix of making the saves and a mix of hitting these posts at the moment. Bulldogs might get punished. Kaka didn't get the connection. Caleb out to the width again. Keckles into the midfield. Hunter, I just want to see the Bulldogs slow it down. The pace is not manageable for either of these rosters. Hunter infield for Caleb. He's hit the post, but Kaka also hits the post.
Oh my goodness, the Bulldogs doing everything right but scoring on that attack. Now Hunter with the reset, again denied by Laxon. They can't keep doing this and getting away with it. You feel like the Bulldogs will have to get punished for these post transgressions, and yet, Nerve, their attacks are so short-lived. It's still been a Bulldogs-controlled game. Maybe only a matter of time before finally they put it in.
Caleb takes on the shot too weak and was off target anyway. Hunter with the challenge on low boost. Now Laxon tries to take the challenge towards Kaka. Good play from Nerve into the center. Hunter, low boost, trying to control it himself, but Laxon will put them under pressure. Popped into the center. Kaka in the corner will be the first to react, but still, it's anyone's game as Caleb looks to hit on the break. Won't work out for him, but it might for Kaka. Save from Nerve.
That was a spooky moment. Thought Kaka may have had it. Hunter slowing it down midfield. Expect the challenge. It's Laxon. No boost, no matter. Still going up for the ball. Wanted the reset. Face into Keckles. You saw a defender have to recover. Now Laxon commits through the corner. Here comes Nerve for the lead. To the backboard. Kaka keeps it up. Keckles looks to challenge, and Hunter clears it out.
20 seconds remaining before a Game 7 OT. Can someone break the deadlock in regulation? Nerve into the corner. Takes a light touch. It's Hunter just putting one towards the net. Not making anything happen. 10 seconds. Bulldogs find a demo. Kaka in front. Keckles to the corner. Still shot on target. Denied by Nerve.
Good save by Nerve, but they're not out of danger yet. Here's the setup. Here's the shot. 0 seconds. Denied. And we go to a Game 7 0-0 OT for the semifinals.
It was right on the line there. They just couldn't force it home, the Bulldogs, as Nerve looks to make something happen. Keckles in front, denied by Caleb, and they might be able to break the Bulldogs. Oh, it's an open net at the back. Keckles gets that.
That was 2 beats, but Keckles able to get there in time. Caleb, no boost, has Kaka underneath. That's where the strike may come. Nerve tries to play keep away, slows it down in the corner, trying to keep it safe. Kaka, small advance, but yeah, the ball's not being cleared to safety. Not yet. Here we go. Caleb versus Keckles. Caleb has a good touch, doesn't get the second. Ball centered. Kaka up for it. Nerve burns anything, but the ball waterfalls.
No!
Oh, Laxon, no!
That is not the goal you want to score in Game 7 overtime. Oh my goodness.
Update the list, Monty. We got a new number 1. Laxon wants to top every best play imaginable.
That is, oh no, that is so OCE.
You know, some players are just destined to keep chasing. Nerve, once again, winds up short. The Bulldogs get given a gift after posting it 4 or 5 times. They did it, Monty. Bulldogs advanced. You're allowed to stay in OCE. Stay with us. After that performance, why would you ever want to go to NA?
I'm just so in shock. That is, we see Laxon on a Game 7 on Championship Sunday, and you go, he's going to score the winner. He's going to have something. And he did. But it wasn't the right net. Max, I don't know.
Shades a sickie, Monty. Shades a sickie right there. Yeah. Fantastic. Exciting, memorable stuff. I don't know how else to look at it. And look, yesterday may have been the 6 out of 10. That series was a 10 out of 10 for so many different reasons. But we've still got more action here. Take Flyte against Heartless coming up next. More lower bracket quarters when we return. We are back from an eventful trip to Champions Field. CJ, Yummy, on the sidelines, watching along. Get it out of your system now, and then we can look to the next match. I need the thoughts on what just happened.
I'm so happy. We asked for, we had a 5 out of 10 Saturday, a 6 out of 10 according to Uform. We said, can we hit a 10? We hit 11 in the first series. We finally got our first Game 7. And my goodness, was that the most tragic Game 7 I've ever seen. The Bulldogs look like the worst OCE team on the planet, which is impressive. They missed 16 open nets. The crossbar, the post was getting a workout, Yummy. And then we saw Sicky Season 7 World Champs Renegades mode. Own goal from Laxon was a banger top corner.
CJ, I thought that would have been your kind of game. You know, it's not about how you win. It's just about winning at a Game 7 overtime where your opponent's own goal out of nowhere with no pressure, no opponents, no one ready to score. That's the perfect way to end the series.
I love us, Formal. I love this region.
Well, hopefully the bangers do keep coming because we are moving on to that other quarterfinal matchup. Take Flyte, returning back on the main broadcast again for the first time in 2026, going up against Heartless with a chance to play Wildcard moving forwards. And, I mean, surely the hits just keep coming, right? The stage was set by those two. This next series is going to match.
I don't know if it can. I think that's the best series of the year, easily. Maybe the best series we've seen of the last few years, Yummy. We've had some bangers. We've had triple land qualification matches in the past, but that Game 7 just spoke to the roots of OCE gameplay, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, I mean, some of the other favourite ones are when people get knocked out when they're not even versing the team that they're trying to get overseas for, but this one is just the epitome of OCE. And you know what? We said it at the beginning of the show. Yesterday, a 5 out of 10. We're at a 12 out of 10 at the moment. It's going to be pretty easy to keep it at a 10 out of 10 by the end of the day.
I just got to keep the momentum going, got to keep those Game 7s going, and with the form that we saw from both these two teams, that could be very possible. Now, Take Flyte, I would argue, did look a little bit stronger than the Bulldogs did yesterday. We saw some cool plays from Amphis. We also saw Heartless kind of make the low 5 highlight reel as well, but both these teams still here, a chance for that top 4, and Matthew, Chubb, and Rooster, they keep getting so close, it feels like, Yummy. This could be their best chance to kind of crack through into that semifinal.
I hope so. You know, you get enough chances, you're eventually going to crack through, and often teams that do sort of get that one win end up getting a lot more. I mean, Bulldogs in the past, we've seen multiple teams who have just worked at it, and never got close, and then all of a sudden won a grand final. So we'll see if they're able to do it today. The Big Chook is due, I'd say, CJ.
Cannot wait to watch the Big Chook in action. He's been in red hot form in Screams Formula, and we saw it come to fruition yesterday as well. A 4-1 victory, if you don't mind, over You Not a Champ, who were really the gatekeepers, I'd say, of kind of getting into that upper echelon, the top 3, top 4. That's a great win. They're looking good.
They were looking very good. And on that other side, Take Flyte, yeah, it was a couple key moments, but as a whole, when compared to what Power looked like, they were the less disciplined team. They were the ones who were a little bit sloppier, made those couple critical mistakes. And I feel if they're going to beat Heartless out, like, they can't afford the same unforced errors.
That being said, we saw some of the moments from Amphis, as you sort of mentioned at the beginning, that we like to see, of him playing more aggressive, of him being willing to stay almost on the opponent's backboard, and that's where he can be the scariest position possible. You can never really have trust in your defense when he's back there.
Yeah, we saw they've got a little bit of work to go to get to kind of that top 2 with the 4-0 loss against Power yesterday. Now it's about where do they stack up against a team like Heartless, who are really on the up and coming in the region, looking like they want to have a crack against the top team. So this is a great test for Take Flyte, and I think Heartless are ready to take that next step.
All right, well, are you willing to back him then? Prediction time, CJ. Who you got?
I like that I'm going first because I can't curse him. They didn't like that I didn't predict the Big Chook yesterday, but we couldn't have the caster curse where we all predicted Heartless. So I'm going to kick it off and predict Heartless this time. The Big Chook will get the job done. I think they can make a semi-final.
Well, last time Take Flyte didn't make it through the top 4. They sort of ran away from the entire region. I'm not expecting that to happen again. I'm taking Take Flyte here. I do believe they have what it takes to win.
I mean, Amphis did look strong, and it was the other players on Take Flyte that I felt like were struggling a bit, but I do trust in Scrub and Fades to be able to bounce back, so I'm also going to go with Take Flyte on this one. I just think the roster is a little too strong to overlook. However, if Heartless continues to have fun, because we saw the face cams, and they were having a good time yesterday with the Heartless side, so if they're having fun, if their mental is good, I wouldn't be shocked if CJ gets this one correct.
I like what he's saying. I think Formal on my side is often concerning, Yummy Cheese, man. Usually you want to be on the other side of Max Formal, but I'm excited about this matchup. Heartless, they're ready to step up, as we said. They're ready to take that next step, take flight. They're looking to stay grounded in OCE, at least, for more than one event.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for takeoff. Take flight. It's an important series for them, CJ. We know what will happen if they lose this series. We know we'll never see them again. So this is utterly crucial down in the lower bracket. No second chances. And Heartless, a team that has so many fans, Big Chook. A lot of players, a lot of people in Twitch chat always cheering for the Chook. And can he go that extra step this weekend?
He's a true cult hero of OCE. I think we had a new cult hero in Laxon after that previous Game 7 shambles, if you would. But we'll see what they can do here. Oh, it's a 13 out of 10 day. This region just keeps getting better and better.
Ever saw Laxon and said, I can do this better. He's done it with style.
That is unbelievable. He's gone off the ceiling to redirect it off the backboard. We're adding more flair to our own goals, Yummy. It's not just driving into the net now. It's doing it in style.
I'll be honest, that should be worth at least a few more goals than just that one. It's a shame there's no 3-pointers of own goals. That is probably the highest caliber you will ever see. And of course, delivered to you by the best region. May even be a second goal just here, no. But what a start for the Heartless team.
We saw the own goal from Kaka yesterday against Wildcard for the Bulldogs, and that ended up in them getting swept 4-0. So we talk about setting the tone early. That is great confidence for Heartless, and they're going to continue where Amphis left off in the first 10 seconds. Second goal, Matthew getting on the board.
Yeah, really nice flip reset. It looks like he might even be trying for another, but he just goes to the extra touch to beat a low boost defender. And Heartless, well, maybe you're onto something here, CJ.
Yeah, a little pop reset from Matthew, following up with the shot over the top, and Fade's just not respecting the mechanics of Matty Boy. The big chalk is always being respected by the viewers, by players, by his opponents, but Matthew, I like seeing him step up again. It's just another great sign for them. Their opponents are own goaling, and Matthew's looking mechanical.
And Chubb had a good day yesterday, so if all three have got their blood pumping, then we might be seeing a true series here, or even a one-sided one for Heartless. There's a shot on. Going to go that high, and that's awkward for Scrub. Awkward for all three of Take Flyte, who find themselves in a little bit of danger here. Do have to get this one out. It will be Fades with the extra touch over the top, but look how much better the defense has been from Heartless. How much more set they've been as a trio whenever they're in trouble.
They've been scrimming hard, Heartless, and just wonder about the prep of this Take Flyte team. They have the runs on the board. They have the international experience, but so far, oh, hang on a minute. That's a terrible 50 with the demo. There's the first goal. Amphis finds his second. This time he's first for the team.
Yeah, it was a little bit too hopeful for Chubb to fake it one way and look for the pass at center. I don't even think Matthew expected it, but surely Amphis did. That's actually brought Take Flyte back into this game.
Just had a look at the main broadcast as well on stream. Ladies and gents, we have 4 player cams, Yummy Cheese Man. 4 cameras. We're back.
It's a record, OCE record. Was, dare I say, next week or next fortnight, we might even be able to get to the magical 6 number, as Chubb has found another goal. Heartless are well and truly staying in the lead.
Oh, look at the setup from the big chook, though. Intercepts off the sidewall, off the ceiling, pre-flip across to Chubb, who beautifully places a top corner. This is what I was saying. This team can absolutely be a contender for the top 4, pushing against that top 3, even top 2 from what we've seen so far. Great start, 3-1.
Still off the kickoff, Heartless going still aggressive. Just hoping to keep that take flight defense stuck in that back half. Scrub very awkward here. He had no boost, and Chubb will set it up as Rooster gets the 4th goal for Heartless. This, if you told me this was going to be a 4-1 lead early on, CJ, I don't think I would have believed you.
Yeah, I was just that confident in Heartless. There's 4-1. It's 2 goals for the Big Chook as well. The first one, I believe, was courtesy of Amphis. But a great start. 4-1, 2 minutes. Still a lot of time in this game 1, but they're looking just the more solid team. They're doing the fundamentals. Matthews pushing downfield, looking for some demos as well, and not quite seeing the Amphis best player in OCE kind of form just yet. You got to question how much these guys are kind of putting in and practicing.
Did you not see that first goal? It
True,
was incredible.
The first goal was incredible, and that's what he's kind of used to doing, sitting downfield looking for redirects. So probably just muscle memory, I'd say. I mean, not used to just sitting in net.
Well, that is where he's dangerous, and that's where he did find himself later on in the day yesterday when he scored a couple of fantastic goals. But given the way that Heartless have been playing, their rotations have been solid. It feels like for Amphis, he hasn't had that opportunity to get too far forward just yet. Maybe an opportunity just yet, but once again, Chubb been very solid on the defense so far.
Yeah, really good patience there from Chubb. He was kind of caught out of position, as that was maybe a momentary open net. He was out of position once again there, Chubb, but I don't think Amphis realised he might have had a shot on net. Fades with the shot this time. Chubb able to make the save. Amphis looking for the close double, doesn't get connection, and you see again the Big Chook able to work his way out. Heartless, that was probably the last crack for Take Flight to launch a comeback. Only 50 seconds now, still needing 3. They've had a pretty strong game 1 here.
Another demo as well. Should be able to secure that as great 3-man effort coming out from Heartless. Maybe call it a 4-man effort actually, and reflecting in such a solid, dominant victory here. What are we thinking for Take Flight, CJ? What's gone wrong for them more than anything else?
They look pretty disconnected. I think I don't know if the communication's all that there. We saw some misplays and just not doing the fundamentals. They're kind of relying on the 1v3 sort of outplays as there's a good interception, perhaps a chance Chubb cutting across. I think Heartless just looked like the more connected team, and they found a counter-attack is Matthews. Well, unfortunately it doesn't matter, but they've channeled their inner Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, I'd say, with that shooting, as they having a bit of fun. And they've own goal. Okay, awesome. 2 own goals. OCE is fantastic.
Lads, we do not have a broadcast on Monday. We don't have a top 5 own goals tomorrow. We don't need that. But yeah, that's a pretty good contender. The old missed open net ×2 into the team bump into the own goal on a 0 second. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's I like it from the Big Chook as well. He saw his teammates but they just bumped each other in net and just wanted to exaggerate their mistake by slamming it home. 0 seconds, second goal for Take Flight. Won't matter at all. Obviously, they do take the first game win, but what a way to kick things off. Amphis getting dunked and then saying, no, Uno reverse. I'm not getting dunked, I'm scoring.
Did he have a flip reset there or what?
Yeah, I think it was like a ceiling reset, backboard double off the dunk. It's really impressive, to be honest, that he's hit that.
I've seen some good own goals. That has to be the best one I've ever seen. And, right off the back, it was just the previous goal that we had today was the Laxon own goal to finish off the Game 7 overtime. So we've just been spoiled for choice.
We do get spoiled around here. I mean, that is it's got to be the most mechanical own goal I think I've seen. I mean, we saw Laxon just absolutely drive the ball into the top corner, but just the mechanics on display from Amphis was beautiful to watch. OCE absolutely delivering. Can we get a 1 in the chat as well, whatever stream you're watching on, if you just think OCE is the most entertaining region in RLCS, because they are absolutely delivering for us here on Champ Sunday. This Paris split is looking ultra spicy, because I don't know if these teams are trolling us or they're going for maximum entertainment, but I'm all for it.
Let's hope that it continues, or maybe hope that it does clean up later on in the day at least. But For the moment, that's what we're all here for. Looks like everybody in the chat is having a good time as well. If you didn't know, it's on the Rocket League OCE channel here. We got the main channel, but we also have CJCJ's channel, and it's on YouTube, right? It's your CJCJ YouTube if you prefer watching over there as well. Yeah, we're not looking at that chat, so...
Yeah, well, I can glance at it every now and then. There's usually one person in there talking to themselves. There's a couple of people. Blind Bet, Cypress, hello, and Daisuke Chukasan said GG's in the chat after that insane Game 7. So shout out to all you guys. Back into this game. We've had a 2-second kickoff goal. So I think Take Flyte are back.
They're back, baby. Didn't take them long. You know, they're not going to own goal right at the very beginning of this game. They only do that once a series. And now they find themselves... Well, I always like seeing a team, once they are in the lead, how much more confident they tend to look. And maybe this is that time that Amphis will take a step forward as Chubb gets a good redirect, but no one there to turn that into a goal.
Yeah, weren't able to get that one to work. And you mentioned the YouTube stream before. I think YouTube kind of runs a little bit better maybe for the people that are watching on their TVs, kicking back on the couch in the lounge room. So if you are looking for an alternate platform, YouTube is there for you on my YouTube channel. But great start here for Take Flyte. Second best of 7, second quarter final here of Champ Sunday. Paris split, only sending one team to Paris. Perhaps an LCQ spot though on the line as well. So these two teams, it's the beauty of the first event of each split, Yummy. It's all ahead of you, and you have that confidence of what if we could be that team to represent OCE internationally.
Yeah, it also comes as a double-edged sword as teams that lose at this sort of 5th, 6th spot early on and find themselves feeling like they have no chance of making it to the major. That's how cutthroat it truly is in this region. So this does prove to be an important series. The top 4 is okay. Not great, but okay for the teams. But 5th, 6th is almost the death knell. Weirdly enough, Amphis doesn't want to have that happen again as a player who's been overseas so many times. There just should be a goal. It is 2-0 now for Take Flyte.
2-0 and just a strong bounce back from the greatest own goal we've ever seen. You can see Amphis just getting to work downfield. He's just causing problems for the defense there of Heartless. The big chook had to drive into net. He was worried about the bump near post and just created a little opening. Second goal on the board, Scrub getting to work.
I've always felt like that's been a common occurrence with Amphis. The first game, as it is more of a feeler, he doesn't want to play into that more aggressive position. He doesn't want to push too hard, and then as the series goes on, as he gains more confidence, he's willing to go at it a bit more.
Yeah, I think he needs to develop a bit of trust for his teammates as well. He wants to make sure they're feeling it. Once he knows that he's got the confidence there, then he, as you said, pushes downfield and gets a little bit more inventive, a little bit more creative with how he wants himself and his team to play. But this is an unusual spot so far in the series for Heartless. They had a pretty cruisy game 1, maybe a chance here. Fade's helping out the defense. Still half the game left, still time, but they do have to find 2.
You know, there's been a few moments here in front of net, CJ, that I've been thinking these would be incredible own goal scoring opportunities, and people have just been changing it up today in this last couple of games now, just switching it up with the strategy of hitting it away from your own goal. But there's one from Rooster, bringing it back. Just a 1-goal game now. He's
always clutched the big chook, but this was set up by Chubb. He had a free shot, and instead he went for that close wall touch. It just completely caused havoc, caused panic for Take Flyte in net. Scrub hits it off his own backboard and ends up passing it basically to the chook, who's ready to clean up. They found their first, and now they can kind of settle. They don't have to panic, and a lot of time left. There's a huge mistake. Talk us through this one.
There's not much to talk about here, CJ. It's a kickoff. Chubb just goes, I'll just get a first touch on this. I'll follow it up. Oops, I've accidentally hit it too hard. And that's all it takes to get a goal, apparently.
Just getting a little bit antsy. Take Flyte didn't have to. They had the 1-goal lead. I don't know why they were so desperate to get the ball out of net, but now you start looking at a tie ball game, looking at the scoreboard as well, as Matthew nearly gets the dunk on net. It has been 9 shots to 5 in favour of Heartless. So really, they have had the quantity of pressure and shots on net, which is not looking good for Take Flyte. I don't know how they've really just choked this lead that they seemingly got reasonably easy.
It seems so comfortable for most of this game. And at least for now, Amphis continues his tirade and will make sure that they have the lead once again, but they can't throw it away with 1 minute 40 remaining.
They absolutely can. We've already seen it.
They can't afford to throw it away. Sorry, they are able to do so.
They definitely can and may, as we'll see what happens here. Matthew, just with 82 points looking at the scoreboard, needs to get a little bit more involved. I've seen the offense as he is sitting in net now, looking for that close 50. Scrub, a lot of value. 250s back-to-back on the same plays. The big chook looks to control things. Less than 90 seconds left. You can see right now Heartless trying to play a little bit more direct on net. They're starting to think about that clock. They just need to find one again. They clawed their way, and it's such a great effort to get back to a tie ball game, but another mistake in net means they're at a deficit.
There will be a chance here for Scrub to just keep going for his 50s. He's so good at them. That's why he has always been at the top. Fades almost finds the goal. Now it is the breakaway. Chubb gets the boost. He's got the player on him, but it doesn't matter. Fades was breathing down his neck all the way, but he just kept firing forward. Just avoiding the sparks, but still no demo.
And the bump came through on Scrub as well. He had to kind of hold his line near post. Take Flyte refuse to keep a lead. They love the scores being level. Another bit of a misplay, but well done to Heartless. They want to keep staying involved. They're not panicking and they're getting opportunities on net.
Oh, that could have been a goal if Amphis struck true. He just sort of goes off to the side for that one. Chubb looking for the pinch. Doesn't quite get the power that he'd like. That's a pre-jump from Amphis. What has he got on the follow-up? Nothing too much, but he does get a 50. Try to get this game a win in the last 30 seconds, but still just being back and forth for now.
It's a massive game here for Take Flyte to go 2-0 down. The confidence of Heartless, if they are able to grab a couple game lead in this series, would be huge. Amphis with space. He's only got 20-30 boosts to work with. It's Chubb now looking to control things. Bit of a low first touch. You have to worry about the dunk, but the touch in the end hasn't favoured Take Flyte. Here's a touch, perhaps a shot coming through. Fades does well to Take Flyte want the ground. You betcha. We get overtime, game 2.
OT, an important one, as you said. Take Flyte have had a couple of dicey moments early and off the kickoff, but you'd normally expect them to be the stronger team on the kickoffs, with Amphis really emphasizing those strategies. Here we go, Amphis with an opportunity, just goes for the soft touch, and he's in the defense now for Heartless. Chubb can't get it past anyone, no matter what. They cannot get the clear. Take Flyte still searching, and that's not a good clear either. They are still stuck in defense.
Having to do a lot with low boost, but they do find a huge 50 downfield. Matthew looking to just take his time, try and find a dunk. Scrub, where are we going here? He's used 100 boost to go to the other side of the field and hand the ball to the big chook with 100 off the ceiling. Throws it on net. The dunk comes through. Huge save from Amphis.
It almost feels like it was a long game earlier. That whoa! Why is that net open?
I think Chubb expected this redirect to come through to the big chook at 100 boost, but Scrub just found an enormous redirect on there. Hit it on the full from 2/3 of the pitch. 49 seconds of overtime at all it took, and Take Flyte every time they, got matched, got leveled by this Heartless team. They found another gear. Really odd series. A lot of shots straight on net. Heartless there. Well, Matthew only had 98 points. Doesn't look good when Chubb's got 700, yummy.
Yeah. Maybe Chubb's just having a great series, but Matthew, it's never easy when one of your teammates aren't getting involved enough. And I just felt like there was multiple goals there for both sides where it was just sort of taking a shot and nobody was really prepared for that. And I'll have to see some of this team play coming back in.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Matthew, particularly after that game 1. We saw him get that lovely little pop reset, solo play goal, but then you see game 2, 98 points. He did get 3 shots on the board, but donuts with saves and not really getting involved with any assist of his name as well. So that's a positive, I'd say. They still went close, went to overtime, and Matthew was unable to really get involved at all into that game too. So if he's able to step up, I think they should be all good here.
He had that fantastic goal in game 1, Matthew, the air drill or the flip reset into the extra touch. That could be an impact play later on in the series, but we head to a game 3 now, equalised between the two teams. practically, as they say, CJ, a best of 5.
Yeah, it's, well, as any good caster would call out the obvious, and back to a best of 5 now. We'll see if Heartless can bounce back. I'm on Matthew watch. You saw the mechanics come out in game 1. See if he can bring it back here in game 3. Take Flyte looking pretty good though. Ampha's getting involved down the other end, and looks like the mechanics are warming up. Perhaps they didn't have that warm-up scrim. A best of 7 does give you enough time to work your way into the series.
Yeah, a couple of good moments as well from Scrub, I would say, as that one's in. A little bit of awkward positioning from the backboard, as Fades didn't even have any boost here, but Rooster's expected a lot more, I guess.
Yeah, just too much aura, I think, on that front post from Fades. He had absolutely 0 boost. There was too much respect given from the Chook. Just had to challenge at some point, but it was a nice fake from Fades to go underneath. And once again, similar to game 2, it's an early goal for Take Flyte.
It's a level of confidence that is dangerous. They could carry it away. Take Flyte. They do have that offensive firepower. Matthew does win the race on one. That's the impact that they need coming out from that young lad. And Matthew, just a little bit too slow on the draw as Amphas beats him to it.
Scrub, nice catch. Pops over one. Fades was looking for the redirect. Amphas actually going to stay downfield. He gets a close double as well. There's the shot. Chubb actually saved by Amphas, and Scrub got a little bit too close to get the follow. Heartless certainly got out of jail a little bit there as the clear goes downfield, but feels like they've kind of just taken a step back into this series. It's certainly been controlled by the likes of Amphas pushing downfield and Scrub getting involved as well. 3-man machine here for Take Flyte. Certainly more impressive than what we perhaps saw yesterday.
It definitely feels like both teams have sort of been bitten a bit too much about the easy goals that they've let in, and you can see some deeper rotations now from both teams, always looking to cover the net, so they can't be surprised by one big touch. And that is probably going to lead to a lower scoring game at this rate, as Matthew almost got the bump there, and that could have opened up the goal, but Ampha's very good at avoiding it.
Yeah, he's done well to keep the ball in this attacking third. That's a nice reset. Thought Scrub might have had the goal, but it's just touched the crossbar. It's not find the back of the net. The demo coming through. A lot more off-ball activity. They're just looking on right now. There's the bump with the fake, but Scrub just completely whiffed the shot with 100 boost.
I think he was trying to go for the dunk, go for the 50, and yet nobody touched it, so he missed it as well. Now that should have been a 2-0 lead there for Take Flyte. It may go the other way. Scrub avoids the bump again there. Wily to the ways of the Heartless physical game as a double commit comes out. Rooster may still be able to follow up despite being bumped out. And the Memphis, he wants to make that a 2-0 lead.
Chubbs missed the touch. Could be a free shot. You can see Scrub coming in just a little bit late. Memphis turns on ball. He spent a lot of time downfield. He's bringing back that peak power ground 0 Memphis form that we do. Well, I didn't love playing against it, but sure the OCE community did know and love back in the day. As Chubb throws it forward, you can just see 0 boost pretty much across the board here from Heartless, apart from the big Chook. He's able to keep this one himself. He looks at the drop down pass, but that boost comes back to bite Heartless as both members have, or both his teammates, should I say, have rotated out.
We speak about boost as well, and I feel like that's been the biggest problem watching Matthew. That he's been using way too much of it on the counter just to even get up some speed. See if he can find some ways to just maintain a little bit of that, so that when he's close on the play, he can have more impact. Now he's mostly just been trying to use whatever momentum he has to get some bumps, and I think that could have been an open net as well, CJ.
Yeah, there's another chance. Going begging for Heartless. Here's Matthew. Nice pass to Rooster, intercepted. Just there, as you can see, by Scrub, who finds the pinch downfield as well. Matthew trying to be wide on this, instead leaves it for Rooster. So I'm going to keep the ball close. I like the control. Finds the 50 this time. Amphas, nice little fake underneath. Doesn't find the 50. Chubb with space. What can he do with it? He's trying to find Matthew, who's just shat flat on the spot. Just panicked to touch, got caught out, and now they've all overcommitted. Chubb's got 0 boost. Could be a goal. He's done well to make the save.
Man, that was another golden opportunity. Going begging for Heartless. They're almost setting up the opportunities now, but they're not executing them as well, and that may be the difference between the experience of Take Flyte and Heartless in these scenarios. As Rooster this time backflips, and they will just take a straight shot from one end to the other, but Take Flyte not going to be caught out this time. They only have to hold out for another half a minute.
I like the close touch from Rooster. He's looking for the bump. Underneath is Chubb, but he doesn't find the bump, the big chook. Matthew looks to control, 18 seconds. Only one last crack here for Heartless. That's a nice demo. He stole the boost as well. He's straight back on the ball. My goodness, I couldn't see anything with my camera angle. Direct to Cam. What are you doing? The 50's coming across. 5 seconds left. Just a 1-goal game. Scrub looking to get this ball down. Heartless trying to keep the ball up. The demo comes through. Take Flyte, take the lead in the series.
And a much cleaner game from everyone all around, but maybe that favours Take Flyte in the end, as Phage was the only one able to find the net. Did see some good opportunities, in particular from Chubb later on in that game, but Heartless are struggling to execute now.
Yeah, they're not exactly finding the best opportunities, or they are creating those chances, as you mentioned, Yomi, but then kind of just panicking, rushing themselves. We saw the backflip on the spot there from Matthew, and unfortunately, when they are in defense, they are just struggling to read this Take Flyte team. They're battling with the likes of Ampher sitting downfield, looking for bumps, looking for redirects, stealing boost in that offensive third. So a few things for Heartless to work on, but it's only 2-1. An important game coming up here, game 4.
And a round of applause as well to Matthew, who did manage to more than double his points from the previous game, despite only being a 1-goal game. But that's because of the defense that they put on. Lots of saves all around for the Heartless roster. But no timeout called just yet for them. They're still confident in their ability to win here, Heartless. And as we said, it is just an execution thing. So maybe it's just about getting their coach Fluxy to calm them down.
Yeah, we do see OCE teams often struggle to find the timeout button. And usually the golden rule is you lose 2 in a row, you call a timeout. I think they've got things all sorted, though. I wouldn't like to see them 3-1 down. It's a pretty tough position to come back from in a best-of-7. We'll see if they can tie this series up, or if Take Flyte, they're going to continue on. That's a great play, though. There we go. Don't worry about the timeout. 12 seconds in, they score.
Yeah, and it's, of course, Chubb finishing it off, but Rooster gets a miracle 50-50 that he's able to follow up on. And I call it a miracle 50, but he seems to be able to do that on the regular.
Yeah, it's been the Chubb-Chook combo, really. The 1-2 punch. I'd like to order that if I was getting takeout on a Friday night. I think that'd be pretty tasty with some chippies as well. But Matthew not getting too involved in the offense, just having to hold down the defense. If they're going to get to work, though, those two, he doesn't have to do too much, just has to play a solid game of his own part. Speaking of solid, that was all but. That was fully liquid there from the Chook. What on earth just happened? Matthew finds the clear. They get out of trouble.
As long as he doesn't lose the gas, as Rooster has been so instrumental to this roster in this series so far. They have the 1-goal lead, which they've struggled to get in the last 2 games. Obviously made a large difference as well, as Chubb tries to carry it away from Matthew.
Oh,
man, that's awkward. That's going to be a goal. No, Matthew does get back in time, and that's where we expect Matthew to have the most impact.
you can see the Chook nearly set that up for a double tap into the net and then realised that he had to actually get it to the wall, and he was in the wrong end of the pitch. Fortunately, not in the back of the net there for Heartless. Still a 1-goal lead, minute 20 gone. Chubb downfield, redirect on net. Ampher out of the roof with 0 boost as well. It's a great pass comes through. Chubb just not quite respecting it. Thought the intercept was coming through.
And Chubb may have been able to get a little bit more of an angle of it, just like that from Amphis. This is why he's so deadly.
Look at this. That's a reset double off the corner with no space at all to work with. Absolutely disgusting play there from Amphis to find the equaliser. If he keeps playing like that, could be series over.
That was so good that even Matthew gave him a nice shot. It just shows how impressive. Just so little time to react, and this might be another one from Scrub with Amphis getting the bump. It is 2-1 out of nowhere. Take Flyte were down a goal and instantly back in the lead.
Yeah, Take Flyte after that Amphis goal. I think that just gives confidence to the teammates. This time Scrub gets to work. He fakes the reset. Extra pop into that top right corner over the top of 2. And they are looking nice right now.
Exactly what you want to see for Take Flyte. The team that struggled so much in the first split that they took some time off. Maybe went and searched for themselves again. And maybe these are the signs of exactly what we should have been able to see from this roster from the get-go. Still a little bit of journey here, but a lead for now. 3 minutes left on the clock. Now it's a breakaway, but Scrub was there.
That's what Amphis can do. He hits an insane reset off the corner, top bins, to then just completely going under the ball, whiffing it. You're going to get both sides for Amphis. That's why we love him. Entertainment at its finest, as he does find the 50 this time. Matthew having to track back the big chook underneath Scrub, loses that 50, but it might work out here for Heartless. The pass across, intercepted by Fades. He's gone off the ceiling to himself, 0 boost to work with. Can someone challenge once again? They're expecting the world from this guy on the ball. He didn't have any boost at all.
Yeah, it feels like with the pecking order, Rooster always number 1 on the ball, out of defense. Has to be a almost ball chasey role for them at that end, as he doesn't have any boost. None of them have any boost, and that actually is going to cause probably some issues here if Take Flight can keep them pinned in. Amphis turns around, not even knowing that they had drained the reserves. Now Chubb hits the backboard. This should be an open net. Matthew, please.
He had to get around Amphis slightly, but still, that's an opportunity gone begging. It's what we spoke about in the previous game as well, Yummy. They're getting chances, they're creating space for each other, but that finishing touch is just not quite on, as we often do see in OCE.
A little frustrated by that pass from Matthew as well. Cut off his own teammate. Didn't have much boost. Didn't quite get the power that you want. Now Chubb's missing. It's becoming contagious here for Heartless. It's heart disease at the moment. They'll see if they can even get one on the board to get themselves back on equal footing.
Huge pinch. Fades though. Makes the touch. Matthew. It's going to be in a momentary one-on-one as Amphis fakes low. Finds the 50 on Chubb, who does scoop up that corner boost. 1 minute left, should I say. Pinch down. Anybody there? Matthew. I think he just expected something else. Now there's the pass. Have they overcommitted? The chalk has come up huge. The keeper, the ball in. Chubb respected as well. They had to go for it. They threw the kitchen sink and they deliver.
Free jump from Rooster. Chubb to finish it off. And, well, I would have thought Matthew could have put on a good shot at the very beginning, but as we've talked about, constantly on low boost in the offensive half, Matthew. And now Heartless find themselves tied again. Such an important next goal. This could be the decider of the series.
Chubb off the roof with a reset. Matthew, he's going to turn out. He's got 0 boost, just backs off. Scrub cuts, Fades with 100. Amphis is in that corner position. Once again, Scrub got caught underneath the Chubb, should I say. Throwing it across now. Amphis scoops up the 100 boost. They're looking to keep control, take flight all over Heartless, who right now I think they're just settling for an overtime, but the pinch. What's happened here?
Amphis, little bit of a gifty. He got so much out of that first play.
It's another own
goal. He got
goal.
bumped by Matthew, and that's helped out.
That's the Hunter own goal from our top 5 fails in the pre-show all over again. I think he's kind of just been bumped into it. Amphis might have got the extra touch, but kind of looked like Matthew just got pushed into it. 13 seconds now. This could be a costly game. Lost 3-1 on the horizon here for Take Flight. There's the 50. Fades. Just going to fade. Just going to buy time. Trying to play smart. Chubb, is this it? One last crack. Takes it up. Low boost. It's a fake, but the big chook didn't realise. Take Flight. 3-1.
Yeah, he must have called that he was going to go for the double originally, and that means Take Flight and now well and truly in the lead. You have to think, given how close that game was, that the timeout should have been called earlier, but they have called it now, CJ.
Yeah, they had to try and nullify and fix things with an extra 90 seconds, 2 minutes to work things through, to have a chat. But yeah, that Amphis goal was probably, well, we had some great goals actually yesterday, but this Amphis goal might be, I think it is. I'm going to call it. I think that's goal of the tournament so far. Goal of the split. By default as well, just a ridiculous reset play. Yeah, Take Flight looking pretty good, Yummy. I just think Heartless, they love equalising and then throwing it away.
I still prefer the Gus Bus goal with the triple tap, but we'll give that a close one. But in terms of difficulty of executing, that being so close, I look at that again, and it's so surprising that goal, that pinched that way towards the net off that bump from the defender, because he was coming from goal side of the ball, but that's just how physics works, I guess.
Yeah, just kind of got it just over the top of him. And I think it then was like a bump of the two cars that skimmed it back into the post. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and that's what Take Flight are getting. They are creating their own luck as well, though. At the same time, it's been a pretty good series so far. It hasn't been... Well, we have had some crazy own goals. I was going to say it hasn't been as chaotic as the first.
It's been a while, though. It feels like it's been forever since the last own goal. Come on, guys. We need a few more.
Well, Matthews kind of was an own goal. And I think we need to go to the review, perhaps, when we do bring that up for the next event in a couple of weeks' time. But Take Flight in the box seat. They get a timeout here, Heartless, just to talk things through. What do we need to see a shift from? Do we need to see Matthew get involved more? Because it's kind of just been Chubb and Rooster as the 1-2 punch up top.
I keep talking about it with Matthew. The reason he's been making mistakes is because whenever he's driving forward, I feel like he just holds down boost. By the time he's got to the other end, he's got nothing in the tank. It means that he can't get a good shot on. It means he can't challenge the ball. He can't get into a better position for a 50. Realistically, that's all I'd like to see, is just for him to be almost more relaxed, so he's not trying to get in on the ball as quickly as he possibly can.
See if they can shift things up. See if the timeout can do just that. Or if Take Flight can close things in 5. After that game 1, it has been primarily a Take Flight dominated series, but still close games in amongst a lot of lead changes as well. Fade's looking to push downfield. That's a nice intercept from the big chook. So he needs to grow in confidence. He has faked out Amphis as well. So that 50 will work out for Matthew. Straight on the scene. Fades with the intercept. Rooster underneath. Chubb is flying for... Perhaps they were just told to pick up the pace or something yummy, but we are seeing some double commits early from Heartless.
Yeah, they are certainly going full throttle, and it hasn't worked out for them at all. Matthew left on an island by himself, faced backwards, and you can't have that against Fades.
Yeah, he's just going to swallow that one up. He found that bottom left. He just got the angle, created the gap on the left side to get the 50 that he wanted. Fades just, 42 seconds into this one, gets the first goal on the board, and it's not what you want to see off the timeout, Heartless. Sometimes you just need to see something find the back of the net, but the back of the net is only blue at the moment. It's in the wrong end for Heartless as Take Flight find another one. Chubb doesn't get the touch, and Fades just completely clears the net.
Another strong 50. That's the winning strategy. I feel like if you win 50s in your opponent's half, you will be likely to score goals, as Fades did all the work to open up that net, and he has been an underrepresented player here for Take Flight, so good to see him having a good start to this game.
Here's Rooster, who has been pretty quiet. He scored that, well, had that love of the assist at the start of the previous game, but haven't quite seen him get to work. Haven't seen Matthew do much at all since that game 1 solo play. Rooster just gets completely faked out now. It's big trouble. They've completely fallen apart. Take Flight 3-0.
Now they truly are Heartless. I can't see them having the confidence now. As, well, fair enough to get faked out by Amphis there. Every day of the week you're expecting him to hit that flip reset, and 3-0 now for Take Flight. It's an incredibly difficult position, but I will say, CJ, I do sometimes like these situations to see what a team like Heartless truly do have when they know that they need to be scoring a lot of goals and scoring them quickly.
They've got to go for it now. Chubb looking for the solo. It's off the roof. Nice cut from Fades. They're just looking a little bit more in sync than Heartless. Less double commits, but there's a fake. Is here a chance? Scrub. Turboos finds the 50. Just in net is Amphis, who's completely whiffed. Rooster is able to walk it in. It was going in anyway. They do get one back.
This is what we expected after game 1. Probably one of the slower shots. I'm almost sad that Rooster got the extra touch, because it probably would have been rolling in at 40 Ks. But now that is the opportunity, the little opening that Heartless needed.
They just need to find the back of the net once, as you said, for confidence. But Amphis doesn't find the back of the net. Had a free double. It was barred down, but not in. Fades has whiffed that. Amphis helping out. Could have almost called game there, Amphis, but Heartless staying in it.
Impressive and important there for Chubb, who have made the save. Fades went up with 0 boost, probably just to try and fake out the opposition, and even still, Take Flight in this opposing half. They don't want to settle with just 3 goals for this game. searching for more. Chubb, great pass over to Matthew. What can Matthew do? He's being given everything. He goes to the bump. Chubb goes for the double. Everybody there on Take Flight is still in defense.
Great save from Scrub. That should have just been a shot. The backboard was the only thing defended. The net was free off the bump, but he went for the double touch instead. Just the wrong option. Should have shot low there. And these opportunities are few and far between. Still half the game left. They need to find two. They've been in this position before. That's a great intercept. Matthew throws on net. They found two.
Love that from Matthew. Great positioning, great awareness. Fades was thinking he's going to get the pass on. Instead, Matthew pushing forward, ready for an intercept of his own. And now he's back to just one goal, ladies and gentlemen.
Just one and so much time. Scrub. Kickoff lost. Straight to Heartless. We're able to scoop up those mid boosts. More demos coming through though. It's just Rooster on the attack. Scrub just had to be worried about the dunk. Avoids two in fact. And Matthew's low boost last. Amphis is downfield as well. He's got the redirect on net. Pre-flip. Ridiculousness.
He's incredible in that forward half. Amphis, oh my god, that flip. That is an incredible piece of timing to back up his double off the corner earlier in the series. That's why he's so good.
The arrogance to wait on the backboard, on the sidewall with zero boost downfield. And he just said, hit me, I'll do the rest. Now Scrub is looking for the fake. He's walked around Matthew. Hasn't found the net, but has kept the ball. At least in the offense for now, for this Take Flight team. Is that the goal that calls game, calls series?
Matthew no boost, but maybe able to pick up some, and fortunately for him that does slow it down, makes it so that the defense can all get back. Look at all three members of Take Flight making sure that they do not give up 2 goals, they do not give up the game and potentially the series. They've got it in their hands right now as Fades gets a good 50, keeps control of it, and even tries to keep the pressure on.
Just to launch downfield, just to get field position there for Take Flight. Once again, feels like every time they've needed to find a couple of goals. They love playing from behind somehow, though. Matthew does get one back, and they're still in it.
Like that from Rooster, slowed it down because his opponents were both facing backwards. He didn't want to rush it. That opened up the opportunity for it to become a bump play. Now 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Is it going to be the Amphis Heroics that win the game, or can Heartless just find one more hero moment of their own in order to get themselves back in?
It's now or never. It's do or die. Top 4 on the line. Semi-final spot on the line as well. Winner of this match will go on to take on Wildcard for a spot in the grand final. Right now it's looking like Take Flight. Some mistakes are coming through. It's just Amphis who throws it on net. He's doing it all himself. And it's 5-3.
It's really been a story as well of 50s coming out for Take Flight. That's a ridiculous one where Amphis stayed behind the ball twice, came off his car, he reacted well. And another lesson that you cannot let Amphis into your back lines, as it looks like Take Flight should be able to win the series here.
30 seconds, you'd think so, but we have seen chaos before. You can never count OCE out. That could be... It was just an open net, surely. Okay, there it is. There is one that was so confident that Rooster just decided not to shoot it. But they find the back of the net. 25 seconds, Yummy. Here we go.
Every time I think that Take Flight has secured it, it's been unsecured again. Unlocked, Heartless. Now have to have a wonderful kickoff. Feel like just to try and have the best chance of scoring a goal here. Rooster just takes that to the wall, and it means a possession here for Take Flight. 15 seconds remaining. Nerves have to be high for Heartless. They've got to throw everything at it now.
They're still overcommitting a touch here. Take Flight. Fades is going to be slowed back. Scrub is pre-jumping in the middle. Amphis is getting bumped as well. The big chook wants that mid-booster spawn. Doesn't get it. He throws it up. It's over Amphis. Fades able to help out. Needs to find the ground. Can he find the ground? The ball will stay alive, but it's in the wrong end. The big chook doesn't have boost. He wants help. He throws it across. Amphis finds the dunk. Chubb just pops it off the wall to keep it up and throws it middle. Amphis with the pre-jump. Will this be it? Can Chubb keep it up? He can. It's been up for 15, 20 seconds now as Heartless just throwing everything at this. There's the pass across, but Fades intercepts. Take Flight. Take the series.
An important one is looking like a potential chance there for Heartless to score that 0-second goal, but take Flyte. Just hold their nerves. Make sure that they get back into their place that they belong, into the semi-finals.
They look strong. They didn't get the job done, didn't make the most of their opportunity yesterday in that upper bracket final against Team Power, but now they get a crack against Wildcard, a different team, and the number 2 team, I guess you could say, at least when you're looking at the point standings. We'll see if they can bring that form into a semi-final, but, well, there's only 4 teams left here in our first event of OCE for Paris Split.
Only 4 teams, the 4 teams that we did expect to be going through as well, though had a few dicey moments in terms of those decisions, but take Flyte also had their dicey moment. The one the game that they lost was at the very beginning with the own goal from Amphis. But we talk about it all the time. The longer the series goes on, the more he seems to warm up, the more aggressive he seems to get. Scrub, solid as a rock. As I said throughout the series, 50s were winning the games more often than not, and Scrub was the best at them.
Yeah, I mean, Amphis is just, I have to call him out again. He scored some ridiculous goals. Sitting downfield, his defense was a little bit questionable. He flew under the ball a little more times than you would like if you're a Take Flyte fan, but overall, they looked great. I thought Heartless probably had a disappointing effort there. Perhaps, Champ Sunday nerves got to them a little bit. They didn't look as connected as what we saw yesterday in that lower bracket final. But top 6 isn't a bad start for a team looking to crack into that top 4, perhaps top 2 as well. They'll have to bounce back for OCE Open 5. But that's it from our lower, well, I guess they're all lower bracket matches now. They're all single eling from now on. We're into the top 4, Yummy. We've got 3 matches left. And our first semi-final coming up after this break will be Power, the reigning OCE representatives, taking on the reigning OCE champions, the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. See you after the break.
from our producer. It's going to throw Hazard under the bus for that one. But hey, we've had a couple of own goals today. I think Hazard probably catching on to the OCE bug and has scored a sort of own goal himself there. Look, we've done two of the series today. The quarterfinals in the lower bracket are complete. We move on to the semifinals now. Oh, we've had some interesting matches, haven't we, Yummy?
Yeah, we certainly have. And we can pretend that they never happened now. We just start the tournament here in the top four. Everything's going to be sensible from now on, right, Formal?
Stuff as before, we are really nailing it. Yeah, the top four teams, as said before, all top seeds, making it where they're supposed to be. No more hiccups, clean stream, nothing going wrong.
Bloody hell, guys. Hazard's like, as we're about to come, he's like, I'm playing the wrong video. Oh my god. And then there's like things, all of a sudden it's our faces.
Yep.
And now Formal can't even unmute himself. It's got ridiculous, guys. We've had own goals from the players. We've got own goal from Hazard, own goal from Formal now. At least, Monty, you and I are perfect.
Yeah, we've never made a mistake as far as I can remember. So awesome stuff from us. But yeah, into the semi-finals now. As you said, the top four teams that were, well, seeded top four teams or expected top four teams, because Take Flyte obviously had some hiccups last split, but they've made their way through into it. Take Flyte looked pretty good against Heartless. The Bulldogs looked, well, they didn't look amazing against Nerve. They did take an own goal in Game 7. Max has been pretty down on them in the green room, I'm going to be honest. What are we thinking about that earlier series? How does it carry over to now, Max?
I worry for the Bulldogs. I worry greatly because Power arguably looked like the most disciplined, the cleanest team before, and the Bulldogs have been anything but yummy. It's been chaos. It's been post shot after post shot after post shot, and they were a sicky moment away from not even making it to this semifinal. I don't know if they're a top 4 or top 5 team right now.
I think it seems clear in their current form that they're not, but we saw it in the last split, we saw it in the last event. The Bulldogs can kind of flick a switch. I don't know if they'll be able to do it between series, but it's certainly possible that they can bring a completely new playstyle. They can throw Power off. That being said, Power looked really good yesterday, so they are going to have to step up.
Yeah, at this point, we probably don't even need to introduce the rosters. The representatives for OCE at Boston, the reigning champions of OCE as well. The one thing that really stands out to me here is the fact that the Bulldogs just never seem to call timeouts unless it's for comical reasons, like we saw from them in the grand final last Open, where they called it after winning games. Freaky on Power.
That wasn't comical. That was them learning their lesson after they previously bombed out or threw the games after being on match point. They called it when they got on match point. It made sense.
The main point here I'm making is that Freaky is a coach for Power, and they're probably going to call timeouts if things go wrong, but I'm not sure if things are going to go wrong. I am feeling very heavy on Power here, but I'm going Bulldogs because I said I'm not going to predict against them. So, I've gone for the Bulldogs. Yummy, what are you thinking?
Thinking that you've been hanging around formal too much and you're hedging your bets. I think Power will win, but I'm gonna anyway. I've got Power. That's just the obvious choice. We'll be on Power.
There is that part of me that does think it would be the most OCE thing ever if the Bulldogs just come through and sweep this series, but it's not going to happen. Power is going to win this one. I wouldn't be surprised if Power actually 4-0s this based on the form we've seen from the Bulldogs, Monty. Falling on the sword is not as fun as you think it is, all right? Trust me on this one. I've done it enough times. I don't know where you're going with this.
The form of the Bulldogs. They just won a classic OCE Game 7. I've got absolutely no clue what you're talking about. The reigning champions of OCE. The Boston representatives of OCE. Okay, maybe they're slightly, more favored off the back of that own goal, but I don't know. It's the reigning champs. It's against the Boston representatives for OCE. Bulldogs, Power. Let's get into it.
Thanks for the clean intro, Moni. As we head into the first semi-finals of the day, we talk about how important these matches, how big the Paris Major is going to be. This is where you start booking your tickets to the Paris Major.
Exactly. If you want to be in that hunt, really anything less than a top 2 finish is unacceptable. One spot on the line, you've got to be winning these things when it's all said and done. And the last time these two teams faced on stream, it was that Regional 3 final. And as much as we're kind of joking about it now, it was the Bulldogs turnaround that did it. The reverse sweep. It was an exciting finals. Granted, Power had already qualified for the major at that time, but it's something about the Bulldogs. Maybe it is tough to write them off, but they need to show us a lot more than what they've done so far in this event.
We did see a couple of moments in that last series where Hunter in particular had that step up, and he was so fundamental to their victory in the last event, to not just the grand finals, but all of them. Obviously, Caleb, he's had a really strong showing over the last year or so, putting up his name, but 1 year is not very much. It's a first goal again.
It's something about this region, man. Granted, super lucky. I thought he had it off that touch right there, but Kaka on the rotate back. I'm not expecting Lockie to miss it, surely. Ball bounces off his hood. And second game in a row, first point is an own goal.
Oh, my goodness. Look, it's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. It hits another highlight. We've already got enough goals for the next event and our lowlights own goal package that we need to put together for that. And from now on, highlights only.
I just am remembering back as well to the series yesterday versus Wildcard opened with a Kaka own goal as well, and the Bulldogs were never able to recover from that one. So hopefully things look a little bit better, Caleb. Too close for comfort off the double touch on their own backboard, but as a whole, things not looking settled for the Bulldogs, actually. A swing and a miss from Hunter allows Power to keep the pressure on.
Yesterday, we saw the Gus bus absolutely popping off. They haven't had to do that just yet. That's going to be a player that the Bulldogs will need to watch out for. Normally, I'd sort of be talking about Fibre at this point in time, but he's been taking a bit more of a back seat of late. Right now, stuck in the midfield for both of these teams. Fiber can't get it past Caleb either, and it's going to end up being a shot on Caleb, potential bump, but not quite.
I always do love it too when we do get to see the Gus versus Caleb matchup. These two players, again, they have a history teaming with each other as they were climbing through the bubble scenes, up the ranks, reset, Lockie, saved by Caleb on the line, but they played so well together, and then when they play against each other, it does feel like they bring the best out of each other as opponents as well. So, yes,
or is it just a betrayal or more?
Maybe.
The old physicist roster, you can't even call them a bubble team. They were the original team that took down what is now the Wildcard roster, I guess you'd say. You know, Torsos and Fever in that roster, as well as Banana Head, I believe, at the time. And well, now they are versing each other. Both of them having incredible amounts of success in their own right, but it's been Gus, the one that has found the more so. Maybe it's time for Caleb to shine.
It would be great for Caleb and the Bulldogs to do that. Of course, Gus, hot off his first ever major, which it's still kind of crazy to think because he had been on part of so many good rosters since leaving the Physicists, but it was always that, you know, one spot away, that one match away. Got to that major as off the defender, Kaka finds the equalizing touch.
Not the common thing you see, Kaka being first man on the ball and managing to get a very strong 50 over Super Lockie, who, well, defensively, usually hard to break. So that's an important goal for the Bulldogs, and argue a lot more clean after the first own goal.
Very smooth, very nice, and a timely equalizer, but now it's Gus's turn to try and make something happen. Gets close to Hunter, not quite around it. Pinch will create space for the attack. Hunter winds up underneath the ball. Kaka winds up in it, but it nearly goes to the opposition. Gus doing what he can to give his team some space to settle. Now Lockie has a chance across the middle. Kaka reads it. Fiber stays back. Double commit from the defense. Ball gets behind the two, but not the third. Gus runs it back to the midfield, and both these teams struggling really to get it out of these midfield jams.
Yeah, certainly a lot of high ball that is forcing just an aerial 50. This one almost getting past Hunter, has to just try and tidy it up. Make sure that it doesn't go into their net as we head towards potential overtime here. 56 seconds left on the clock, and kind of alluding to the same thing. They're both playing pretty carefully so far. Does make it so those misses, you can get away with them a little bit more, because usually having two teammates behind you to cover.
Yeah, still not something we want to be seeing, though, in the early stages of this game. Shots on, saved by Caleb. Well placed by Fiber. Caleb that little bit faster. Keep the score tied for now. 30 seconds in regulation. Here comes Kaka. Can't get it around Fiber. Follow up there from Gus and the defense. Now Fiber. Only one teammate behind after the demo. Still takes it to the net where Caleb was waiting with the save again.
Caleb's going to try and get that one past. Roof pinch over from Kaka, but no teammate on the side there. Still, given they've had that chance in the attack, they want to try and lead towards a goal, but now it's awkward. Hunter has to just put this on the ground because Super Lockie is circling. Caleb up against Gus. It's Gus to win. Fiber puts it forward, and Gus with no boost. Maybe if he could have got the bump there, it would have been okay. And actually, it stays up. This is a chance for Caleb, just off the defender and then the post.
Super Lockie nearly putting it in his own net, but we've had enough of that silliness to go straight into it here in OT. The last time, we all know how that ended for the Bulldogs. They got the win, albeit with a little bit of help. We'll see how this game one falls. Caleb with the first real clean touch. Has a chance to take it down the middle off the roof. Can't get to the ball again before Gus gets a wheel on it. Follow from Kaka, denied by Lockie. And now Power will get a chance on the attack.
Well, Super Lockie's starting to look in the zone. And that's in the end zone. Super Lockie burst of 50 into the follow-up double. And it's over the top of Caleb.
Yeah, beautiful second touch right there. Looked in control the entire way. Caleb just didn't quite have the resources to contest off that backboard the way he would have liked. And Power, maybe not as dominant as a showing as yesterday would have suggested, but again, even when the games are tied, Yummy, it just feels like Power, outside of that one whiff, they felt in control the entire game.
And also, I'm very happy to see Super Lockie having such an impactful performance. We sort of used to see it all the time, and it's not always a flashy performance, but it's incredibly impactful in terms of both holding the defense, getting a lot of 50s, and then those solo plays when necessary. And he started off this series with that same shape in mind. So great signs here for Power, as they're not just going to be thinking about this series, they're actually thinking about how do we win the entire event. So couldn't have got off to a better start.
Yeah, and it still was similar to that same reserve style that we saw against Take Flight as well, where they're not the most aggressive team anymore. They are a little bit more passive, maybe a little bit more reactive, but fundamentally strong. And as you mentioned, Super Lucky and Gus as well, I kind of want to put into that hat, just in terms of just consistency, finding the right challenges, the right angles. A relatively quiet performance from Fiber, did what was needed from him, but knowing that that's still in the back pocket as well tells me that Power maybe has some more to give, and we'll see if the Bulldogs can find something more as well. They do not want to go 2 games down.
It was similar there yesterday with Fiber having more of a reserve performance, and he's always preferred to play more from the third man role, and only really takes over when he feels like he has to, when things are going poorly and he's thinking, okay, how do we change this up? Let's unleash Fiber. So not necessarily a bad sign to see him kind of taking that support spot. We'll see exactly what happens with him, but I'll be once again looking at Hunter for me over at the other end. It's going to be so crucial to be the one to step up if they want to not just win a series like this, but be able to win an event and get themselves to the Paris Major.
And it was Hunter's hot start that got the Bulldogs through the early stages against Nerve. That's going backwards and nearly into the net, but good last-second save coming from the defense right there. I believe that touch was off Fiber now. Gus underneath. Not going to have a chance to make the play straight away. Fiber instead will be the one who keeps it moving forward, setting up Super Lucky. What has he got it to strike towards the post? And not quite in. Save made by Kaka.
Yeah, but such a good shot has made it a little more difficult to get a clear out for the Bulldogs. They have found a little bit of space right now as they try and secure some boosts for themselves and some better positioning. Grave infield pass, though. It was an eventual release of the pressure.
Yeah, and it's a familiar sign for those following the Bulldogs. Defenders racing back and the net left relatively open. There was a chance for a play on the corner, a little bit too slow that time, and a 1-0 lead is found by Power.
It's exactly the start they would have wanted. Not an own goal needed this time. Team plays coming out from Power was a hallmark of their series yesterday. We were very impressed with how much they were getting some team-oriented goals, and they have shown that they can do that again early on here as Bulldogs attempting to get one out. Who managed to get that across to Caleb, looking for the bump. Fiber avoids it, putting on the brakes, and a little bit awkward here for Power.
Yeah, defense not the fastest clear out. Still, though, ball held in the corner, at least temporarily. Fiber without boost, can't really stick on it. Here we go. Hunter has Caleb underneath. So the ball winds up going Kaka's way, who also was sitting with boost, ready to go straight towards the net. Fiber from above slows him down. But the midfield management, it was looking good for the Bulldogs until Super Lucky found a gap. Now some space being given up, but Gus, without that midfield control, didn't have the boost. So the attack is delayed, at least momentarily. Fiber's second touch sets up Gus, who was not ready for it.
I just would have liked one of those players as well from the Bulldogs to just be a fast shot on net. I mean, we just saw Power give the ultimate example of that. Super Lucky was able to put a quick shot on net, and it wasn't ever going to be a goal itself, but it just made the life difficult for the defenders. Instead, they're opting to go for this slow play over and over and over again. It's giving Power plenty of time to just settle themselves into the net and wait for it to come to them. As we hit that 2-minute mark, gonna have to find some pace somewhere.
Gus with a lot of space in the corner right now. That will allow Power to get set up. Kaka, though, still finds a good touch. Fiber was able to react to it. Pass down to Lockie. Read by Caleb, and Hunter, who cheated forward, might be able to make something happen here. One defender's back. They get demoed, and we are tied.
What a catch here from Hunter. Goes for the aerial, fakes out Gus in the end as he gets back to the ground just as the ball catches, and that's brilliant from Hunter. Exactly what we wanted to see.
I like the trust in the defense to set that one up as well, finding that deep clear, but a demo off rip could be dangerous. Gus on the backboard, Caleb knocks it towards him, towards the middle, but not enough power to beat out the defense. Super Lucky won't get a chance here. As we hit our final minute and a half, game again tied. Bulldogs doing good keeping in this one. Lockie's touch though is dangerous, and with the bump, it's a 2-1 lead.
Brilliant from Gus, presence of mind. He set up that first touch. Caleb was always awkward, and well, man, he actually pushed him up the wall.
It was a great timely bump, and now with that late lead, a minute 26 to go, with how hard goals have been to come by for the Bulldogs, worry a little bit about their chances here in the second game. They're going to start on the back foot as well. Kaka trying to find Hunter around the corner, but it's an awkward read. Fiber takes advantage. Another touch towards the net. Slows the Bulldogs down as they cannot get it past midfield easily. Caleb finally finds the line. Still has to go corner to corner. Power defense should be ready for it as they start to bring it back.
Even in a play like that, I think Caleb opts to always go for the solo play. The Hunter was waiting in the wings, and the fact that they're not going for that pass in that situation also makes it troublesome. But speaking of trouble, Fiber had no boost. Both of his teammates left him.
Yeah, awkward double commit with Gus and Super Lucky. I trust in the team, but something went wrong there. Fiber did not have the resources to make the play required, and now, once again, it's a tied game late. Next goal probably wins this one out, and the Bulldogs, they've got a chance off the kickoff. Watch out on the opposite side. Kaka midfield now with the booth. Won't get a chance for it. Instead, it's Caleb who has to make a sort of backboard play for themselves. Ball in a dangerous spot. Kaka doing what he can. No real rush, no real pressure, at least not yet. 30 seconds to go. Power still set up nicely.
And that accidental touch from Caleb where it bounced off the back of his car, off the backboard. It's had some long-standing ramifications for the Bulldogs defense, and it may even still be a problem for them. That one just getting intercepted by Hunter as Gus tries to continue the attack. Double commit coming out, but Caleb doesn't use too much boost, so he'll still be in the play. And now it's down the other end. Caleb having the opportunity, wins the race. Can he get the follow-up? They misread the waterfall.
Oh, Kaka was there, and that would have been a timely moment for a game to go their way. Kickoff. Sees the ball fall to Super Lucky, who stayed back, but here comes Caleb. Dunk. Not quite accurate. That's all right. Gus now looking for Fiber, who should catch. Looking to play off the roof. No, but it goes for the backboard instead. Kaka there waiting. Super Lucky's touch is high. Power doesn't find the bump either. And now you would expect the Bulldogs to flip the map.
They certainly should be able to. They've got the opportunity to get some bumps as well on the way out. They land, and it's going to be Kaka looking for the back pass, doesn't quite get the touch, and Hunter comes in, looks for the demo, but Gus avoids it once again. Off the wall, Gus on the counter attack, doesn't have the boost, and it's going to be well 50'd. Opportunity now for Power.
Here we go, Kaka. What can you do? Get bumped off the play, apparently. Super Lucky. Oh, goes low. But maybe there's an opportunity for the backboard on this instance. Doesn't matter, though. They maintain possession, at least for now. Kaka back again. Plays through the midfield. Up comes Gus with no boost. Can't stay with the play. Caleb takes advantage. Bump avoided by Fiber. Gets to the ball. Super Lucky's going to go for the clear. Hunter's there. And nearly finds the dunk to win this one in OT. Pressure stays on for the Bulldogs. Caleb with a second chance. Puts it into the corner.
Just too much juice on these sideways touches for the attackers to be able to find the net. Going to be once again Kaka off the roof. He's got the extra touch. He's got the extra flip. Super Lucky on the backboard waiting patiently. That means a counter attack here for Fiber. It's not going to get too much of it. Just make sure to keep some possession of the ball. Make sure that the opponents have to keep going up, using all of their boost.
There we go. Midfield ball collected by Lockheed. He's going to try to keep this one elevated. Kaka burns a lot of resources to get for it, but should be okay if they find the corner boost, which actually only got the demo and the boost. Shot on by Fiber. Still not there. Gus's touch is brilliant angle, and it's a 2-0 Power lead.
Hunter drifted forward to that front post. Maybe too much trust in a teammate in that one, and that led to him having to dive and make a awkward touch to that side wall. Power find themselves 2-0 up, and Formal, we just know it. The Bulldogs aren't going to call a timeout, are they?
Now, it's just ready up. Let's go to that next game. The Bulldogs will not and will probably never take a timeout again, dare I say, unless, it's a Champions Field Game 7 situation and they have won Game 6. But, I mean, Bulldogs, to their credit, they are making this a lot closer and a lot tighter than what their previous form has showed us. Again, they were holding back until these, semifinals, and they look stronger, just not strong enough.
Yeah, and I don't know what it's going to take for them to overcome power. I mean, part of it has been what I talked about with them slowing down too many plays. Just going for a quick shot here or there could make all the difference. Just varying the pace for the Bulldogs might be enough to just at least catch power off guard and make them make some bad touches in defense. Because for the most part, when power is settled in defense, they look solid as a rock, and you need to be able to adjust that with either demos or pace play. We'll see how that goes for the Bulldogs here. They can't afford to lose another one as we head to Game 3.
Oh, they cannot, because while, Magic did strike last time and they did pull off that reverse sweep, to expect it twice in a row would be a bit ridiculous. And you talk about wanting to see the Bulldogs, find ways to increase the tempo. I mean, we know they can. That was almost their weakness before. They were increasing the tempo too much. They just have to find that happy middle ground somehow, some way. Well, this might not be it. What a placement from Fiverr. And it's a 1-0 lead for Power.
Yeah, for all money, all three defenders thought that shot from Firebot was going to go into the left side of the net where there was so much of an opening. But that's also part of the problem, is that all three members of the Bulldogs are hoping to make up for their lost positioning and cover the same part of the net.
Yep, overcompensation leads to an open wrong side, and now Gus is almost able to follow it up as well. Here comes Super Lucky or Hunter. Last possible moment, gets in time and allows the map to be flipped. Kaka, good little setup for Kai, I love it, but despite all Power members being in the same corner of the field, it's not an immediate punishment from the Bulldogs. This is gonna be a no!
That's hit every single possible bar. The top bar, crossbar, left bar, right bar, upside down bar. But nothing in the net. It was a golden opportunity for the Doggies, but they haven't been able to find it. The one consolation is that despite how much they committed to that, they didn't get counterattacks.
Yeah, and very lucky, very reminiscent of a certain trip to Champions Field earlier today. Not the look we want to see from the Bulldogs, even though they did win that game. Still within striking distance in this one. Fiverr now versus Hunter. Ball winds up actually going backwards. Gus nearly gets a free touch. Defense got there in time. Caleb keeping the attack off balance, at least for now. Kaka tries to find Hunter, but with no boots, can't get there in time. Lockie goes back to the opposite end.
Almost feels unwinnable. You lose an opportunity like that. And all three members miss a golden opportunity to score. Really hard to recover mentally, and Rocket League truly is a mental game here. Even still, got to keep soldiering on. They can't afford to lose this game, so they still need to find this next goal. It's going to be difficult in their back half, especially as Super Lucky almost dunks it in. Fiber with a good challenge. It's down in the Bulldogs half at this point in time, and Kaka out of nowhere. Great angle.
And a give and a gift right there. I mean, it touched that just the defense not ready for, despite being relatively well positioned. Gus and Lockie had the resources where they needed to be, but Kaka still finds that magic spot. And it's why these 1-goal leads are always so dangerous. Bulldogs right back in and off the kickoff. Almost able to get a second. Gus rotates back in time. Halfway point of this game thereabouts, and staying tied for now. Bulldogs keeping themselves with a chance.
Going to be Hunter looking to get that second goal. They really need to find a lead at some point here, the Bulldogs, instead of trying to scrap themselves into an overtime. Every time they've got a goal, Power of being able to get one back and get the lead instantly, as Caleb was trying to just demo the last and maybe create an opening with some physical play. Fiber just trying to disrupt the attack, and that's actually going to give Power the opportunity to maybe try and score another goal and get into the lead once again, as Caleb goes to the clear just for safety, just for a chance for his teammates to breathe.
Fiber almost able to take it all the way.
no.
Lockie's cross up. It's not quite what it needed to be. Post and out was always going to be a tough angle. That said, nobody ever rotated to the edge yet, Yummy. And with that, it's now a 2-1 lead.
It was a disaster the moment the two players moved forward, got bumped on each other, and there was no boost left at the very back. No way to get a good clear. Once again, the Bulldogs' defensive woes and lack of communication and maybe a bit of a panic has been costing them and forcing them to have to just make up for it with goals. Unfortunately, goals aren't so easy to come by.
No, it's been a challenge. It's a nice fake by Super Lucky. Gives space for the second touch. He goes all the way through. Puts bump pressure on Kaka as well. Meanwhile, though, Caleb doesn't care. He was looking for Hunter. They don't connect on the pass. Kaka finally arrives to the scene with a touch of the corner, but can't do too much after that. Here comes Gus now to the net with the reset. Puts it above bar, and Caleb will collect, find a defender, and again flip the map.
Got to be Kaka's opportunity. Can he get a third touch? He does. Not really enough power to get some sort of pass across, so it is, ends up just being giving away possession. Once again, crossed wires from the Bulldogs forces them to get into awkward positions, and with only a minute remaining, need to be just cleaning up their play a little bit more. Gus looks at the pass, the demo. It's going to turn that into a pass instead to Caleb, but Gus will just not be stopped with the 50s.
No, he won't. Fiber underneath is going to be good with the 50 as well. Gets it through, and that should be the final blow here in Game 3.
And see exactly what Gus was able to do. He got the first touch, he got the follow-up after the demo, he gets the 50, and he forces the jump out and steals the boost. So much impact in that one play. He won't be credited with too much of the points, but boy is he all over this Bulldogs defense for now, and that should probably secure power into 4 match points unless this goal goes in right now, which looks likely, but Super Lucky just gets a touch.
Able to save that one, but the pressure's not gone yet. Caleb, last chance. And now with that clearing touch from Fiber, time too much on the side of power. They should be able to control it from here to the end. So will it be a repeat, Yummy, of a month and a half ago where we saw that grand final reverse sweep? It's going to be what's required from the Bulldogs, and they're the team to have done it before to power. But with the circumstances now being as they are, I'm not liking their chances. One more goal for Lockie.
Feels impossible, but then again, a month ago it felt impossible then too. It's actually an incredible goal. Gus with a musty into some from underneath, a double tap from Super Lucky. Nice, clean, and maybe proof that they are feeling confident that they aren't going to get reverse swept here.
Yeah, I think this is a much more focused power team than we saw before as well. Again, if you go back to that grand final too, power had just been gifted in a sense by the Bulldogs a trip to the Boston Major after the Bulldogs were able to take down Wildcard, and I still feel in this region more so it's very rare when a team qualifies and then looks their best form in that following series, and we kind of got that, the emotional sort of calm down mid-final perhaps, but this time power, everything to play for once again, scores reset, they need this grand final appearance, and they're now 1 game away from it.
A little disappointed here that in our highlights package Hazard didn't put in the one that went off every single bar 10,000 times. I was looking to see that one back, but so there have been a few little moments like that, specifically from the Bulldogs, that have been costly throughout this series, but you never know, they could turn it on. They've managed the reverse sweep before, but at this point in time, Formal, you always got to be taking it 1 game at a time. The one thing they haven't taken is a timeout, so we're going straight into the next game.
Timeout saved for after game 6. That's the rule. That is the Bulldogs rule. The question is, can we even get there 1 game at a time? Let's see if they can survive game 4. Utopia Coliseum. Will this play out off the kickoff? Things look pretty good for power. It's going to be Gus with the first real possession to the backboard. Can't stay above the ball, however, as Kaka gets a chance next. Defenders should be there. Lockie keeps it safe.
A couple of surprise moments here. Realistically, power should have had a goal off their kickoff, but didn't expect the defender to miss. Kaka goes flying a little bit too underneath that crossbar. It's going to be awkward as Fiber puts it high. Kaka awkward as well. Gus gets the touch on the backboard. Super lucky. Went up early, which made the read all that much harder.
Yeah, just not enough space to fully reposition the car right there. And that will eventually lead to the loss of possession. Power now with Fiber underneath. What can Gus do? Resets it around Caleb. Now finds Fiber, who will take it into the corner. Hunter ready for it. May have found a gap, actually. Locking in an awkward spot. Tries to slow things down. Ball gets centered instead. Kaka, 150 away from finding the goal. Just couldn't quite get the dunk that they wanted. As Super Lucky brings it back, Kaka is waiting off the backboard. Fiber fakes the touch, leaves it for Gus, who puts a shot on, saved by Hunter.
Early shot, but Hunter has dealt with it beautifully. Another quick shot on from Gus up against his ex-teammate, who again has been dealing with it a lot nicer here for the Bulldogs. That demo may make it awkward for the defense. Super lucky. Well, it's a fortunate spawn from Caleb right in front of him, but maybe it's still not enough. Kaka has to make a great save.
A lot of nice saves on the goal line, which against the Bulldogs, you'd expect one of those to eventually find their way in, but not to be the case from Power just yet. Granted, these have been direct shots. They've been fast, they've been accurate, but they have been direct. Lucky doesn't find the touch right there that they were hunting for. A little bit too tight as we come back the other way. Unfortunately for the Bulldogs, though, their own attacks, they've been very, very quick. They have not been sustained, and they really haven't gotten to the net in the first 2 minutes.
Oh, Super Lucky scored a blinder at the end of the last game in a similar situation. Fortunately, you can't get that every single time. And that means that Power, well, it means that both teams have still stayed a 0 apiece, and the most tidy game so far as we head towards this halfway mark. Nobody giving up anything on defense, so that was a bit awkward. Fiber went for the pre-jump, almost caught out as Super Lucky can't get up to that one. Gus maybe expected too much from Super Lucky as well, but unfortunately too much of a rush there from Bulldogs, and they give up possession.
Fiber wants to go backboard to backboard, but can't quite make it all the way. Here we go, Kaka doing what they can underneath. Actually, might be able to get something going here. Ball makes its way off the roof. Caleb, midfield, light touch, finds Gus, who's going to keep putting pressure along that side wall. Hunter doing what they can from the corner. Fiber's there underneath, but the ball gets around him. And credit where it's due right now. I mean, for the Bulldogs, yes, they haven't, really had too much control of this game. Only 3 shots on target, but they haven't allowed that goal yet either. Still well within reach.
I think that's crucial for the Bulldogs. Their defense has often been the part where they fall apart the most, but they have been quite solid so far. Only one real good opportunity that may have been missed from Power. Even still, it would have been a tough read for Super Lucky to get the double. Now Caleb having an opportunity of his own. That's where the Bulldogs need to capitalize. That's where they need to be hitting their shots.
If they could, they'd be making the petition right now to make the goal just, half a meter larger in all 3 directions. It'd be a lot different game then, especially for the Bulldogs. So many goals have come off that post. Minute 8 remaining, Super Lucky. The one trying to push through the corner, still not there. It's going to be Kaka instead. One side to the next. Fiber has Super Lucky with boost. It's going to stay on the play. Tries to get underneath through the backboard. Easily read by Kaka. Gus's challenge, a little bit desperate, but gets the demo from behind. Shot from Fiber. It's not quite accurate, and we stay scoreless.
Love that from Fiber. The wave dash in order to get a more powerful shot. If that was on target, I believe it would have gone sailing in. Even still. Alright, let it go the other end. Here's a shot from Hunter. No, he's just going to keep it low and wide and make it awkward. Maybe give his teammates a little bit more room as he actually stays forward going for the demo. Might be a bit of a risky play, but it hasn't cost him at all as he steals the boost away. Again, a lot of impact from Hunter, who's staying in this forward half, trying desperately to be the one that create a goal here for the Bulldogs. And it might be Kaka to actually sink one in. It's going to be awkward, though, to score from there. I expect Power to be able to get this onto the ground.
Maybe, just maybe. 0 seconds. Kaka still hunting for it. Tries to get it back to Caleb, but it's Fiber with the ball. Locking underneath. Almost going the other way. Instead, we go to overtime.
Super Lucky just maybe could have pushed a little bit more forward, but off the kickoff, it's beautiful for Hunter. This is a golden opportunity. Couldn't get the air dribble bump. Even still, maybe a chance. Hunter, once again, he's been so impactful here the last few minutes for the Bulldogs. He's been the one that looks the most deadly for them. He's been the one pinning Power into their own half. And there's the shot. No! It's off the crossbar again.
And it was looking so good. Finally, Gotha puts it through. No crossbar this time. You can hit it 7-8, but the 9th time, it's sure to go in as the Bulldogs win a clutch one in overtime.
If that bounced maybe a little bit worse, it wouldn't have been a goal, but it did force the players up from Power in the defense to commit all three, and it's what I was talking about a little bit earlier, where sometimes you just need to make a shot, force the defense into a bit of a panic, and it's the follow-up that gets you the goal. That's what Bulldogs managed. They are on the board, even if it was a close one.
And going back even to the start of that sequence right there, I feel like Power got off balance from the Gus respawn, getting in the way of Super Lucky. That's where it all started to break down for them, and yeah, eventual pressure, enough for things to break, so Bulldogs get one there, an overtime win, much needed, staying alive in this series, and I'm surprised that Power was never able to find a goal in that game. It really felt like they were not as aggressive as they were in the first 3 games.
No, but they did have a couple of little opportunities that they also missed early on in that game. They don't seem to want to overcommit whatsoever here. They're confident in their position victory. But it is moments like this where you get 3-0 up, where you go a little bit more conservative. You say, oh, we've got the chances in our back pocket, and that can cost you your aggression and the reason that you were winning the previous game. So they just need to recalibrate that, make sure that they're getting enough demos again, getting enough offense as they head into game 5, because this series could run away from them very quickly.
Seen it happen before, surely it cannot happen again. Game number 5. Love this map, very thematic for what we are playing for. Hunter for Kaka up ahead, won't get a chance. Super Lucky gets in the way, finds Gus, who's already looking towards the net, but just couldn't quite get there fast enough. No goals to be found in the first 20 seconds of play.
Going to have to be a long, hard-fought journey through this bracket today. Can't afford to really be going to those game 7s repeatedly as well. You're the likes of Bulldogs, who this is their second series. It's where the fatigue starts to set in towards that grand final, assuming that you can win this one. And on the other end, Power will want to be done over quickly so that they have the reserves in their tank for that grand final too.
It will be certainly hunting for. Here we go, though. Kaka reset shot on, not quite in. Fiber will rotate that around to Hunter, who again is going to try to create something maybe around through the corner. Gus, defensive pass, but puts it too far front of Fiber. It's Hunter actually in a very nice spot, taking it all the way to the post. Kaka back over to Caleb. Shot not on. They get bumped off the play.
There's a continuation of how the end of last game was, with Bulldogs being the one just piling up the pressure and the shots up against Power. Been able to find that success just yet, but it was similar last game. Here's an open net opportunity. Gus, does he have the double? Well, he does, but it's off the crossbar and opens it up for Fiber.
You know, there was so much respect from Gus right there being put on Hunter. Saw he was there, went for the double to try to bait him out. Smart play, doesn't get it, but teammates there, you know, backing each other up, getting that goal. Fiber in the role that he likes, and now it's Power with that 1-0 lead, with the chance to go to a grand final. Gotta hold on for another 3 minutes or so.
I don't think they'll be able to just hold on. Still need to play that play style, that attacking play style that gets into this position. Get that lead even further. Kaka threatening the air dribble earlier on, but this time just tries to stay behind it, secure a 50. It is a bit of a safer play in that offensive half, and it almost led to a goal. It still could, as Caleb goes for that left side. Gus going down the other end. Fiber looking for the shot, doesn't get it.
I like that play as well. Again, defense rotating back, didn't have the boost. If the shot's on, it's probably in. Instead, halfway through this game, still only a 1-point lead, but possession held by the Bulldogs right now. Hunter versus Fiber sees Fiber win out. Gus doesn't go for the follow-up, leaves it with Fiber instead. No boost, gets the ball to the corner. Caleb waiting. Now going to try to come back the other way. Hunter not given the chance, but Kaka is with space to work. Only one defender realistically back for this one. What can Kaka cook? Well, it's a play into the defender. Gus keeps it safe for now.
Oh, Fiber looking to cook something up now. Goes underneath one. Gets the flip reset past all three.
Fiber is so precise right here. Defender's ready, but knows the moment to pull the trigger on the reset. Straight shot in. 2-goal cushion Power. Now looking quite content to hold this lead and perhaps push their ticket back to another regional final.
Fiber had him in the palm of his hands. The fake off the flip reset. Absolute masterclass there. And that could be enough to get Power across the line. Now 4-1 would be almost as good as a 4-0. And even still, talked about it a lot. What can Bulldogs do now that they're behind? Can they really step up? You mentioned it earlier. They have been known to be aggressive. Super Lockie by himself gets faked underneath, and Kaka brings them back.
Back within striking distance. The Bulldogs not done yet, and Kaka just a beautiful fake right there. I mean, it looked like he was about to drive it straight into Lockie, but somehow finds the angle to let that one fall. And now with a bit of a heartbeat, can Kaka do it again to the net? Yes, he can, Yummy. We are tied.
Well, a 2-goal lead has seemed done and dusted, but Kaka, the unlikely hero, the player we talk about as a support player, has ripped the heart out of Power and brought the Bulldogs right back into the game. And these are the moments that can start a reverse sweep.
Yeah, that is a pendulum swing, and it feels like Power right now. They want to avoid a trip to Neo Tokyo. If they want to really get this one done and dusted, they've got to lock in, starting on that defensive side. 2 defenders in the net, 1 on the backboard, but the shot's still coming off the top crossbar. Here comes Hunter, not there, and now it's a race back to the other side. Kakov gets there first despite getting demoed. Saves the counter. Caleb, 1 defender to beat, drives it straight into Fiber. Couldn't quite get around him. Still pressure from Hunter, but they're just poking, they're just prodding, they're waiting, hunting. Fiber should keep it safe.
Maybe Caleb just trying to get that ball in the offensive half of the Bulldogs. Tied up game, but it's also all this pressure on for Power, who need to get into this grand final, who need to finish this off, and need to get themselves to that Paris Major and Worlds. And Super Lucky top that corner, but here's the pressure on Fiber. A little extra touch. Gus is in there, but he's not needed. Fiber steps up when it matters. He's got his hat trick.
Oh my goodness, Fiber, just pure control off the backboard. Again, he won't play it forward unless he feels the need, sees the opportunity, and then he will force his will. A 3-2 lead, and Fiber's not done. Make it 4. Power's gonna win this match.
Well, he talked about Kako being the unlikely hero. Fiber is the so often hero for any team that he's on. When things get down, when things get rough, when things may be slipping out of the grasp. 4 goals from 5 shots. And you know what? He might even go for another one here. Caleb just denies it.
Yeah, for now, Fiber still hunting. Does only go to the backboard instead, but still. For Power, big win for their major chances. Big win for their Worlds chances, Yummy. They are now 4 for 4 on the season in making these regional finals.
And as we've talked about, making regional finals not enough. You need to win the grand final as well if you want to be making the major. And what a start to their campaign today for Power. That being said, the Bulldogs making a top 4 and looking like they've got something in the tank later on in the series. At least keeps them within contention, but they surely would have wanted a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, He saw hints of the Bulldogs that won that third regional, but the problem is it just the consistency was not there. Slow starts really in a lot of these series, silly mistakes, but the most glaring thing was the accuracy of the strikes. I mean, they would set themselves up correctly and then post the ball not once, not twice, but like 4 times at a minimum.
Yeah. You can't be doing that at this level. You need to have the follow-ups if you do miss as well. They sort of figured out their pacing later on in the series, but they need to be able to figure that out from the very, very beginning and possibly not also own goal. But on the positive side, Power is still looking strong. They're still looking like they are in control, and it felt like they only fell short because in Game 4 they went a bit more conservative.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, they're just able to bounce back. Fiverr looks to be in fantastic form right now. Gus as well, still looking strong from yesterday. I mean, they're going to be a formidable opponent against either Take Flyte or Wildcard right now. Expectation would be Wildcard, and I am hoping we get that match.
Well, speaking of, let's get into the next series. We'll go to a quick break and head to the other semi-final just after this. It is semi-final number 2. Time to find out who will join Power in the grand final. Who's going to be taking one step closer to Paris? And we got rid of Formal as well, which, we did that yesterday because he got a wrong prediction. Is he now in trouble because he got a correct prediction?
Yeah. It's always good to offload him, I think, Monty, as well, just for at least a series. We can have a break. You guys can have a break from his what do we call it? Just his wisdom?
Yeah, well, I did predict wrong, so I guess I'm brought back in place of that. I don't know how this works. This is a weird system. I think we should probably look into changing it.
We'll discuss it in the couple of weeks between Open 4 and 5, Yummy, I think.
At our regular daily meeting to discuss these shows, right?
Early in the morning.
Yeah. Let's get into the next match. So the bracket has looked pretty solid so far for Wildcard. They didn't drop a single game on the road in the earlier bracket. Now they have gone 4-0 in the upper bracket. But maybe now the level of competition could be pretty tough against Take Flyte.
Yeah, well, I mean, Take Flyte starting to show hints of what we expect from them. Obviously it's taken a while to see them return to half-decent form after Open 1. We haven't seen them in this sort of position since. Now they're into the semi-final. Wildcard looked pretty solid against Bulldogs yesterday, who we had previously thought. Obviously, the reigning champions might have been that third team in OCE. Didn't look too good against the Boston representatives, so maybe Take Flyte has a chance to have a hit at Wildcard.
As we pull up these rosters, Yummy Cheese, just before we dive into the second semi-final, I do need to say that Matthew is not happy with you. He thinks you're hating on him. And he's gone back and watched that quarterfinal and said, what does Yummy have against me? So what do you have to say to that?
Was he watching himself when he went back across it as well? You did score 100 points in one game, mate. I mean, come on, can we not just say it how it is? Hopefully he takes it back and goes and looks at maybe some of his pad rotations and boost management so that he has a little bit more boost in future. Anyway,
moving on
from Matthew. Maybe you can bring it up a few more times tonight. But Wildcard versus Take Flyte, we've seen both of these rosters throughout the weekend so far, but less so of Wildcard. So what are we expecting from the likes of Fever and Torsos Banana Head coming into this game?
Well, we should be expecting a big bounce back from Open 3. It was really not good enough at that point in time when they were looking to make the grand final. This is a chance for them to put a mark on OCE again and let them know, hey, look, we may have dropped off momentarily, but we are back. In this roster, they have the ability to do that.
Yeah, and I hope that, watching these teams, watching that previous semi-final, it kind of fired them up a little bit because Power looked great. They look fantastic. The Bulldogs, I know they took one game, but our Boston representatives, Yummy, look like they could be heading to Paris if they keep this up. So I hope it's fired up our two semi-finalists in this match. They're ready to showcase what they can bring and take on a Power in a grand final.
Wildcard are the sort of team to get fired up after losing even a single series, let alone not making it to a major. So we got to expect that they will be bouncing back as we start to think about our predictions. CJ, who have you got, mate?
I mean, come on. This is just Wildcards. It's got to be them. I know that Ampha scored the greatest own goal of all time, but give me Wildcard because even if you're own goaling like that and scoring some nice redirects down the other end, mind you, this team is... It's a two-team region. I think what we saw from Bulldogs in that previous semi-final, Monty. Take Flyte can... maybe do something about it, but I think it's 80-20 Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, Take Flyte have looked decent, but I don't think they're Wildcard quality at this stage of the event. I think we're just going to have to see an Open 1 and 2 grand final rematch, so I've got Wildcard.
Yeah, we'll probably have to wait till the major's truly on the line for Wildcard to start dropping like flies in the semi-finals. So I've also got them for now as expecting the rematch, expecting a strong showing from the Wildcard as they've done so all weekend long. And let's not keep anybody waiting anymore. Let's get into the grand final, semi-final.
Yep. How good. Thanks for the great pass over there, Yummy.
I know what game it is. I feel, I thought your throw in the game was fantastic in that first semi, Monty, but Yummy Cheese Bed just needs to look at the bracket before he throws, I think.
Well, at least I've got one back there. I'm very happy about that. But how good is it to actually see Take Flyte in a top 4 situation? Not a top 2 yet, but a top 4 situation. We haven't seen what this side is capable of for so long. We haven't seen what this side is capable of in a situation like this since last year, mind you. So it's going to be great. Hopefully we'll see some decent fireworks out on the pitch, and I'm hoping it's not just all wildcard, which might be expected, but I mean, Amphis was looking in form earlier today.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not just wildcard, and I'm hoping it's not just own goals as well, or am I? Maybe I am. I'm not sure. Fade's first shot on the board. It's off, it's rolling, surely to go. Amphis puts it in 13 seconds. Take Flyte on a roll.
Yeah, well, it was just on the goal line momentarily. I thought maybe someone could have raced back in time. Torsos was the closest to it as a defender, and while it wasn't the quickest of goals in terms of the speed of finding the net, it's a pretty quick goal to open the scoring.
Perhaps not too warmed up here, wildcard. Obviously, Take Flyte played in that lower bracket matchup, that top 6 match earlier on today, and just ready to go. Amphis looking fantastic. He's playing against a couple of, well, some former teammates galore around here as well. Obviously, Torsos, Fever, and the like, having a lot to do with each other in the past, but Banana Head looking to control things. He's been the MVP the last 2 seasons in OCE, Monty, so a lot of pressure on him now as that first event, that first split didn't go how he would want it.
Yeah, it felt like everything in that semi-final of Open 3 just fell apart for them. There wasn't really a good performer across Wildcard's roster. Torsos will take the shot there. I don't think that's something that even they'll mind hearing. I think they'll know that, hey, we needed to do better. It was just, I don't know if it was nerves or something, you know, it was just the emotion, everything about it that felt off for Wildcard in that grand final, and well, that semi-final rather. And this, as I've said, is certainly a way just to show the region, hey, we're back into it. Obviously, you have to win the grand final to really show everyone. But I think making that first step there is probably expected. But Take Flyte so far, they've looked the business in the opening minute 30.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of a World Championship hangover, although they didn't win it. A top 6 hangover from the World Championships in that first split for Wildcard. We'll see if they can step up. 1-0 to Take Flyte right here. I love seeing Fever as well. You're not only getting a demo, but being in the Octane, channeling his inner beast mode. They're looking pretty good over in North America, and he looks fantastic in the Octane. I know that Formal wasn't too, you know, all in on my car choice kind of enthusiasm, but I think it's really changed him up. He's looking very mechanical and aggressive.
I mean, there's players out there that change every single day, every match almost. If you're looking at the Bulldogs even, B-Head real quick off the ceiling will take a double. There was a few car changes across earlier today with Nerve and also the Bulldogs just making changes left, right and center. So it's interesting to see these players who stick to the car more often than not make those rare changes. Hopefully for Wildcard's sake, it will look pretty good for them today. That's not the best of touches though. Out wide, Fades gets by Torsos. Might be able to get a second here for Take Flyte, and Fever gets a piece of it.
Yeah, and speaking of car changes, there were rumours earlier on in the week, well, not rumours, but legitimate evidence that Torsos was in the Octane, of all things. I mean, I don't think I've seen him in the Octane since 2016. Just seems crazy not seeing him in the Dominus, but he's in the Dominus here, and Banana Head gets an open net, ties things up.
Yeah, just no one home from Take Flyte. There was a passing play there that just never really came to anything. Talking about Torsos and the Octane, yeah, we saw that season where he went to the Fnac, but aside from that, it's always been the Dominus, it feels like. It would have been a spectacle if he pulled it out for a game like this, but not to be. Maybe an Open 2 thing if it doesn't go to plan today, perhaps. Maybe not. But this is looking good for Take Flyte for the most part. That goal wasn't great. That was, you know, the aggressiveness, the ability to, well, the want to get out of half so quickly there did cost them. But overall, it's been pretty solid on defense. Haven't really been forced into mistakes aside from that one. If they can get back into this, taking game 1 would be a great way to start them off.
Yeah, Amphis looking for some support downfield, and we've seen a lot of support for the OCE. Straight back here, that's a huge fake. It should have been a goal. I'm not sure if Banana Head, well, he certainly didn't have the read, but they respected the save to come through. A lot of support for the OCE channel. Shout out to Omar for the raid as well. You guys are fantastic watching at home, watching some OCE rock action. Second semi-final. Best of 7 coming at you. Wildcard off that top 6 at Worlds, and a poor first split. Looking to bounce back. Power in the final. Winner of this will join them for a crack at the Open 4 Championship, and to really put themselves in the best possible spot in terms of a Paris qualification.
I spoke behind the scenes, I think it was to Formal, about, hey, we could have 4 potential different winners across 4 events so far if Take Flight were to make it there. So they are the last hope for that to potentially happen. Wildcard certainly won't be happy if they go out in 2 semifinals in a row. Take Flight, that would be, I mean, we speak about potential depth in OCE. You just mentioned on the pre-match that, you know, maybe it is back to a 2-team region after that performance from the Bulldogs, but even if Take Flight can get something here, it could still be that 3-team region, which I don't think anyone would be complaining about.
And after Open 3, it's crazy to think the Bulldogs could be the team that steps outside of that top 3 after what we've seen today, or at least this weekend. Only able to crack 1-game win against Power and Wildcard alike combined, so not to be. 25 seconds here. Banana Head, 1 reset, 2 resets, gets the bump. Well, actually doesn't land the bump. Still trouble here. Has to go scrub. Low boost. Fades with 0 as well. Wildcard really pushing for this goal late in regulation. Feels like Take Flight will be pretty happy with overtime the way this is looking.
And that's a bit of a giveaway. Might be a chance late here for B-Head to drop it down towards Torsos. No, it's Fever up high. The shot was blocked. Overtime is very much looming now, and Torsos, I think, was willing to drop it down. The Take Flight defender said, no, we'll keep it up momentarily. Drops down for game 1 OT.
OT we get, and after, well, oh, hang on. Kickoff. There's a chance of saying it was going to be all Wildcard, at least in regulation, but an early chance for Take Flight off the kickoff, not to be. Torsos, 0 boost. He's looking for a low 50, just loses it significantly into that back left corner. It's a little bit awkward there for Wildcard, but Banana Head showing his poise, just dribbling the ball all the way down the field and trying to find Fever, who just holds his positioning. Banana Head still sitting downfield. Wildcard looking more and more comfortable. There's a shot on it. It was an open net. Torsos has saved the shot as well, I think, with the doink.
Yeah, it's not looking the most clinical from Wildcard right now, or from Take Flight, as that save comes through from Memphis. It's just an absolute chaotic mess out on the field at the moment, as Torsos will launch that one long. Fates won't have any troubles with that. Fever will push onto this. Good first touch and has some boost to work with. Trying to get a bump there on Memphis as well and play it back down to a teammate, but it's just disconnected right now. The passes aren't coming off for either team.
There's a pop-up. Scrub gets a demo on Fever, who did beat him to the ball. Torsos has to lean as Memphis is sitting downfield. Didn't we see that a lot in that first matchup? We'll Take Flight earlier on today. There's a throw downfield. Banana Head leaning, gets the bump himself off the corner now. B-Head with the shot just deflected by Memphis, and Scrub's able to work it out.
Memphis now finds Fades. Has half a tank to work with there. Torsos cuts it out. Demo from B-Head might just open things up. Torsos puts a shot on target. Might not have been the best of options with the low boost he had. Might have been the only option he could have found, as Fever puts that one across the box. It's going to be B-Head out wide now. A couple of bumps. The physicality coming from Wildcard. We love to see it from Fever in particular, as B-Head takes on a shot. Fades with the save. Simple enough, but the pressure building. Wildcard getting a few more chances now, leading into the 2nd minute of overtime.
There's the bump. Actually didn't quite help out Banana Head, but he did find the demo. They love working the ball around the corner. We saw Fever yesterday just able to throw a few doomsy dish passes off. This is very awkward though. There's a save. Torsos has missed the shot. The follow-up as well. Double commit. It needed to be. Fate just clears it, but Take Flight look like they're just hanging on.
Yeah, Torsos missing that one. Fades with low boost. Kept honest. Fever against center ball, but it's too close to Scrub. He takes it up high. Wants to find a ceiling reset for himself. Fades will cut inside instead. They head down into the midfield. Fades gets by one. Fever backflipped. It might be open momentarily. Torsos back to clear the danger.
Oh, pre-panicky moment here for Wildcard. It's still not over yet. There's the pre-flip. Beautiful save from Banana Head. Had to fly with the attacker throwing a shot on. Take Flight almost with a chance. Torsos now downfield. He looks for the redirect. All he can do is find Memphis, who can keep the ball close. Fever just had a moment there that almost cost Wildcard the game.
It's not exactly the way it looked in that semi-final last time, but Wildcard making some uncharacteristic mistakes that I'm not too sure I like the look of. Take Flight in this series, in this overtime, have given me hope for the rest of the series for them, potentially. B-Head will center that ball. It's going to be good speed from Torsos. No one up from Take Flight. Might be able to double that one. Fades to the corner again, and the pressure relentless as B-Head keeps it inbound. Scrub to the corner.
So good at keeping the ball close. Banana Head, you can see, he was just trying to find that dunk. It has gone across net. The ball is just bouncing across the net. They don't want to overcommit though, and you can see Fever recognizing the danger. Takes it all the way back into the corner, working it around the sidewall now. Often loves to just get that close touch pre-flip onto the wall. Hunter calls it the Fever special. That time, Doesn't quite get it to work, but he has found space. Is it going to be a fake? It is going to be a fake. Drop down slot, banana head. Calls Fever off. Beautiful team play.
Yeah, that is perfection from Fever to get that touch and then go, yep, just get out of the way. Made Fade's jump. Scrub was caught in two minds. Didn't know when to commit. 3 minutes 40 in the overtime. And Wildcard break the deadlock. They take game one. And that felt so intense for only one game being played.
Yeah, it feels like we played at least a couple there with the long overtime. Take Flyte had a chance, and we saw some mistakes from Wildcard, but overall, the pressure, the time in forward half, forward third even, was insurmountable for Take Flyte. They had to do a lot of defending. You can see on the replay there on the scoreboard, should I say, 11 saves for Take Flyte. Not too sustainable against Wildcard. Banana Head with 8 shots and 2 goals.
Yeah, he's stepping up and getting the job done there, B-Head. He's got a webcam on as well, scoring goals, which is, surprising me. Didn't think that was possible. It's nice to see. Yep, that's good. Good job from B-Head there. But Wildcard, I mean, it didn't look the best. I did say it looked shaky at times. It looked not necessarily exactly the same as that Open 3 semi-final, but there was moments where you go, Wildcard of last season would never make that mistake. They'd never miss those shots. They'd never have these goal line scrambles. It's still there. It's maybe still in the back of the mind that they obviously didn't make even the grand final last event. Might just be on the minds. Take Flyte, of course, as well, coming in as the underdogs here. That could also be playing a factor in the confidence levels that they have taking into this match.
Yeah, I think when you're playing a team like Wildcard, one of the best teams in the region, if not the best, that we'll find out today, you've got to have the respect, but also you have to have a bit of that killer instinct as well. There was a couple of times I think Banana Head just completely whiffed a save, and the respect level that you have against Wildcard, you're just expecting him to get that touch. I think sometimes you just have to play the situation as you see it, but Take Flyte, it was an overtime, it was a close game one. Let's see if they can get on the board here game two.
Yeah, they had a couple of moments. They made Wildcard panic in game one. Forbidden Sample. What can they provide here? Torsos. Early corner ball. Fade's getting the reset off Torsos. I like the indicator for the flip resets, but it's also really funny to me every time someone gets it off an opposition. Makes it work. That's a very early jump from Scrub, by the way. We'll get no touch on it. B-Head, great first touch. The reset to drop it back down. Torsos top of the box will take the shot. 2 defenders committed, and also a bump on each other. Well, it's not the cleanest of gameplay to start off game two.
Yeah, could have been a chance. I think the bump ended up kind of helping the save there for Take Flyte. So Wildcard, though, looking like they are really stepping up and working their way through the gears, as we know and love. There's an open net. Banana Head doesn't need to touch it. He tried to, but Torsos easy as you like. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Take Flyte. It feels like Wildcard are, growing in confidence every minute.
Yeah, the confidence there as well. And Take Flyte just pushing forward. I'm not sure about that from Scrub in terms of seeing both of his teammates ahead of him with low boost. Pushes up to the halfway mark and turned the wrong way as well. Not what you want to see in that position. Torsos reset over the top of one, trying to dunk on it, and Fist there in well. No, it's saved away.
Saved in the end. Banana Head misses that touch as well. The Scrub. Once the 50 Fates just decides, you know what, Torsos, you can have it. It's backflips out of the play. We'll need to do something here, though. It's a little bit awkward at the wall and doesn't get the second touch. Hands it up to Banana Head for free. So clear comes through. They've just really lost their offense. It feels like when they're looking the most dangerous, Take Flyte, it's when Amphis is sitting downfield. But how do you sit downfield when shots are just being peppered at your net? Torsos gets his second.
That's another situation with low booster ahead of third man there for Take Flyte. Fades did commit, but it was just as Scrub was rotating out with nothing in the tank, no speed to get back, and this sort of midfield pressure isn't working out for Take Flyte at the moment. You said they're not really getting the offense going, but they are struggling to get out of their third at the moment.
Yeah, they just, as we said, it feels like when Wildcard work through their gears, there's not too many teams that can stop them. Maybe Team Power is the only team that can stop them. The Bulldogs just don't look like they're in that form that we saw in Open 3. The reason why they were able to take out that third event of the first split, but maybe it's just power. Take Flyte, still have time. It's a best of 7, 3 minutes gone in game 2. But how does Amphis find a way downfield when they're playing so much defense? There's a beautiful pass. Amphis just looked like he just put the brakes on and just decided to watch for a second there. He was just completely watching the play instead of getting in position. Fever with a reset across. Banana Head's going to let that one slide.
Demo from Amphis. Buys Fade some time. That's a shot on target. No one's going to get there. B-Head backed out of the play. I'm not too sure what he was thinking. I'm not sure if he could have even got there. we'll see on the replay, it's just too quick on the shot, I guess. And yeah, no one able to get back. Amphis was playing bumps if anyone was back in time, but they weren't. 2-1 now. Take Flyte, find a response.
Yeah, it looked like he was just going to watch the air dribble from Fades, but he just ripped it on net. And unbeknownst to Banana Head, he was last for a long time, just straight into the net there, and not what you want to see for Wildcard, but certainly a bit of a freebie there for Take Flyte. There's still a lot of time now with half the game left. Only need to find one. Still think they need some more sustainable offense. They can't just rely on a few mistakes like that. Torsos keeping the ball forward. He's looking for his hat trick. There's Take Flyte. Look to take stock and mount an attack.
That's a good reset. Amphis off the back wall, trying to find Scrub. Torsos now in the corner. Just forces Fades to play backwards momentarily. 50 comes through. Now Fever to the corner. He's good from these positions, is Fever, and well, the touch came through in the end, but Banana Head keeps the pressure alive for Wildcard. Breaks down very instantaneously after that. Amphis looks for a reset, takes it low, tries to play the dribble, and Fever will get there. Cooks a pinch all the way down line. Scrub will be there to block it out. Banana Head now to Torsos. Amphis in the corner. Demos coming through from Take Flyte, just trying to clear the danger, but taking it across their own line. The demos don't work when you're passing it to the opposition still.
Yeah, they're sweeping it side to side, but that's nearly what Wildcard like to do as well. Just keep stealing boost, keep the ball pinned. And that attacking third, Fever throws this ball across. Oh, zero booster Scrub, big trouble, big trouble. And the big T's got his hat trick.
He had so long to think about this placement. He got the speed behind it as well. No one with boost. It was Scrub left alone. He was never going to reach that with how much time Torsos had to place the shot.
It's too much time and too much boost, really. The pressure. It's too much for this Take Flyte team. This is looking like a one-way traffic kind of series so far. Not sure how they can shake things up. They have to start trusting these passes. I like that they're flicking the ball across, but just really not keeping it in the midfield. There's a nice redirect, and this guy can be the difference if he can find space downfield.
Yeah, we saw a cheeky redirect from him yesterday. We've seen one from him today, and that's another one to add to the tally. Amphis in some form at the moment, although the team needs a little bit more from everyone else. Amphis getting the goal there, and I still think that he could probably go to another level as well, but across the board, he's been the one scoring the goals. Fever now reset. It's a very tidy play. It's going to be saved.
Yeah, love the little front reset. Keep the ball as close as possible. There's a shot from Torsos. He's looking for 4. Fever gets his first, or does he? Amphis out of nowhere. Big T does find his 4th. The veteran is going off here in the semi-final.
Yeah, just couldn't do enough on the save there. Amphis stretching for it, but no one able to recover, and Scrub got a piece that put it into his own net. Torsos, he's on fire right now. That's not something you want to see if you're, at the moment, Take Flyte or even potentially Team Power waiting in the wings.
Yeah, it's really worrying when Big T's getting involved. You expect Banana Head to just be putting in goal after goal. Fever locking it down. Torsos being that facilitator, being that pest downfield, but he has just decided to score every goal himself, and maybe an assist for the road as well. Torsos throws it across. Banana Head back post all day.
It's just so speedy from Big T. Head there again, gets another goal for himself. I think that's his 3rd of the 2 games. Torsos, the pass again, just in the right position at the right time, able to find it potentially with the benefit of the Dominus that time. Of course, maybe rumours, as you said, circulating of maybe a car change. If he had, he might not have found the assist there. Certainly with the form he's in right now, he'll be happy he didn't swap the preset. That's a shot from B-Head, but it's wide of the mark.
Scrub up top actually gets 1, gets 2 over the top and beats everybody. 2 goals required still. There is time on the clock, but this is what you want to see from Take Flyte. It's not just Amphis downfield, it's Scrub showing the mechanics.
Yeah, it's just the counter-attack as well. Low boost from Wildcard. Something we've seen a lot of Take Flyte when they're conceding. It's no boost in the tank, but going the other way there makes it work. The kickoff strat might have been awkward momentarily as Fades didn't get the corner boost. Does find a bump. Fever had that one right all day, and well, time ticking on down now. Thought off of that play, it might have been enough time. Still technically a chance with the demo. It's on target. Amphis gets another, and well, 1 goal difference. 12 seconds remains.
You can see as soon as that first demo landed, it was Torsos just floating with 0. Fades lines him up. He was a sitting duck, and they've given themselves an opportunity off this kickoff. What can they do?
Haven't got heaps of time if it doesn't go exactly to plan, but it looks like it might go to plan here. Amphis chasing Big T, and he gets the squishy save. What a stop, and back the other way. Should be enough time for Wildcard to kill it.
He's just got to do everything himself, Big T. He was getting bumped. He had to go in and out of net. Double jump off the ceiling to pinch it out halfway in the net. Torsos, 4 goals, 1 assist, and saves the game for Wildcard.
That was some serious play from Big T in Game 2. Take Flyte. They'll feel like they should have got the goal there. Emphas chasing the bump. The net should have been wide open. Just couldn't reach it. The physicality from Take Flyte, that is better. We expect to see those bumps from Wildcard. Maybe, the kickoff strategy, of course, helping out Take Flyte there. But in terms of just the physicality, chasing those bumps, making the defense look good, we see that so often from Wildcard. Take Flyte taking a note from their book and implementing it there. Amphis downfield so often, creating chances, and his teammates able to find him. Just couldn't get across the line here, as there's another preset change from B-Head. We talked about, players changing every game and potentially players not changing every game. Fever making a rare change, B-Head making a not so rare change.
Yeah, and I just feel like the shot could have been better. We're looking at the highlights now. This is the final opportunity. Maybe if Scrub went for the control or just try to put it left, he kind of just threw it bottom middle, and in the end it wasn't enough. If Take Flyte came back there, they were 3 goals down with about 20 seconds left and nearly found a way through. But Wildcard, now they've got to roll on. They're going to improve as the series goes on. So this is getting worrying. That could have been huge for Take Flyte if they force overtime, get the win. They don't, though. And now we're going to have to see if Take Flyte can launch a pretty big comeback.
Yeah, well, Wildcard might have been spooked a little bit there, but I think we're seeing the confidence just continue to grow back to the quality we expect from them here in that game. At least when they were taking the lead, especially when Torsos was scoring 4 goals very, very quickly. We didn't see that from them last event. Well, we didn't in the semi-final, at least in Open 3. We're seeing the confidence start to find themselves again here, Wildcard, but Take Flyte still creating opportunities, particularly at the end of that game too. It's a good look for them. Of course, would have loved to see them get across the line just to make this series more interesting and potentially make it a tied-up series instead of a 2-0 for Wildcard. The physicality immediately coming back from Wildcard here. Xanthus chased that one down line. Won't lead to anything, and again, Torsos back with a demo.
Yeah, they're looking angry now, throwing some demos of their own. They can certainly play that game if Take Flyte want to join the party there. Banana Head's looking to back off. Amphis solo. Instant pot reset. Banana Head controlling and now just has Scrub to beat in a one-on-one. Rips it across. It's as easy as you like. You cannot give this guy a crack at your third man.
Yeah, he's played that from all the way just in front of his own goal. Ran out of boost by the end of it. Doesn't matter. B-Head has always got the quality to score from any position on the field, and he's showing that right there.
Yeah, it's just, as I said, you give him a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Didn't have too much boost to work with, but just found the angle on the ball and ripped it behind Scrub, who was pretty much a sitting duck. Double backflip coming through. Scrub has to make the save. Does control it, but they've used a lot of boost, and you can see the bumps coming through. Fades is in a lot of trouble. How's the shot? It's not great. Top left. Would have been the priority there for Torsos. Doesn't find his shooting that he saw in the previous game, but we'll cut him some slack since he single-handedly won them the game in Game 2.
I was going to say that across the board, it hasn't felt the most clinical of games, but aside from Torsos, that is, players not getting the power or the placement when needed, aside from Big T. Fades, plays that one straight down the center. Torsos out to the sidewall. Second touch is pretty dangerous towards the center, but Scrub had it covered the whole way. Low boost in the tank, moves it down as B-Head takes over. Now the challenge on Amphis. Does well, B-Head just to beat it out, and Torsos finds the back wall off a potential bump as well. Scrub again, through the midfield, going pretty direct at the moment. Take Flyte, not playing on the wings often. It's more so these direct plays towards the target. Amphis was looking for a redirect there, couldn't find it.
We'll find the touch that he was looking for to Scrub. No, gets the fake. It is read by Wildcard, and you can see the low boost. Scrub actually does grab the mid to try and keep this attack on, and has done well. Torsos now, he's found himself with 0. Has lost the ball. Fades. There's Banana Head underneath. Fever on the backboard. He's looking for the dunk on Fever, as he does well just to get it to the side. Looks like Wildcard have found their way out now.
And that quickly thought it was going to end up in the hands of Fades. It's Amphis instead. Ball down long towards Fades. Corner double perhaps. No. Banana Head clears it the long way down. And Scrub, well, that's very awkward. The first touch is not ideal, and Amphis has to stretch for the save.
Just gets there in time. Fades. Leaves the ball for Amphis, who looks for the close double. Fever was onto it on that occasion. Wildcard have just killed a couple of minutes off the clock now, still with that 1-goal lead. And this is what they can do. Kind of makes it, you feel like you're close with them, almost how NRG play. You've got them, it's only a 1-goal game, and then before you know it, there's only 30 seconds left. We'll see if Take Flyte can get to work. Under 2 minutes now. Bump comes through, Banana Head just creates space for Fever. On the ball again is B-Head, hits it around. Scrub has to track back. They have lost that aggression that they wanted, and once again, can Amphis find a way to get downfield? Can Take Flyte find a bit of respite to launch an attack?
Doesn't look like it. At the moment, Wildcard with the possession in the Take Flyte half. B-Head has a full tank to work with out on the width here. Fades controls it. Front of his net again, but gets the reset just out to the safety. Now Amphis with a skim down line. Fever first to react and will respond to that scrub play as well. Should put the pressure on Take Flyte again. They just cannot break this halfway line at the moment as Amphis looks to set Fades up. He goes up backwards. Won't get back to it. Amphis will. Down onto the center wall. It's going to be Torsos. Now Scrub from the width once more. B-Head up on the challenge. Midfield and Fever looks to slow this one down for himself. Might even leave it in the end for Banana Head. Now Torsos lining up and Scrub breaks free. Fades on the counter. Infield, but it's towards absolutely no one. And Fever does well.
They just need to find that extra pass, Take Flyte. They look like they're kind of just getting space and throwing it on net. Fever's found a little bit of a way through. Goodness me, Scrub's awkward in net. Amphis might be missing that one as well. Banana Head's missed the shot. Fades has been bumped. Fever maybe able to keep the ball in. Take Flyte, as mentioned, they've got to get a bit more creative. If it's not Amphis sitting downfield, what else can it be? Can they find the extra pass? These demos, though, relentless from Wildcard. Banana Head gets the flip reset, doesn't get the pinch. Torsos rips it across. Fades has found himself downfield. Fever makes a huge touch in the end.
These counterattacks are good, and Scrub, well, misdirection perhaps from Amphis. Keepers in net, didn't know who was going to get the final piece of it, but Scrub from the halfway line almost. Amphis is in there, Fades going for bumps, and we're tied up, 17 to play.
It's Amphis downfield once again, gets to work, and that's the threat that he has. He didn't even need to hit the ball on that occasion. They were so scared of the redirect. Caused two to have to commit for it, and in the end, the ball doesn't even get touched. Scrub gets the goal, 10 seconds left. They have found the equaliser. I think both teams will probably just want an overtime here, just to take stock, reset. It's Banana Head, launches it across Torsos. Popping for Fever, maybe one last crack for Wildcard. Double commit comes through, and Amphis says, give me overtime.
I love that play from Torsos, though. Just a set for Fever to jump up for that one. Didn't lead to anything, but the kickoff might as and sent wide of the mark. Scrub will clear. Torsos just goes past it. Banana Head, though, looks to bang across, and it might be good speed from Fever, but it's even better from Amphis. He'll only find the corner. Torsos, good control. We'll take a 50 on Fades. Forward for Wildcard. Scrub just out to the side again where B-Head was waiting. That's an infield, but it's dangerous towards Fever, who'll take the challenge on Amphis again. B-Head quick with the reset. Fades will play that away, and it just feels as though Take Flyte are building some opportunities, but they need to be careful because Wildcard just keep on presenting more and more chances like this, where Fever hits it too high in the end.
Yeah, the first touch was beautiful from Fever. He'll be disappointed with that. Does Amphis get a chance for the air dribble pump? Instead, it's a fake. Oh, Fades had a chance to shoot. Banana Head wasn't going to be able to recover. Torsos finds a nice 50 as Amphis grabs the 100 from mid, goes for the solo play off the roof to himself, gets one more, beats two. There's only one in net now, but that ball's just not in a scoreable spot. Scrub rips it across. Wildcard were in trouble, but they find their way out through Banana Head.
Oh, Amphis caught in an awkward position there, and actually that demo might have just worked out. The Cook's pinch downfield from Amphis might find Scrub perhaps. No, Fever and net clears that. And when Amphis is in form, he looks so good. That's awkward from Fever. Banana Head bails his teammate out.
That was a whifty. Fever called Torsos off it, but didn't think he was going to trust the call. In the end, they both missed the ball. Banana Head has to just wait and see the boys panic in front of him. They're starting to get a little bit nervy here, Wildcard. This Amphis controlling. This has been the most time we've seen in this defensive half for Wildcard in a long time. Scrub gets a nice beat. Oh, it's just a backboard for Amphis. Can he find the bump? Fever has to come up underneath. Fades has hit it backwards. He's got caught underneath, and that might just be one that got away.
I think Fades a couple of times now been caught out in just the wrong position in front of net. Not able to make it count. Scrub will be kept honest there. Easy enough for him into the corner, and now looks to launch the counter so quickly. Fades, great speed. Who's going to be the next up for it? It's going to be Torsos, but the pressure now. Scrub looks to center that one again. Amphis, the jump of absolute centuries going so early there. Fades one on target. And that's Fever to the sidewall again, but the pressure building. Take Flyte might make something. Torsos low boost. Should be able to clear this one. Fever just puts that a long way down line. It's going to be an open net, and that's another one for Wildcard.
After all that hard work, Amphis looked like he was feeling it, but he just got caught in the midfield. Scrub was wide. The positioning, the structure from Take Flyte just completely fell apart. As Fades tracks back with 0 boost, B-Head is changing his car once again. It's 3-0 for Wildcard. B-Head's still not happy with how he's playing, but they might have got away with that. Take Flyte had control of that overtime.
Yeah, it felt like, not to call out Fades, but a few times there that Fades had the line up with a shot if he just was a touch more patient, which is very difficult to do in a high-intensity situation like that, I suppose. But a few moments, just the positioning, not letting them, well, not getting them the shots off. And Take Flyte, I still like some of those plays in that game. The Scrub Amphis resets as well, just finding a few moments, but you cannot leave yourself open for a counter-attack like that. Wildcard, one of, if not, Wildcard or Power, the two teams in the region, you absolutely cannot leave with a chance like that.
Yeah, that's just devastating. Amphis just getting caught out of position, and he was looking great on the ball as well. He was looking like the biggest threat on the pitch, and as he said, to go 3-0 down now, to have to reverse sweep Wildcard, I mean, it is possible, but it's Wildcard. You'd think they're going to be able to lock this one down. They're still not looking comfortable, though, and I think that's pretty evident with Banana Head changing his car every single game. He's not quite feeling like he is performing up to the standards he'd like, but I mean, it's an unusual 3-0 right now for Wildcard. Yeah. You've got Torsos having to score 4 goals and make a crazy save just to get them to win a game at the death there. So when that's happening, it's not coming as easy as Wildcard would like, but it's one you might look at the scoreboard after the series, Monty, and think, well, they 4-0'd. I'm sure it was comfortable, but it hasn't been.
No, not at all. It feels like this probably could be 2-1 either way at the moment off the back of those OTs, and it's just not to be. Wildcard showing why they have been at the top for so long, aside from the hiccup in Split 1. It's not quite there. I am interested to see in terms of how B-Head plays in this semi-final. Of course, they have to qualify for the grand final still, but potentially making those changes might just be an insight into the situation in the grand final. It's awkward in front of net, and is cleared away, but maybe it's just B-Head trying to find his form for the main event later tonight.
Yeah, we still have to get to that main event, and Wildcard need one more game. That was a huge save from Fever right at the start of this game 4. Amphis, he loves to get a reset off that corner. We saw what he did in the previous series that he played. Off that very corner, in this very map as well. So far, it's Take Flyte still looking like they're a confident team, looking like they're trying to build on what they left in that overtime, albeit they didn't get the job done.
I think Amphis has a lot of history with those corner reads on this map. I think it was 2024 even in Open 2 that he did the same thing on the opposite corner. So he's got the quality to pull those out on Utopia. Hasn't done so, or hasn't needed to do so in this game just yet. Banana Head might find a redirect. Scrub had to cut that one off.
That was a ridiculous pass, and it completely caught Take Flyte out. It was a nice read from Scrub. Fever's done it again. He's launching it downfield, and you can see Banana Head and Torsos so ready for those plays, just trusting Fever to get insane clears. Torsos is keeping the ball in. Wildcard would get a little bit more momentum. Banana Head is keeping this one. Someone in the half, but Scrub has caught the ball pretty well, just been bumped off it.
Yeah, Fever missed that one. Could have led to something, but the touch was out to the wall rather than to the center of the field. Banana Head looking to redirect this, and it's just the way that Wildcard are playing right now. The redirects and the catches like that from B-Head is absolutely mechanical, and they've got the lead.
Yeah, that's just lovely. Look at the catch, and he's straight away looking for the dunk on Amphis. He positions it perfectly. He reads the touch to the wall, and he dunks it top left. That's a huge first goal.
They're looking very, very good now to book their spot for potentially, well, not even some revenge against Power. They didn't play the grand final against Power last time. They've got the revenge at the moment against Power, but not in that situation. Amphis, he'll get there, and it's not done and dusted just yet.
Not done and dusted at all. You can see just the mirage of cars. It was a quad commit, and Amphis was the only one ready. Well, just doing the math, there's only 2 cars on the pitch left to read that touch, and he said Amphis too quick, gets the early equalizer. Just takes a little bit of the heat off Take Flyte.
Amphis straight off the kickoff. Found the reset. Couldn't do anything more than that. Scrub out to the sidewall, and Amphis will just get a touch on that. It just makes it awkward momentarily as B-Head had to recover. Fever, corner double himself. That would have been a speedy one if he connected. Now Scrub, good speed to beat out one, but won't get back to it himself. And that's awkward. Fever, he's made a few mistakes in this series. Going to have to tidy them up. And he gets away with it there.
Oh, and he's got away with it big time. If that bounce was any more generous, it could have been 2-1 to Wildcard, but as you said, Fever just making a couple of mistakes, still getting used to that octane. He's been on the Fennec for so long. He just completely whiffed that ball, gave himself space to make an easy read too. Wasn't to be. Banana Head fakes the reset, goes to low 50. Torsos pops it over the top of the last man, but Amphis able to rotate back in time, gets the clear for take flight.
Fever looks to go low, went for the bump as well. Scrub was behind. I don't think Fever knew he was there. Torsos center towards Fever. Good speed. Amphis on the counter attack. If this drops down, it could be dangerous for Take Flight, but what a read from Torsos. Pressure still on Take Flight, though. They're looking to build something here, although that is a great play. Fever tried to snipe out Torsos. But yeah, the blue boost will drop that one down.
It drops it to Torsos as well, who finds the top right. Amphis sits there and gets the fake off the corner, but Banana Head does read it. He actually steals that corner boost off spawn as well. It's a touch. Is he going to be workable for Fever? He has to back off. Let's get the bump on Fate. Banana Head has to play. Fever still floating, somehow gets the touch. They haven't overcommitted a touch here. Banana Head has to buy time. He's very awkward. It's off the wall now. Saves a touch in the bump. Means it's an open net. If Torsos can be quick enough, he goes for the dribble instead, and reinforcements arrive.
Now Fever just taking a shot there, hoping that someone would make a mistake in net. Wasn't to be. B-Head sets up a double. He's got so much time to place it. He does it. Fever might. Saved by Fades and dunked in by Fever. 2-1, and they are looking very good for the grand final now.
Banana Head should have scored, but I don't think they realised Fever was still here. Scrub went for the clear and just threw it straight at Fever's car, who's pre-flip dunked into the back of the net. 1 minute left. 1 minute away from the grand final.
We've seen a couple of kickoff strategies today, just not quite working out. That one might lead to something. Amphis across, and Torsos got a very critical touch on it. Drop down. Torsos again will be the first to react, but very quickly out of boost. Amphis out to the left-hand side wall. Will grab the 100. Gets to work quickly here, but Fever able to beat that play away. And Torsos redirect. Fades will be kept honest here. Low boost, and Fever just makes him shaky for a moment. That's awkward. Fades gets the piece he needed to.
It was 2 missed touches from Fades. You can see the nerves setting in. They know that they have to score. They know that it's getting desperate. 25 seconds left. Fades with the fake and time. Torsos, zero nonsense. Doesn't get the follow. Scrub trusting the fake. And now he gets a little bit of space. Sidewall, Fever, pre-jumping, getting that octane behind it. It's a bit of an overcommit though. Torsos has to get there last. Amphis tracking back now. 10 seconds left. Wildcard shot on. Amphis with the save. They don't need to score. They just need to keep the ball in the orange half. Maybe one last crack here. Scrub off the wall. Ceiling. Torsos calls series. And we get the grand final we were looking for. Take Flight put up a fight, but Wildcard too good.
Torsos has genuinely just been so business first in this series. It was so incredible to see from him. Hopefully we see that form continue, but just everything was business minded. No fun, no content, just get the ball to the ground, score all the goals we can in any moment that's absolutely necessary. But Take Flight. I mean, we said beforehand that, you know, these you look at the series score and go 4-0. It doesn't look close, but taking a closer look at the matches themselves, Take Flight played very well across this series, and considering they've been away from, you know, the main event for a couple of events now, I'd be pretty happy in their shoes with how close those matches went against Wildcard. Obviously, you want a better close series, but that's a good look for Take Flight.
Yeah, and I think for the Wildcard side of things, we talk about Banana Head a lot as the OCE MVP. We've talked about Fever this weekend in the Octane, but Torsos just took over that series. A phenomenal performance from him. Clear MVP. He's dropping 800, 900 points in a game, for goodness sake. Looking fantastic, the veteran, so we have to give some respect to the Dominus that we know and love. He's looking good going into this grand final, Monty, and it's anyone's game. We've got two informed teams. They're the clear top two teams, as we found out right here at the start of Open 4 throughout all the weekend, really. It's not been close with Wildcard power against the rest. So we finally get the matchup we're looking for, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, I said previously in that series that Wildcard looking for some revenge on Power, but that's not really the case because Wildcard in Grand Finals against Power currently have the upper hand. They're the ones who won the last time those two teams played. It was a matter of they didn't even make the Grand Final last time, which didn't go to plan for Wildcard there. But, I think this is exactly what everyone expected. Potentially some predictions early from, someone called Monty about Bulldogs making the Grand Final. Wasn't to be, but it is exactly what everyone in OCE wants to see. It's Power, it's Wildcard. What a Grand Final matchup that will be. And it's not too far away. Don't go too far, because after this one, well, we might return. Who knows? See if we'll return after this.
Another week, will be not.
Get it, wild hot.
Well, it's time for the grand finals here in OCE. Open for the first event of the Paris split, and we have our top two teams. We've got Power and Wildcard. Forget about the Bulldogs for now. We'll probably see them, Yummy, in Open 3, just win everything. But for now, we've got Power and Wildcard going head-to-head.
Winner of this sets the tone for the split that puts themselves in the driver's seat towards that major. And of course, they had to be our top two teams. And it's good, I'd say, formal to have both of them coming in off strong wins.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. A 4-0 and a 4-1 for both of these sides, respectively. It's kind of the rubber match as well for the year that we didn't get in the third regional. We pushed it back to the fourth. And Monty, to think, even though it's the first one in this split, doesn't diminish its importance. Power, they won the first one last time. They took that momentum all the way to Boston.
Yeah, and I sort of mentioned previously that for these two teams, for Wildcard, I thought maybe it was a case of revenge, but they have the ascendancy in terms of this particular grand final. So it's more so about setting the tone, as Yummy said, moving forward for the rest of this split. It could be so critical to get across the line here. And I mean, looking at it, you know, Wildcard, they looked very good against the Bulldogs. 4-0, Power 4-1 against the Bulldogs. So potentially history-wise, maybe
Why is everything litmus test against the Bulldogs?
Bulldogs, Zach. We're sick of hearing about the Bulldogs. They lost 4-1 in the semi-final. Looking at the bracket here, we've only had one Game 7 throughout the entire hybrid playoffs bracket here in OCE. I think we're due for another one. We started today formal with an 11, 12 out of 10 after what you called a 6 out of 10 Saturday. And since then, I think we kind of just had business as usual to get to this point in the grand final where we see the two teams go head-to-head.
Yeah, but this one can't, like this one, the expectation, two best teams, it has to go the distance. So I'm kind of banking on that return to Champions Field. Two teams, two different styles perhaps in how they got here as well. Wildcard back to their aggressive self. Power maybe a little bit more measured, but they feel like, I mean, they've been on equal footing throughout this event so far that, yeah, it should go the distance.
I fully expected to do so, but I would even say usually a series between these two is a 10 out of 10, even if it doesn't go the distance. Because if Wildcard or Power are 4-0ing, 4-1ing the other, that's a big moment too. That's a big statement and a big upset and a big lead early on in the event. So either way, I think we're in for a good one.
We're in for a treat. I think we're about to feast here. The OCE enjoyers watching the stream all day long. Appreciate you all as well. You guys have been fantastic. This has been just crazy. We've had own goals galore. We've had some fantastic gameplay, and I'm hoping we see the latter here in this grand final, but we wouldn't mind seeing a couple of own goals as well. Power looking in form. Wildcard looking in form. We haven't spoken about the coaches too much, Yummy. What do you think, on the Jimmer freaky side of things? What do you think from them?
Jimmer, tried and true, freaky, ruined Sicky's career, so definitely in the Jimmer camp on this one. He is the OCE GOAT for coaches, so...
Sicky's got too many mentions today. Like, he keeps being brought up for different reasons, and I feel bad for the guy. Hopefully he's not tuning in right now.
I bet he's not. I don't think we can worry about that too much. But formal, it's going to be a fantastic contest. I think we're going to have 6 player cams as well, so you guys are going to see their reactions throughout the whole best of 7 as well. Formal, tell me which way you're leaning. Give me your first thoughts.
Into predictions, look, I'm always going to favor the aggressive side, and I feel like it's not OCE unless Torsos is at the top with everyone chasing. So give me Wildcard. I've liked their form that little bit more. I think they take it here today.
I'm so not sure about this. I really haven't got any confidence behind my prediction, but I think the way Torsos looked, I feel as though if he can continue that form, I'm going to have to go Wildcard, but it's going to be close. It's got to be a Game 7.
That's crazy. Normally, I would be coming out of the gate swinging for Wildcard, saying you can't upset them for too long. But I've been really impressed with Power, more so today than in other events even, with Super Locky having great performance, Gus yesterday, incredible fiber. stepping up as well. But I'm just going to stick with my boys Wildcard. I've got them all the way, at least for this first event.
It can't be a sweep. It cannot be a Wildcard sweep here.
I really thought you were going to join me because I'm going to go Power. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go Team Power. I think they've looked fantastic so far. They have not put a single foot wrong. There's no reason to go against them now, but... Well, there is a reason. You're playing Wildcard on the other side of things, and they absolutely could be back to that World Champs top 6 form, but... I think when you're relying on Torsos to score 4 goals and you're only just winning against Take Flyte, I prefer the fact that, you know, the way that Power are winning seems a lot easier.
Forget Take Flyte. Go back to the Bulldog stick, the Bulldog measurement. That's what we go by. That's what
That's a Monty measurement only. I'm going to stay out of the Bulldogs measurement, but we are ready to go here. It's grand finals time here in OCE. We've got our big dogs. We've got Power on one side. We've got Wildcard on the other. This is a heavyweight bout that just makes a nation sit and watch, boys. Take it away.
Here we go, Monty. Grand final number 4. I suppose our 4th regional. It's a return to what we saw the first and the second. And I said it before, the delayed rubber match between Wildcard and Power. They have gone blow for blow so far this season. And to get that foot over your opponents, to have the leading step towards Paris, you know this is what both these teams are playing for.
And Power, of course, last time they were in a grand final, it didn't look so good. But last time that Power were in a grand final, it didn't look good at all for Wildcard in the semi-final leading up to it. So both of these teams coming in here with not only a point to prove in terms of qualification for Paris leading into it, but also, hang on, we need to just show who the dominant force is once again.
Who is going to be leading and who is going to be playing catch-up? Who's in the Merc? Who's in the Ferrari? We're about to find out. Ball off the backboard. Gus not there. Instead, it's Fever. And across that midfield line, Banana Head waiting for their chance with Boost, with a bit of space to work as well. Lockie has to play backboard, does so successfully. Torsos drops it low, but not quite in yet. And Gus takes advantage of the aggression. First goal goes to Power.
Yeah, just everyone from Wildcard, I think, getting comfortable in the setting that they had there. Fever to the wrong side of the field, and Gus, I don't think he could believe he's had such an open net so early into this game. Power with the advantage.
And this is, you know, probably to be a little bit expected. Wildcard has gotten to this final being back to their hyper-aggressive form, almost like reminiscent of 2024 in a lot of the matches we've seen from them. Just full send, even Fever getting amongst it yesterday with the bumps, with the demos playing incredibly far forward. And, I mean, Power, they've only been playing aggressive teams, it feels like, and they've been playing this more controlled, more reactive. I think they are going to be looking for more of the counterattack, but when they get beat, they're in trouble. Torsos does it again.
He scored so many goals today so far, has Big T. He gets another one, and that's just Fiber pushing up quickly. I thought he could have got the touch on it, just didn't reach in that 1-1 game. Well, it didn't last long for the lead, and it's tied up within, well, a minute and 1 second.
Yeah, and what's crazy too is in this first minute, we've kind of seen both these teams' strengths and what they are going to be strong at. Gus with his game sense, Wildcard Torsos with the aggression. Tie game early. Both teams now looking to maybe get a bit more settled. Of course, if we are looking for the big names to watch out for in this series, I still am looking at the Gus, the Fiber, the Banana Head, the Fever. They're kind of the 4, and it's Super Lucky as well, making it a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, when you say big names in this lobby, I genuinely think it's everyone. I don't think there's any players that stand out more than others. Maybe at times, in terms of the consistency across a season, maybe. Of course, with B-Head having 2 MVP seasons back-to-back, but other than that, just every name, everywhere you look, someone's got mechanics, someone's got the mindset, someone's got the mentality that can give them the lead, and Power have turned this back in their favor. And they are looking good at the moment. Super Lucky. That is patience to take it back and not just send it immediately forward. Dangerous in front towards Fever. B-Head will take over now as he looks to drop that one down to a teammate. Gus just retreats into net. Super Lucky clears.
And it has to be a conscious decision to play patient like that as well, going back to Super Lucky's play, because you know Wildcard, they're going to push forward. You know you're probably going to now find yourself with 2 attackers in your face, and if you can beat them, it's going to be favorable on the opposite end. So I kind of like that patient play. I like the confidence that we can handle the Wildcard pressure and turn it against them. In fact, that's how they scored a couple of their goals, and that's how they might score this one. Fiber with the flick, and it's a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, Power just looking the better side at the moment, and this is Fiber from his own corner with a light touch over the top of one. And Torsos, I'm not too sure what he committed to. Banana Head left in net, couldn't stretch with a save. Fiber takes over the lobby. He 1v3s the lobby, and it's 3-1 on the score sheet.
Well played, and it's Power using their big brains so far. It feels like to get some of these goals across. A little bit of a shaky start, but Wildcard, Monty, they've always been known for their slower starts in some of these big series as they nearly get the goal right here. Torsos now looking for something themselves off the backboard. Banana Head there, but can't get it around Gus. However, yeah, like... It feels like every time these teams play or Wildcard is in these finals, they're not fast out the gates. They usually warm up into a series. So even though they're down early in game number 1, you can't write them out yet.
And it's been a mark of this Jimmer side all the way back to even Ground Zero in Season X. Just slow starts in matches that really matter. It's continuing on here, but it's just Power that have looked very, very good in Wildcard. Coming off the back of their series, it was a very good series against Take Flyte in terms of the series itself probably shouldn't have been a 4-0. It could have been, at one point, it felt like it could have been 2-1 to Take Flyte even. It was a very quality series that Wildcard probably weren't punished enough in. And Power, when you put on the other side of it, that's a team that will punish you, and they do again so there.
So many counterattacks, every one of them lethal. A fourth now on the board. Super Lucky getting in on the scoring action. Their second of the game, and with just under 100 seconds remaining, it really feels as if Power, they've got Wildcard's number. And just from a strategical outlook, I was wondering how these two teams would match up. Power unfazed by the Wildcard aggression and just using it to their advantage again and again.
Yeah, well, it's looking very, very solid for Power. Wildcard not coming up with the answers just yet. They'll have a good shot there. Torsos, well, his placement's not in question whatsoever as Big T. His shooting today has been on form. It's just a matter of getting the passes over to him, which they do so there in minute 22. Still time to score a couple extras.
If Torsos doesn't score that, we're looking at a 5-1 game. Both Banana Head and Fever, no boost, looking for bumps. They were just sending everything, hoping for something, and you got to when you're down by 3. Good to see Wildcard not giving it up, but it's also a little bit spooky how much they have to commit to get that goal.
And talking about committing, there was 2 in the corner there from Wildcard again. Banana Head to the back wall now. Torsos sends one early, just on the jump. Fever to the back wall, tries to challenge that down on Fiber, and well, it's looking a little awkward at the moment for Power. You can see Torsos waiting on the boost and lets B-Head commit forward before him. Double commit on defense. Torsos, well, that's an absolute letdown based on the form of his shooting so far today. Might still manage to find the infield to Fever. He finds a double. The bump's there, but he saved it, I think, himself.
It was a case of looking for the bump from Torsos, but could not get out of the way in time. The rest of the net completely open. Had they slowed down a little bit, we're looking at a 1-goal game here, Monty. Instead, 2 required, 30 seconds to go. Power, they want one more. No one's in net. Lucky gets the hat trick.
And it's always nice to score 3 in a grand final in one game, and it's great to do in game number 1 to give yourself the confidence. I mean, it hasn't been the best highlight reel plays, has it, from Super Lucky in this game so far, but they all count the same. He won't mind it one bit. 2-5, that will be game 1 done and dusted. No chance of Wildcard back in. But there's been a few more moments. It's given me more confidence about Wildcard, and I think it's sort of that standard, slower approach in a grand final setting that these teams typically have.
We joke about the Bulldog benchmark before coming into this, but in a lot of ways, Wildcard and the Bulldogs play similarly, and we're seeing the same sort of strategies work for Power that worked against the Bulldogs as well. They're going to take game 1, Monty. They're going to do so, making it look a lot easier than maybe it should. Dominant performance from our defending regional representatives.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, the last 2 times the Bulldogs have been mentioned, it hasn't been me. So you can check that one off, but Power just looks let's ignore that. But Power looks so good, don't they, at the moment? Just able to make those 5 goals. I mean, I said Super Lucky's goals himself. They weren't the best goals we've seen from him, but it's just scoring when it matters. In particular, in a grand final, it really is just score when it matters. That's exactly what he's done here. Wildcard, I said, later in that game, those moments I was feeling a little bit more confident in their plays, but overall, that is a very great start for Power.
Yeah, it's the ideal start, obviously, for the Power faithful in that one as well. Torsos, though, it's good to see he's keeping up that momentum, but only half as many goals as what was expected. We wanted to see the 4-goal performance, maybe not the 2. But that being said, because it's a final, we need, well, just us on deck, I suppose. Still gonna... I thought... Well, we're keeping the others out. We've locked them out. All right.
Yeah, people at this point are expecting others to jump on in, and no. We're just sticking with us. It's great to see Forbidden Temple with Gus, because Gus, I think, on Forbidden Temple is one of the greatest Rocket League players in OCE in the world right now as well, by the way. Onto Forbidden Temple, onto Game 2. This should be another enthralling matchup. Wildcard, they need to fight back, don't they? They really need to find a way back into this.
They do, and it's so good to be able to watch this with you, Monty, and not Yummy and CJ.
Get out of here, Formal. Let's get into game number 2. Wildcard need to fight back, and CJ, we need to show him how it's done.
I'm looking like an absolute genius off that game 1, Yummy Cheese Man. Team Power looking fantastic. The Boston representatives looking like they want every bit of a Paris major as well. We'll see if Wildcard can bounce back. They were saving their own shots in game 1. So step 1 is get out of the way when your teammate's shooting, Yummy.
Certainly so, and maybe not so aggressive for a lot of the goals that Power are getting. They're doing it just because they're playing very good, solid Rocket League. And for the most part, just waiting for Wildcard to make that mistake. The defense has been good, and eventually Wildcard have committed too much to every single shot. So we'll see how this goes in game number 2. Wildcard do clean that up in particular. But for now, Power in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they've been pushing forward for now as Banana Head loses that touch. Fiber. It's the pop and the shots on net as Torsos has been caught up in all sorts in that defensive corner.
But he goes to the wall, he tries to turn forward, he gets bumped out. And just would have thought a straight rotation back to the net would be fine, but that is what Power have been doing to them all game 1. And it continues on in game 2.
Yeah, it's just mistakes you're not expecting from the veterans, from the likes of Wildcard. Top 6 off that world champs in Lyon. That's a nice shot there from Super Lucky Fever. Able to catch this one. Reset. As you said, he's just stuck with the Octane. He hasn't decided to change his car, certainly not nearly as many times as his teammate Banana Head has. As all Torsos can do is put it to the corner. And rarely, Yummy, you see a Wildcard team get pressed like this, as we saw in game 1 and as we're seeing in game 2 as well. They are just having to sit in net for the majority of the game.
You're usually very good at finding passes out from that defensive area to make sure they can get a quick clear. That one off the post as Fever tried to slow it down and end up getting a little bit too much of a touch. Torsos can't get a center. Look how aggressive they are, and it hasn't paid off because Fever was too far forward on the ball to be able to turn around. And despite a solid attack, they haven't found an opening.
Can't quite get it to work, and still at a 1-goal deficit. Super Lucky misses the touch. Fever tries to get one more. Fiber with 0 boost. Lucky is able to pop it up, and they're just looking quicker through this midfield here, Power. You can see Gus working the ball out there with Super Lucky. Still Fiber having to batten down the hatches a little bit. He does get the touch on a Fever out of nowhere. Keeps it into the corner as well. There's now Power take their turn to play a bit of defense. There's the pop to Banana Head. He finds the dunk. Fever wants in. Fiber just a little too quick, and they're out. Or are they? Oh my goodness.
Not the best touch, and that's the pressure that Fever's been able to put on. You can just see Wildcard just sending at every single possible clear that Power could go. They finally back off a little bit for boost, and Fiber gets a double bump, and that might be the opening that Power needs, at least to get out of the defense. I thought they'd even be able to set up an attack, and they have with a pass straight in front of net, and that's a 2-0 lead. Power cannot be stopped.
That's just finishing we don't always see in OCE. You get that half chance and have a look at the placement. It's bar down, and Torsos can do absolutely nothing about Gus's shot. Beautiful infield. They're spreading this Wildcard defense. They've got no answer.
I'll need to find one soon. They're still playing overly aggressive. Should be fine, but they're not actually scoring off it, and Fiber off the kickoff has read that roof read. They're all over them.
You can see on the play camps as well, they're laughing, they're having a good time. Fiber, beautiful read. Able to follow it up in a completely open net. You know that Wildcard are going to be pushing harder, Yummy, when they are 2 goals down. Fiber just reading that, knowing that they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. They get punished for it.
This is dominating so far from Power. Very rare to see Wildcard in a position like this, and they only have a minute 50 remaining in order to even just get one goal on the board. See Fever hang on that backboard. Can Torsos get the double touch as a fake instead? That's going to be a goal. It took all of them to do it, but they finally managed one.
Yeah, a bit interesting here is that Gus in net just not recognising the shot. He didn't even jump. He just walked across. Just, I guess, not aware of how close Fever was going to be for the follow-up shot. He threw his head back as well. I love seeing the player cam reactions, just so you know if they do feel like they might have made a little mistake. They've opened the door slightly. 95 seconds left in this game too. They still need 2 goals. They nearly might need 3 as Fever makes a save.
And Gus is going to look for that go-ahead goal. He's been a set-up man for them in the past. Fiber misses, goes sailing past that one, which gives an opportunity for Banana Head. It gets away from him though, and that's well cleared out by Gus.
Pop up, Super Lucky. Pops it over the top of Torsos. Just gets dusted for free. He's able to get one more on it as well. Even 2 more. Nearly the bump. As Gus is just going to take his time. So he's opted for the Octane as well. We often see him in the Fennec. Fiber throws this one on net. Fever with space. 59 seconds. Takes it up top. One more pass. Drop down. It's beautiful to Banana Head. This has to be the finishing touch. Torsos goes for the safe shot, Yummy, instead of the slammer. And that might come back to bite him.
He really needed to find that right side of the net, just go for a big old slam, but not going to be a goal, and almost was one at the other end. 40 seconds remaining. Looks like Power are going to take game 2 unless there's a miracle here, and anyone can do it. It would be Banana Head, but he's shut down as well.
Yeah, they're just reading them with so much confidence as Fiber gets a reset over the top. Torsos scoops up the corner boost. There's only 23 seconds. It's in the wrong, and Team Power have had a pretty flawless start to this grand final. They may not have taken out open 3, but without the Bulldogs here, they are looking like the best team. Fiber off the corner wins, or loses a 50, should I say, straight to Gus. And now there's just no time left. As you said, Yummy, we rarely see Wildcard in this position. They've been dominated for 2 games.
Been dominated. They haven't been able to get the scoring opportunities despite how aggressive they've been playing. And at the other end, it's rare for us to see somebody defend as well as Power have done against anyone, let alone Wildcard.
Wow, wow, wow. And the desk, well, they all look like fools, except I. Not for I, because Power, I think they've just been putting in the work. They've been motivated, ready to go. They were close to a top 8 in Boston. They did get reverse swept, but they kept their heads up and have hit the ground running here so far. But it is a long time to best of 7. We know what Wildcard can do. They can go through their gears quite quickly and find a way to bounce back.
For me, if Wildcard aren't winning in this event, they aren't at least keeping it incredibly close in this event, then I almost feel like they're out of the split entirely. You know, they're the ones who, you know, were on the top. They were the top dogs. They sort of fell short. They probably fell to nerves in the final event, losing to the Bulldogs. And I expected a large bounce back from them here, and it to be not dominant, but their favour, maybe a close one, and then it would be back and forth. But if they're losing now, then it's just going to be Power at Ascension, I feel like, the entire split.
And we know that the Bulldogs are going to win Open 6 when it doesn't mean anything, so you can write that one off. And as you said, if they win this, you feel like Wildcard have to win the next event, have to win Open 5, but it's only 2-0. It is only early. We don't want to go too crazy, but the timeout probably suggests that this series is not going the way that Jimmer would want it to be, and they're just not playing their way. Power just got them covered. They've got their measure.
They have to change it up. The aggressive play style, as I said, not working, not scoring goals. If they were scoring lots of goals and conceding lots of goals, I'm sure they'd be happier. But something's going wrong. They are going to change it up. I'm not sure what that's going to be, though, CJ, because I don't know what else they have in the tank.
Yeah, they've... it just feels like... I don't know. I was talking to Power in Boston as well. I mean, they just had so much confidence. They said, we're going to dominate the next split. It feels like they've figured a few things out from that international practice. And speaking of changing it up, I think we're getting kicked out as well.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Get out of here. We fought back, Monty. You know, it's a good thing I brought, the bats and chains, but here we are, game 3, and I need to mix things up for sure. It's not looking good out the gate. Power almost scores one on rip.
Yeah, we're talking pretty doom and gloom about Wildcard at the moment if they don't make this overcome and at least make it close, it would be. But, you know, there was a 4-1 series that Wildcard won in the Grand Final in Open 2 last event, and Power still, you know, yeah, they looked... Okay, Wildcard didn't look great, did they, in Open 3 at all? But overall, I don't think necessarily at this stage we can really dictate where this season's going to... Well, this split's going to go. But Power right now looks so good. Certainly not this series. We have to see what the timeout buff is. Last time, you know, in a semi-final at least, you know, I was still hyping up the potential Jimmer timeout buff, and it didn't work in that time around when that was in the semi-final against the Bulldogs. And there you go, I've mentioned them again. But in that semi-final, it just never really came back to Wildcard after timeout, and potentially that's something that maybe Jim has hit the training packs for, and potentially, well, it hasn't helped out. His super lucky has an open net wide open for him all the way in his own half.
More timeouts changed, more things stay the same. It's another open net, cross-field, over-aggressive Wildcard. And while I have to give credit to Wildcard for sticking to their guns, and we mentioned Jimma before, I want to start looking at Freaky at this stage. Coach for Power. Yep. They knew exactly what Wildcard was going to be trying to do. They've been playing this entire event kind of around how do we handle and flip aggression on its head, and now it is paying dividends and then some. 1-goal lead in Game 3 after, you know, the 2-game lead. Power has just been ready for them, and I credit the players and I credit the coaching as well. They look so good.
I spoke to Gus before the Boston Major and had a quick chat about Freaky, what he'd done for the roster, and he was so full of praise for his coach in terms of the way that he's helped his individual game, but the way that he's taken this Power roster, these players together to another level as well. You can tell the players out there really respect him, and it's at the moment, you can see absolutely why. The game plan working flawlessly, and Wildcard has just struggled finding any answers.
and Yummy did make that good point before. Wildcard don't win this series out, you have to kind of look at it. All right, they're 1-4 on the regional wins, and that will be one down from their biggest rival. It kind of puts them in a situation where they're going to have to win the next 2 outright. And if that's going to be the case, you at least want to see them be competitive. You want to see them scoring goals. You want to see them in the midst. Granted, it's still only a 1-goal game, and you don't want to, you know, count the chickens before they hatch, but we need to see something, particularly right here. There was a shot attempt. There are demos. There is aggression, but there's always a defender there.
Yeah, there was 3 demos and just not quick enough to make it a OV3, but it was very, very close to being just that. Wildcard turning the physicality up a notch might be what's needed, but that is a banger as Fever finds Torsos and he finds the net.
Torsos again being that goal scorer. A beautiful dribble, though, from Fever to hit across that midfield line. I mean, how he avoids the defender there is beyond me, but finds his teammate as well, ties it up. And this one ain't done yet. Still feels must-win for Wildcard. They still need that next goal, Monty. Will they be able to find it? Will they be able to force it?
Well, I feel like we've been missing, even since Open 3, this man right there, Fever, finding the strike, but it feels as though maybe he's just coming alive with that assist. We're seeing more what we expect from him. That's a good play as well. I think we really need him to come alive. We saw Torsos scoring plenty in the semifinals. B-Ed's always pretty consistent, but Fever has been relatively quiet. Finding assists like that will potentially be the sparking factor for this Wildcard side back into it. Lockie through the midfield, over the top of one, and B-Head makes a stop.
Good stop, good, well timed. Still may have to go. Gus for the lead's gonna drown it in the middle. 2-1 up Power.
And it's just a giveaway there. B-Head, he tried to get the pinch. He tried to find Power. He couldn't find enough. Fiber got the touch that dropped straight to Gus. And 2-1 now. Not heaps of time remaining. Power in a very good situation. And I mean, we'll see what they can provide off the kickoff. If they could add another one here, which they might just do. The speed from Lockie wasn't enough. Gus on the follow-up, denied by B-Head.
Now that was a great little save right there, and I'm going back and I'm remembering what happened the last time these two teams played in a final as B-Head gets the equalizer. This game ain't done.
The angle here is superb from Banana Head, just gets around it. Gus awkward. No one in net because of that. Fiber dancing on the boost, and no one recovered in time. We are back level, and at 10 remaining. Next goal, it's all that silver goal territory at the moment.
Yeah, and again, going back to their history so far this year, in the times when they played against each other in the final, first time back in Regional 1 last year, it went to Game 7. Then Regional 2, yes, it went 4-1 wildcard, Monty, but every game was decided by one goal. And I think that's what was so jarring about those first 2 games, was how dominant, for the first time ever, one of these teams looked over the other in power. But after the timeout buff, win or lose this game, wildcard has found that fight again. They've been able to stabilize a bit on defense. They're looking more like their normal self. Still feels like a must-win game. Still feels like they need this next goal. However, this is looking a lot more like what we expected out of this series.
Absolutely, wildcard are back up to the standards, at least close to the standards we expect from them. Winning this game would go a long way in terms of giving the confidence for potentially chat, because they seem to think that wildcard are completely dusted now. Not to be at the moment. They are still tied up. 10 seconds remaining. OT potentially on the cards if Bhead can save that, which for a moment it might have been awkward in net. Fiber takes the challenge, but overtime looming unless Bhead can make one last play. That's a center ball. Gus will let it drop down. Overtime it is.
And what an overtime it is for wildcard. It feels like they've got to score this to keep themselves in it. Fiber will have the first chance. Going from one corner to the other, shot on, not in. Locky plays it safe, pops it up, will follow it up. 2 players with boosts in front of him. Banana Head the first challenge, doesn't really get the touch they needed. Torsos does what they can off the backboard. At the end of the day, though, the pressure still remains. Despite low resources, Power holds the ball.
That's a chance. Locky reset. Back wall play. Looks to drop it down to Gus now. He's got nothing in the tank to work with. Just takes a 50. Torsos. Now Banana Head takes this one up high. Looks to get back to it for a double perhaps. Drops it down. Fever will commit late. Good challenge towards the back wall here as Torsos will look to control it. Cut in field towards Bhead, and Super Locky gets the touch.
Locky tries to follow it. Banana Head gets there first. The ball bounces off Fiber. Here comes Fever. One corner. No play to cross it back up to the others. We see some bumps, some teammates bumping each other, actually. Not the cleanest setup for wildcard. That's okay. Banana Head isn't able to get it around Fiber, who gets the midfield boost, keeps the pressure on, won't chase it to the sidewall, at least not straight away. Now an opportunity for wildcard with the fake. It's Torsos all the way looking for the backboard. Defenders there, and both teams just responding so well to their opponent's touches.
Torsos just didn't have enough boost to get back to that one either. Banana Head through the midfield. Half a tank used and given away possession. Fever will challenge this though. Still dangerous. Fiber has to get the touch, and it's dangerous for Bhead. He looks to drop that one down. Perhaps no. It's going to be over the head of Torsos. Is it? No. He gets the piece as well. Super Locky out to the sidewall now. Fiber backs off that play, and he might make the mistake there. It's Gus that, and it's back in time. Fiber now. Banana Head cuts that one out. Torsos, the center ball perhaps. Gus low boost, gets the wall dash in. Should be enough for now, but Fever with the challenge one time. It's dangerous. Fiber in front, and Super Locky to the sidewall.
Here we go, Locky looking to chase it up. Ball makes its way towards that backboard. Torsos there waiting, willing. Going for the L dribble. Has Fever underneath. Super Locky does what he can, but Banana Head's next up. 20 boosts to work with, burns it all to not get that next touch. Torsos doing what he can to stay on the forward foot, but everyone else on the team has to race back. It could have been an opening for Power. Weren't quite there, not this time. Banana Head now across the middle, and so many times when Wildcard has needed him the most, Banana Head has been that guy to make the big solo play. Some of the best ground play we've ever seen has come from Banana Head. That's what I'm looking for to break this overtime.
Yeah, I'm seeing Wildcard get aggressive again, push players forward, potentially look into Power going back into their shell, perhaps not making the most of those plays as they might do there. Gus will go out to the side wall and look to turn the aggression back in Power's favor. Torsos sends that a long way down line, and he's going to have to take some time to get back to it. It's going to be Super Locky's ball for a long time before he gets there. Steps by 2 and went underneath Fever, and Banana Head will take the challenge out to the corner now. 3 minutes elapsed in overtime. Still ever so close between these two sides in this one, and Fiber just catches Torsos off guard as Fever tries to find the double. Still a midfield ball. Super Locky takes over. Super Locky goes all the way and puts them on series and grand final points.
Where did the defense go right there? Super Locky able to drive it in. Banana Head trying to play post. Just doesn't read the situation. Locky too fast at the end for him. And just like that, Power go to match point. Look, I'm going to mention them one more time, Monty. I would be remiss not to bring up Regional 3 when Power was in this position before. However, this team, something about them looks and feels different right now. They have just been playing such complete Rocket League, and even after that 3-minute OT, the composure still there in spades.
Yeah, and Power as well. You know, they haven't qualified for Paris yet, which may have been a factor on the minds for those boys in Open 3 in the grand final, the reverse sweep happening. They don't have the comfort of having the major locked in to this point, so I don't think they'll let up whatsoever with Wildcard ahead of them. But, I mean, Wildcard looked better. They had their moments. There was chances. I feel like Wildcard, you know, they could still take a game out of this series, but, I mean, that really felt like that was a must-win for me.
It did feel must-win, and they came up that little bit short. So now asking for a reverse sweep, they are the team out of all the teams in OCE. If I said a bet on the team to make that reverse sweep happen, despite what has happened in the past, I still would lean on Wildcard. And the fact that we saw that fight from them again, it means I don't want to write them out. However, with the pressure mounting, with the doubts, with the timeout buff come and gone, it just feels like such a monumental task right now, and credit where it's due. It's Lockie playing phenomenally. The gameplay, the positioning from Power, nearly immaculate. I just don't see it. Maybe the others do, though.
Well, it may have been the closest game for Wildcard, but that was with a timeout buff. Jeez, man, there's no more timeouts left for the team that's 3-0 down in this grand final. Power looking fantastic, but it's getting closer.
Yeah, Wildcard looking better, but it's going to take a miracle, a reverse sweep for them to win this grand final. Power with the comfort of just playing their style, playing solid Rocket League, playing as a team, making sure they always cover the defense. It is working for them. And of course, when the playstyle goes to that, it's always going to be Super Lockie that shines, and he's been the stalwart member of this Power team at both ends.
Yeah, 2 goals, 800 points in that game 3. He looked fantastic, and they just look solid, even in that overtime, 3.5 minutes. But I've just got to give credit to Freaky. It feels like they've really done their homework on this Wildcard team. They're ready for those air dribble bump fakes and what Banana Head has to offer them. And right now, just looking like the more solidified team, the communication on point. They're not double committing, and they're 1 game away from sweeping Wildcard.
And the sort of fusion makes sense. Super Lockie has always been a player who considers having a consistent, safe play style to be the way to play. And Freaky was very much the same, a very pressure-based play style. Not make the major plays, wait until you can break down your opponents, challenge everything, force them to not be able to play the game they want to. And that's exactly what's been jointed between coach and captain.
And we just see the slight misplays even before there. Torsos looking for the air dribble pass across the Banana Head, who was going for a bump. But there's a beautiful shot from Big T. Could this be the start of the comeback?
Man, Big T's been shooting so well today. It's been the sort of saving factor for Wildcard across the series. He's scored more goals than both his teammates combined. But is that going to be enough? For at least now, they have a lead.
Now, when he's shooting like that, that's the confidence you want to see. I think earlier on, Yummy, he had that free shot when we were called. Oh, hang on a minute. Off the kickoff, you cannot be giving... You can't be giving Power a freebie. And this time it's Torsos looking for the close catch. Super Lockie just doesn't respect it.
And also FIFA, he wasn't turning towards the net on the boost. He was kind of just willing to go for the boost and see how it goes. But on the kickoff, you've got to be gunning it back towards that net. And unfortunately for them, they've given an easy one in a series, I'd say full of easy ones that they've given up because of the pressure that Power have been placing on them.
Yeah, it just felt like the start of something perhaps, but what a way to close the door. And there's an open net, as you said. There's another one. Gus will steal it. Fiber had it done to a dinner. I mean, it's just a miss into an overcommit. That's the panic. That's not even the panic, but the frustration perhaps. You know, coming through from Fever at third man.
You just look at the difference of the two teams. One, Power wouldn't have 2 players in that front corner just trying to do whatever nonsense they possibly can to start setting up a goal. But even if they did, that third player would always be focused on getting back, taking that back corner boost and defending as well as they possibly can. And it provides the added bonus that they're always securing their back boost for 90% of the play.
Yeah, now we're seeing perhaps a little bit more of some ego challenges, if you would, the frustration coming through. They feel like they should be beating them. They're head-to-head heavily in Wildcard's favour in the past, but this Power team just look like they're connected, as you said. It just makes sense with Freaky coaching, with Super Lucky taking the lead, I guess, on this team. Now they've all got international experience under their belt. So 50 goes downfield. Fever gets a chance to set things up.
It's Fever off the backboard. He's the player who can sort of create miracles for this team. Banana Head as well in the past has been able to do it. Neither of them have been able to step up. It's realistically just been the set-up Torsos play that has been working for them, and that's the only play in their playbook so far. Banana Head getting 2 50s, but even that's not enough, and they still have Fiber in the defense even if they beat one more.
Fiber, a little bit awkward, but pre-flips his way out of trouble, and this is what's been kind of the pillar of Wildcard, these little plays, the fundamentals, losing 50s to your teammate, knowing when to spread the pitch, where the space is against this Wildcard team has been really second to none so far. Minute 15, let's see if Wildcard can answer. That's a huge touch coming through just from Fiber, reaching on, shot, Torsos offline, double commit though from Team Power, but they've found a way out. Straight in the lap of Banana Head with the demo. Torsos up off the ceiling. Can he get one more? He finds the shot, and it's almost found the back in there. Will this be in? It's off the bar and out.
That was so close so many times. They're finding the shots now, but even still, because the shots have to come from such incredible angles, because there's always a Power member up on defense and somebody behind, they have to go for tougher angles that are way harder to execute, and that's making their shots converting opportunities even lower. That's an own goal to finish us off. That's Fever making sure that Power win.
That sums up Wildcard right now. Torsos into Fever, back into Torsos, back into Fever, back into a 4-0 sweep for Power by the looks of it.
That is OCE in a nutshell, and that is the fall of Wildcard. I'm calling it now. You guys know me. I've been a staunch Wildcard predictor for a long, long time. But I think that's the last nail in the coffin for me. Power are going to be the first event champions. And to do that after coming back from an international event is exactly the story that they wanted.
Well, Power didn't get a crack at Wildcard in Open 3. They didn't get a chance to play the team that was joint on points with them, but they get the revenge in Open 4. Our Boston representatives take out the first event of the Paris split, and they've got one eye on the Eiffel Tower.
They do it in a 4-0 over their toughest competition, Wildcard. They made it look easy, although I would say not an easy play style to execute. They didn't make mistakes. They played really well in the defensive half, making sure that they were not double committing, that they were backing each other up really well. They just covered every single angle.
Incredibly impressive from start to finish. They look locked in. Credit to Freaky as well. Have done their homework on this Wildcard team, and as you said, that last own goal, of course we had to have an own goal, by the way, in the grand finals. It feels a given. But goodness me, boys, as we bring everybody back in, that own goal maybe just, it might just be an indicator of where Wildcard are at. Just that kind of moment can you kind of point to as, well, I don't want to say the downfall, but Yummy did use those words.
I don't want to go that far yet, CJ, but I do think this plague of own goals is kind of synonymous with like how aggressive and how kind of loose this region has been. So when we see the new play style from Power that's a lot more tighter, more fundamental based, less errors, they're the only team not making those own goals all throughout the day. Every other team had own goals and mistakes. Only one team didn't. So of course they're going to 4-0 at the end. You saw it coming. I was still locked in my old aggressive ways. But yeah, Power is a refreshing change for this region, and they deserve that win.
I've decided I'm no longer predicting before the grand final because I always get it wrong, which is unfortunate. But that is just genuinely, I'm still in shock about that own goal. I'm still in shock about the own goal earlier today, and I'm still in shock about the own goal then. We've had a Game 7 OT winning own goal. We've had a grand final confirming own goal. Classic OCE, am I right?
Yeah, and I'll be honest, the entire series was odd to watch, with Wildcard just just throwing everything constantly. They'd gotten away from that play style a little bit, and I guess they thought, last split didn't go well enough, let's go back to the old ways, and, well, that hasn't worked out.
It was tough to watch if you're a Wildcard fan. If you're a fan, I guess, of the top two being as close as possible, because they just lacked so much cohesion, connection. As the longest standing team in OCE, is the greatest roster in OCE history, unless you're an OG believer of Alpha Sydney /Chiefs. But I mean, they've been so dominant, but they just look like a team that had been put together for this split. In that grand final, as you said, they were over-committing. They weren't challenging for each other. We saw double commits galore, and that own goal probably summed up that grand final. So right now, it's in Team Power's hands as we take a look at the bracket that led to this grand final. Here are the playoffs for OCE, the first event, as we said, of the Paris split. And Formal, I mean, you're winning a grand final 4-0. They dropped one game throughout the entire tournament. Team Power, how do you look past them when you think about that spot for Paris?
The other teams are going to have to change their style. That's what it's going to have to be. And until we see that happen, you really can't look past Power. And I still look at this roster when it first came together and question marks on Gus in particular, who's always kind of been so close, but never on that team. Always had kind of shaky performances in these finals. But now with a lineup, with coaching, that's all about that stability. Yep. This is the most stable bracket for Power I think we can see, Monty.
Yeah, I just want to point out as well, by the way, you said only dropping one game, but Power also did go to Game 5 against Heartless in the previous round. So Heartless is surely the number 2 team next week coming up.
I think they must be. But what's so interesting about all of this bracket as well is the top 4 having so many 4-0s. Like, it's not even close between any of the teams. Like, Power, you said, looking stable across the rest of it, but it's domination. You put any of these top 4 teams against each other, and it's either more likely going to be a 4-0 or a 4-1 at the moment.
Actually, I want to go back to what Yubby just said. Heartless, that number 2 team. That wouldn't have anything to do with, being called out for being a little bit too mean.
He's a Heartless believer now.
Matthew is terrible. But they 2-3'd. I was just calling out the facts, mate.
Anyway. Hey, relax. He's a Heartless fan now. Number 2 team. I tell you what, I think we need to run this. Well, not run the exact same bracket again, but if we can mix things up and see some different matches, I'd love to see how Heartless perhaps would go against, the likes of the Bulldogs in a matchup. How good it take Flyte? Do they just not match up well against Wildcard? Or a Power just incredibly dominant? Maybe it's just as simple as that, ladies and gents. We do take a look at the points as well after our first event, just to see where things are at. We mentioned off the rip, 18 points if you take out the event. Former, that's a good buffer after the first one.
That's a very good buffer, especially when you consider as well the buffer that they would have gotten by performing semi-decently in the Boston Major as well. Wildcard really is now in that position where if you're looking at the world standings, they need to win the next 2 events. They cannot afford any more mistakes. And even though there's 2 regionals left, the pressure, it's on.
Yeah, we have to wait and see what Jimmy can cook up for Wildcard. He's got a couple of weeks before the main event again, so there's some time in there, but it's just so dominant at the moment from Power. And I mean, we say dominant, they've won 2 out of the last 3 grand finals, aside from that little hiccup in the reverse sweep and open 3. They genuinely, I mean, Yummy, you were saying, maybe the era of Wildcard potentially, it's you've kind of gone off your staunch prediction.
Calling it right now.
It feels so good for Power.
Yeah, I mean, I came into this series going, well, look, Power looks like a trio throughout this event, but I've always predicted Wildcard. I had to back them, but I feel like, at least, okay, it's the era of Wildcard is over for me. The era of me always backing Wildcard to bounce back, to be that team that can always get to the top, to be the top dogs, and that I will default predict for the most part. That's over for me. Yep. I can't see after a performance like that them easily bouncing back and them being an obvious prediction for me to be able to make in a grand final, for example. Well, Wildcard are the obvious top dogs now.
Yeah, this was a huge test for Wildcard. They missed out on the Boston Major. We expected them to get there after a top 6 at World, so we wanted to see how they would bounce back and how they would respond after a month and a half off. And We just didn't see it. So yeah, it's a question. Yummy, what are you laughing at? What's going on?
Oh, just the chat we're going off about the whole. I was reading through that. I'm not paying attention to anything CJ says.
This guy's not listening at all. That wraps up, though, the first event of the Paris Split. It's fantastic to be back. We got hired once again. Blast said, you know what? You guys aren't too bad. And I think we had a fantastic time. 11 out of 10 starts of the day with that Game 7. We saw probably the most own goals. I think we say this nearly every event, but that definitely felt like an unusual number of own goals for this event. Last thoughts going down the line, Monty, start with you. Take it away.
Yeah, can we get some more own goals next time, please? Clearly not enough. It feels...
No.
I mean, we started very strong in the first series, and then we had, I think, an own goal to start the next two series. It didn't feel like the own goals continued until that grand final winner. So if we can just have one every series, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Forget that. I disagree. I want to see more teams take inspiration from Power as opposed to taking inspiration from Lax and moving forward in this one. Less own goals. And you know what? It's time to see Nerve get that top 4. I think we kind of were overlooking them at the end, but they were the closest to making that break today. Eyes on that team. If they together, they're going to be a threat.
Yeah, fantastic to have the competition kind of, I feel like, step up a little bit. You still got to remember, You Not a Champ should, in theory, be fighting in those top 6 areas as well. So there's going to be some fun battles, I feel like, in the lower bracket in the next event. But, once again, thanks, Blast, for getting us on here. Thanks, CJ. Thanks, everyone in chat. It's always lovely having you guys here. And as always, having a great community feel. I feel like that's what makes the OCE broadcast better than everybody else's.
Exactly.
Shout out Matthew in particular.
And shout out to Matthew in particular, who's going to have an incredible open 5 and just prove.
We're organising the boxing match. Chump's going to have words. And now I'm probably going to be strong-armed into having to predict Heartless in every single match next event or something.
Well, the story goes on. We'll have to see in a couple of weeks' time if Heartless can bounce back. If Yummy Cheeseman will be wearing a Heartless jersey, perhaps. But it has been a fantastic return to OCE. We had a little bit of time off after the Boston split. We're back for the final split of the season. It has been a fantastic open fight. We saw own goals galore. We saw Power, our Boston representatives, look like they want to be there in Paris as well. Who will take the cake in Open 5? We'll be back again in a couple of weeks' time. We'll bring in some special guests as well. We'll have a little bit of fun along the way, and we'll continue to get as many casters as possible in a grand final. We might break the all-time record. See you guys in a couple of weeks.
Should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to
dream just to be where you are in a world I can see. Where